Yes, an unlicensed person can sell their own house. Okay. And what is licensing law also known as?
4510,
45
4515.
4515, I'm sorry.
and Title 11, Chapter 5. What is that?
The code of ethics,
Requirements, the restrictions.
the administrative code.
The
The
rules and
administrative
regulations by
code.
the commission.
Which is the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. All right. And what's the purpose of licensing law to begin with?
To protect the public.
To protect the public from whom?
Against unscrupulous.
Unscrupulous brokers and salespeople, right?
Yeah.
All right. How many people on the rec?
8.
8, consisting of
5 realtors,
5.
2 randoms, and 1 appointed by the governor.
5 what?
5 realtors or brokers.
5
Brokers
brokers who have
with 10 years experience.
10 years.
who have been licensed as such for at least 10 years. 2 from the
Two from
general public
public,
and 1 appointed by the governor, and they all serve how long?
3 years.
3 years.
3-year terms. And the license types, highest to lowest?
Broker,
broker,
salesperson, referral agent.
or agent.
Oh.
Broker, salesperson, referral agent. And which one of those are not required to complete continuing education requirements to renew their license?
The
Referral
referral.
agent.
Girl.
Agent. And which one of those is the only one that's allowed to charge the public for services?
Broker.
Broker.
So how do we charge the public for services?
Through our broker.
We do it in the name of our brokerage. Okay, so we can charge the public for services, but we can't do it in our own name. Is the point? We can do it in the name of the brokerage. Okay, and what are the things that the broker has to provide for you? What things does the broker have to provide for you?
Office space.
Office space, yep.
Office space and
And guidance.
guidance and direction. What does that mean?
Information in terms of education.
They just want to make sure that you're following the rules and regulations. It's not about the training or education. It's about making sure that you're following the rules and regulations and the law. All right. When does everybody's license have to be renewed by?
Um,
June 30th.
June 30th, every 2 years.
Alternate year.
June 30th, odd number.
Odd years.
odd.
And if you don't renew it by June 30th, odd years, when does it expire or be?
July 1st.
July 1st.
July
July
1st. When do you need to complete CE by?
April 30th.
April 30th, 2 months before. If you don't finish it by April 30th, what happens?
Void. It's inactive.
Well, you can't renew your license. No, it's still 2 months before license renewal, remember? But if you don't finish your CE by April 30th, what happens?
You get $100 processing fee.
$200
$200.
processing fee / fine, but processing fee. All right. What does it mean to be a realtor or realtor associate? Do they have anything to do with state licensing?
No.
No, it just means that you're a member of a trade organization, right? Can an unlicensed person put a sign on a property?
Yes.
Yes.
Can they do it for contracts?
Yes, but
Yes.
You
Yeah,
can't
I
talk
can
about
explain
the
it to
content.
Okay. Can an attorney sell real estate without a license?
Yes.
In their normal practice of law, they can. But if they want to engage in a brokerage business, do they
Only
have
in relation to the case.
to get a license like you and I, right? All right. Who can you pay?
No one.
Nobody. Who can you receive pay by?
Your broker.
Your broker.
Your broker. And who can your broker pay?
You and everybody else.
Anyone under him.
Any of their licensees, another broker, or any of their licensees, another broker, when they're paying out a referral fee, or who else?
The homeowner, the buyer.
The other broker.
Yeah,
Kind of
it's a
buyer.
rebate.
A buyer of a primary
Residence.
they could receive a rebate in the form of a credit or check at closing, which is a direct reduction from the commission owed to the salesperson, right, or to the agency. How much more education do you need beyond salesperson to get your broker's license?
150 hours.
50 hours. All right. Who's exempt from the 3-year experience requirement?
Honorably discharged veterans
Honorably
with
discharged.
service.
Discharged veterans, correct, with service wounds or disabilities. And who does New Jersey have reciprocity with any other state when it comes to licensing?
No.
No, they do not. All right. What's full-time for a salesperson trying to get their broker's license?
40 hours,
40 hours a week
10 to
During-
8,
Hours.
between the approximate hours of 10 and 8
and
and
you can have a job working 25 hours or less.
correct. And no other job more than 25 hours a week. Can somebody who's not a resident of New Jersey get their license here?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
as long as he
Yeah.
can be
You
sued
just
in
have
New
to
Jersey.
agree to being sued.
They have to sign a consent to the student estate. And what's required for a corporation to engage in the brokerage business?
You have to have a broker.
All right. And if your broker dies or becomes mentally or physically incapacitated, who can take over for them?
Salesperson who has
Salesperson.
2 years experience or more.
Sure, a salesperson that meets the requirements to get their broker license, they just haven't done so up until now. All right. And how much more CE do you need? How much CE do you need to renew your license?
12 hours,
12 hours of CE. What's the breakdown?
6 core topics, but 2 have to be
Ethics.
ethics, and then the other ones could be any core classes or electives.
Yeah, so any approved class, correct. Who is exempt from having to take the CE requirement to renew licensing?
Attorneys, like lawyers, might be exempt.
Yep.
Mm,
Referral agents?
A referral agent and
Military.
Oh, a broker that has 40 years experience.
a broker with 40 years experience as a broker. So a broker who's had their license for at least 40 years. They're exempt as well. All right. All right. What is the purpose of the guarantee fund?
To provide extra funds for people that went through a bad case with
to reimburse members from like wrongdoing, like monetary loss.
Correct. It's
There you go.
it's to reimburse those who have been wronged by a broker or their licensees. And what's the maximum payout from the guarantee?
20,000.
20,000.
20,000 per offense. And where do they get the money from?
Agents
20,000.
at the time of like.
And brokers.
The renewal fees every year.
Well,
No.
when you initially get your license, how much do salespeople and brokers pay?
10.
Oh, $10.
10 and 20.
$20 for salesperson, 20 for.
And for salesperson, 20 for broker. They could impose another fee if that fund runs low. They could impose another fee at time of license renewal. Now, if there's a payout from the guaranteed fund, what happens to your license?
It's revoked.
It is revoked. It is revoked. So it's paid back with interest, if you can even get it back. All right. If you advertise a property in a language other than English, what do you need to do?
You need to have
Contract
it
has to be
the same language.
Providing the
language.
All
original
the
language.
contracts and disclosures need to be available in the same language that you advertise the property in. All right. Okay. With rental referral agencies, how often you need to check to see if a unit is still available if you put it in the MLS?
Daily.
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 So, okay, so if you have, let me word it a different way. If you have a listing, if you only have a listing, how often you need to check to see if the unit's still available?
For 3 days.
Every
3
day.
days.
Every 3 days. And if you advertise it?
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day. Okay, there we go. What is the right of rescission for out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents? New construction, of course.
7 days.
7 days.
Days. And the same applies to what else? 7 days.
100, the units that are 100 plus or more.
So new construction on in-state subdivisions with at least 100 units or more, or if it's less than 100 units, new construction with common area elements, right? They also have 7-day right of rescission. And what's the right of rescission for resale properties?
3 days?
3 days.
3 days.
3 days. And what about for purchase money mortgages, loans to purchase real estate?
0
Zero.
days.
0. And what about loans to refinance real estate?
3 days.
3 days.
3 days.
Okay. Can a broker ever have an office in their house?
Yes.
Yes.
Have a separate-
Just with the separate entrance.
They have to have a
Entrance has
separate
to be
entrance,
visible from the street
visible from the
and
street,
separate.
and
And it's known that there are a broker.
And they have to have a sign, and the sign has to say
Their full name.
their name and the
and
word
MLS,
licensed real estate broker.
licensed real estate broker. Yeah.
Can a salesperson or broker salesperson ever have an office in their house?
No.
No.
No,
No.
only the broker. And how many brokers are there in each company?
One.
Only one.
One.
And what is a trust or escrow account?
That's the money that you get from the client.
Oh, well, the account. It's a bank account for keeping
trust.
other people's money and only other people's money. What do we call it when the broker mixes their money, their personal funds, in the escrow?
Commingling.
Oh my God.
Commingling. Anything wrong with that?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Everything.
It's a hard accounting
It's
thing.
illegal. It's illegal. Okay. How soon does the broker have to put the money in the escrow account?
5
Immediate.
days.
From the time the
Within
salesperson.
5 days of you receiving it, and if that money that's already in the escrow account becomes commission, how soon do they have to take it out? Unless, otherwise it could be considered commingling.
5
Can you
days.
repeat that?
5 days. Okay. Yeah, sure. The question was money that's already sitting in the escrow account. How soon does the broker have to take it out of the escrow account before it's considered commingling? And
Oh.
everything with the escrow account's 5 days. Okay. What about for record keeping? How long does the broker need to keep all records for?
6 years.
Here.
6 years. There's two things that they only need to keep for 6 months. What is that?
Yeah, the listing that never received
Expired
any offer.
listings that never had an offer accepted.
Yes, and
Unaccepted offers that were made.
Yeah.
unaccepted offers that were made. They need to be kept for 6 months. And when do you need to notify the IRS if your clients gave you cash?
Right away.
Right away.
You shouldn't accept cash, but
$10,000
right away.
worth
Well,
of
hold on a second.
money.
The question is, how much cash?
10,000.
$10,000 or more.
$10,000 or more, correct. And anytime you sign any kind of contract with somebody, what do you need to give them right away?
Multiple
Duplicate original.
original.
Duplicate
Duplicate
original.
original, which is another original with wet signatures, right? As real estate licensees, we can sell residential, commercial real estate. What's the what kind of properties can we prepare the contracts for?
Basically,
Single family,
single family
1 to
homes,
4
1 to
family.
4, 1 to 4
One to
family
four
members,
families, 1 to 4
and-
families, and single
and
residential lots.
residential lots.
Okay. And what needs to be the cover page of any contract that licensees prepare?
CIS statement.
26.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
somebody said it.
CIS statement.
Opinion 26.
Need 26.
Opinion 26 notice. And what is the opinion 26 notice?
It informs
Right to an
people of their
attorney.
right. pretty
It's your
much.
right to hire an attorney and have an attorney review the contract. All right, so what's the first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with?
CIS.
CIS. What's that stand for?
Consumer
Consumer
information statement.
information
Consumer Information Statement. And what is the purpose of the CIS?
to inform the consumer about the details about the service they provide
And their rights.
and their rights.
Your intention of business, like what you intend to do.
It's a
Your role?
disclosure
It's a
of
disclosure
agency
form.
relationships. It says the different ways that we could represent them as a buyer's agent only, seller's agent only, disclosed dual agent, or transaction broker. So it's just a disclosure of agency relationships.
Oh.
And if our agency is going to be representing both parties in the transaction, what do we need to get both parties to sign as well?
The dual
Dual-
agent.
Yeah.
An informed consent to dual agency, giving us implicit permission to act in that way. All right. And we have to forward all written offers to the owner within
24 hours.
24
hours. Sorry?
24 hours.
24
4
hours.
hours. And all listings have to be put into the MLS within
48.
48
48 hours.
48 hours unless
Unless the owner doesn't want you to do
Seller
it.
says
unless
otherwise.
the owner
Unless it's office
tells
exclusive.
you not to. And then you need to cover your butt and get them to sign.
Yeah.
Sign something? What do
Or release to not list.
we call it?
Something office exclusive.
Oh, I don't know.
It's a waiver of broker cooperation agreement. The waiver of broker cooperation, they need to sign that. All right. Now you need to sign a employment agreement with your brokers, right? What do we call that?
Exclusive
Independent
buyer
contractor.
agency.
Independent contractor agreement. And on that independent contractor agreement, it says when the broker needs to pay you your commission. When does the broker need to pay you your commission?
10 days. Yes, 10
Within
days.
10 days or
When the check clears.
as soon as the check clears. And what does the broker need to give you within 30 days of your termination?
Any commission that's owed to you.
Hmm,
Financial report of all transactions that you were involved in.
okay, they need to give you accounting for any transaction that you were involved in that has not yet closed that you could still be paid on in the event that those transactions do close. How much money you'll be making from them still. All right, and any advertisement for real estate has to have what written in it?
Your phone
The
number,
individual property ad, the individual property ad.
your full name.
No, not in each individual property ad. If you
Uh-oh.
got a magazine ad and a whole page, what does each
APR?
individual property ad have?
Brokerage name.
Brokerage name listed on top is the
No, hold on a second. You guys aren't getting me. Say I got a magazine ad and I got a whole magazine page.
Realtor logo.
Each individual property, 123 Main Street, what does it have to have in each individual property's ad?
Municipal name of municipality.
Wait, what'd you say?
Name of municipality.
Yes, it has to have the name of the municipality listed in the, where's that property located? It has to be in that advertisement. Correct. All right. Now, just the general real estate ads have to have what in them? You guys were all saying it 2 minutes ago.
Oh, the name.
The
Full
name,
name of
Brokerage.
the name of the brokerage and
And the name of the person, the salesperson.
your name has to be in that ad, and you have to use your real first name and your real last name. Can you use a nickname?
yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
you can.
yeah.
Yes,
As long as you use your real first name, your real last name, you can use a nickname as well. In the middle, you put the nickname. That is acceptable. And tell me something when your name is in the ad in comparison to the company name.
Oh, it
The
has to
company
be
name has to be bigger.
predominantly.
Correct.
Bigger.
Company name has to be in larger type and more prominently displayed than your own. That's correct. And in there, you also have to have a link. If you have your own web page, you have to have a link back to the company's website and
Phone number?
the phone number back to the brokerage as well. Okay. If your ad is, how large do you also have to have? If you mentioned you're a member of an MLS, you have to spell out the full name of every MLS you're a member of. Okay, it's 20 lines or longer or wider than one column. Okay, in that case, you need to spell out the full name of every MLS that you're a member of. Remember, we went over there's like 8 MLSs in New Jersey.
Yeah.
All right. If you offer a home warranty in an ad, what do you have to do?
For the information about the home warranty, you have to ask about that or something.
Fully disclose. You have to fully disclose.
Disclose.
Is the warranty required? Who's paying for it? How much it is? Who's the warranty company? Is an inspection required in order to get the warranty, etc. So full disclosure. All right. And if in an ad you talk about financing, what do you have to do?
Put the APR and the term
Full disclosure.
and the down payment.
So
You
full
have to say
disclosure.
to those who qualify.
You have to say to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer, then disclose the APR,
Down payment and term.
down payment if required, and the terms. And when is it considered that you have to disclose all that? When is it considered that you are talking about financing?
Say that one more time?
When is it considered that you're talking about financing and that you have to make these disclosures?
When you talk about financing,
Yeah, but when is it considered that you're talking about financing? How do we know that we're talking about financing in a way that
that's qualified buyers.
Regulation Z.
when certain triggering terms are used?
Oh,
And what are the 4 triggering terms?
Payment amount,
The
interest
down
rate,
payment amount
interest rate,
and interest rate,
term,
term, and
payment amount.
payment amount. Correct. So payment amount, interest rate, payment amount, down payment if required, and the term. If any of those things are mentioned in the ad, those are considered triggering terms. They would trigger the full disclosure requirement, where you would have to discriminate and say to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer, and then disclose the APR, down payment if required, and the term. According to what law?
Regulations.
Z.
Regulation Z. And what is the penalty for a violation of an administrative order of Regulation Z?
$10,000
fine
a day,
and
but the record is stay in the public domain.
Correct. So $10,000 a day that ad is out there in the public domain.
every day.
Correct. That's Regulation Z. And what's another word that means ownership?
Title.
Title.
Yeah.
How do we transfer ownership in real estate?
Deed.
By some sort of deed of
Deed.
conveyance. Is a deed proof that you're the owner?
No.
No, but it can be
What is the
used
proof
to
of
name
ownership?
of
What are
owner.
the 4 proofs of ownership?
The abstract of title, the title insurance policy, the torrent certificate, and the certificate of title.
Correct. An abstract of title with attorney's opinion, certificate of title, title insurance, or a Torrens certificate. Which one is not used in New Jersey?
Torrent.
Torrens certificates, correct. All right. Can we ever sell a house using a lottery?
No.
No.
No,
Can we ever offer free appraisals?
no, you can offer a CMA.
Payment.
Correct. We could offer a CMA. That's the way we help people value homes. Comparative market analysis or comparative pricing analysis. Call it whatever the hell you want. Just don't call it an appraisal, right? Now, in New Jersey, if you talk about in an ad, if you talk about that you charge a certain commission and you mention a commission or rate, what do you got to put in the ad?
Commissions are all negotiable.
In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. And if you advertise rebates, what do you got to put in that ad?
Only for
Consult your tax attorney.
Oh,
A tax professional with regards of receiving that rebate, because there may be consequences. If you violate licensing law, what are the least severe to the most severe disciplines to your license?
Probation, suspension, and then revocation.
In addition, you could be charged fines. How much are the fines?
$250 to
$250 to-
$50,000.
$50,000 to $50,000. And is there a process to it, or do they just take actions against your license?
They've hearing
10 days.
to let you know 10 days before.
They give you a 10-day notification, advance notification to attend a hearing. And what do we call it when your broker's aware that their agents are doing something wrong and they make no attempt to stop those activities?
Guilty knowledge.
They had guilty knowledge, and then they can be held just as liable. And what happens if your broker's license is suspended or revoked to yours?
Suspended.
Your
Suspended.
license is suspended. Not that you did anything wrong, but you can't work unsupervised. But then if your license is suspended, when can you work again?
When you work for another broker, or if that broker gets replaced.
Or gets their license back, correct. And if you're arrested, how soon do you need to notify the real estate commission that you were arrested?
Right away.
Immediately.
Within 30 days. Within 30 days. And if you are found guilty of 3 or more violations, what can the real estate commission do to your license?
Revocation.
For how long?
Forever.
For life. Yeah. Okay. What's the difference between a client and a customer?
Fiduciary duties.
Who's owed fiduciary duties?
Client.
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 And what do you owe a customer?
Fairness and honesty.
Correct. And what is a fiduciary relationship based on?
Trust.
trust and confidence, where you're responsible for
Client's best interest?
Care, obedience.
their money and property, and you have to put their interest above all others, including your own. All right. And so property managers work as general agents. That allows them to legally bind their clients to a contract within the scope of their authority. What defines the scope of their authority?
Hold.
The property management agreement.
Agreement.
The
Yeah.
property management agreement, which is like their limited power of attorney. Now, when you give somebody a power of attorney to sign documents on your behalf, what is that person referred to as?
An attorney in
Attorney.
fact.
An attorney in fact, when in fact they're not an attorney though. Okay, so property managers work as general agents. How do most other agents work?
Special agent.
Special
You're
agent.
special agents, you're very special. Remember that, right?
Mm.
So that, what does that mean that you're a special agent?
You cannot legally bind clients to.
You cannot
contract?
legally bind clients to a contract, which another way of saying that is you could work in one capacity only, all right? As an independent contractor, what are you responsible for?
Your own
Pay
tax.
your own taxes.
Paying your own taxes and your own
Insurance.
licensing fees and insurance if such coverage is desired, right? So who's responsible for making sure that your license gets renewed?
You are.
You are.
You are, it's your license, right? Now your broker will probably remind you, but ultimately it's not their fault if they don't, you know, it's your license, you know, when your license comes up for renewal, when does it need to be renewed by?
June 30th.
30th.
June 30th.
Odd years, correct. Now, when is it considered that you have earned a commission? Not when does the broker have to pay you a commission? We know that's within 10 days or as soon as the check clears. When is it considered that you have earned your commission in a real estate transaction?
The customer agrees to buy a property.
The customer signs the agreement.
When you identify a qualified prospect.
After attorney review.
When you produced a ready, willing, and able buyer.
Oh,
Right.
because you're doing your job.
A ready, willing, and able buyer. So I just want you guys to get used to the terminology when you produce a ready, willing, and able buyer. But in the case that you get under contract and they breach it, then you would still be owed that commission, right? Otherwise, when do we normally get paid?
Vic, one of the quiz questions I think that you gave us had a different answer to that.
For what? What was the question?
It was specifically on like when the broker would receive the commission.
Uh-huh.
And instead of ready and willing able buyer, it said when the transaction was closed. There were two separate answers.
Well, that's the next question that I asked. I said, when do we normally get paid our commission? Upon closing, all right? But technically, when are we owed the commission that we can, but it would require us to sue the client in order to get it probably, is when we've produced a ready, willing, and able buyer. So if you got a listing, when technically are you owed the commission? When we produce a ready, willing, and able buyer, if our client breaches the contract afterwards, okay? But technically, when do we usually get paid? Upon closing, right? Upon transfer of title. And when two buyer's agents are disputed as to who's owed the commission, who's the one that's owed the commission?
One who has worked more.
I'm sorry? What'd you say?
One who has spent more time.
Who's done more work on the transaction? What do we call the person who's done the most work on the transaction, therefore is owed the commission?
Procurement
They are the
costs.
procuring cause. They did the most work leading up to the sale, so therefore they are the procuring cause of the sale. And what do we call it when the parties are in agreement on all the terms of the contract?
Meeting of the minds, not.
They've come to a meeting of the minds, correct. What do we call giving anything of value back to somebody who's unlicensed?
Kickback.
Kickbacks.
It's a kickback. It's a kickback. All right. And what are the different ways that we could terminate an agency relationship?
Death,
Of either
incompetence.
party, destruction,
Death or incompetence of either party, destruction of the premises,
Mutual agreement.
mutual agreement,
renunciation of the agent,
renunciation by the agent. If the agent,
revocation.
if the agent can cancel it, who else can cancel it?
You?
The client, right? Well, we got the agent, we got the client can cancel it, we got mutual cancellation, and what else? What are other ways we can terminate the agency?
Bankruptcy.
Bankruptcy.
Bankruptcy. All right, what else?
And
Incompetence, death.
Well, death and incompetence of either party. I think we're missing one here.
completion or fulfillment.
There we go. Completion or fulfillment for the purpose of the agency agreement. And we're missing one more.
Destruction or condemnation of the property.
We're missing one more.
Vacation
Mutual agreement.
by the agent.
Vacation.
Expiration of
Expiration for the
term.
term of the agency. Expiration of the term of the agency. Correct. If that happens, you just renew it. All right. What is material information?
Anything about like the physical condition of a property?
Correct. Is it only negative stuff? Problems with the property?
No.
No.
So what would be the best definition for material information?
Anything that physically about the property that would interfere with the buyer's decision?
Oh.
That could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. Correct. All right. Now that could be how many bedrooms or how many baths. It's not necessarily just things that are problems with the house. But what do we call problems with the house that are easily discovered by a normal visual inspection?
Material defect?
It's a material defect, correct. And what do we call hidden defects? One that are
Latent
not
defects.
One that you can't see with your eyes.
defects. They're latent defects, correct. And what do we call unpleasant events like murder, rape, suicide that don't affect the physical condition but could affect the value and sellability of the house?
Stigmatizing factor.
The stigmatizing factor, correct. And what is the right of rescission for off-site conditions for new construction?
5 days.
5 days.
5 days, 5 days. And a law that alerts the community to the presence of sex offenders in the area.
Megan's Law.
Megan's Law. And exaggeration as salesmanship.
Puffing.
Puffing. Is there anything wrong with that? Anything wrong with puffing?
No, as long as it's all facts.
No. As long as it's as long as you're offering it as opinion without any intent to deceive, there's nothing wrong with it. You guys should be puffing as salespeople. Look at the gorgeous Center Hall Colonial with the grand entryway and gleaming hardwood floors. The private fenced-in backyard is like your own private oasis back here. It's exaggeration as salesmanship. There's nothing wrong with it as long as it's offered as an opinion. But if you start talking about facts, facts need to be accurate, okay? There are 3 different types of misrepresentation. What do we call intentional misrepresentation intended to harm or take advantage of somebody?
Guilty by omission.
Fraud. And what do we call unintentional misrepresentation done by somebody who should have known better? Negligence. All right.
Negligence.
And innocent misrepresentation is
Innocent misrepresentation.
Innocent misrepresentation is a misrepresentation done by somebody inadvertently that's not expected to have expertise in the subject matter anyway. Jeez, it looks like a dog was chewing on my shirt. All right. All right. Sounds like somebody fell off a cliff there.
Sounds like a Wendy's.
All right. What's the best way to avoid misrepresentation? Other than sticking to the truth.
Always refer to the experts.
Always refer to the expert source. We're supposed to know who the experts are in all the different subject matters and all the different areas of a real estate transaction. And even though we may possess some of that knowledge, the best way to avoid misrepresentation is always refer to the experts, right? It's not that you're always deferring people off, but they want legal advice. Talk to an attorney. I may have some knowledge because you've been doing this for a while, but still, you're not the attorney. You're not the legal expert. So always refer to the experts so that you can try to avoid misrepresentation. How's this going to affect my taxes? Talk to your tax attorney or your CPA about that one. Is this a problem with the real estate? Well, we're going to have to talk to your New Jersey licensed home inspector about that one. Don't refer them to your cousin Vito that knows some stuff about it. They have to be a licensed home inspector, a New Jersey licensed home inspector. Okay. All right. And then let's see. All right. When talking with a real estate agent from another firm about the fees or services that you charge, what could you be found guilty of?
Price fixing.
Illegal price fixing, which is a violation of
Sherman
law.
Antitrust Law.
Sherman Antitrust Act. And that is, what are the penalties for violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act?
200. Oh.
$1 million.
1 million.
Up to
10
$1
years in prison.
million and
10 years in prison.
up to 10 years in prison. Correct. All right. What are your fiduciary duties?
Care,
Care,
obedience,
Obedience, accounting, loyalty,
accounting,
loyalty,
loyalty, and disclosure.
COLD. We have that acronym COLD, COALD, to remember that, right? Care,
Yes.
obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. All right. Go to page 42.
Pardon me?
In your book, go to page 42.
Yeah.
We're done with the review for now. Go to page 42.
Did we complete 41? I didn't hear us talking about.
We did
Actually, you know what?
antitrust.
Actually,
Actually,
go to page 40. Go to page 40 for a second, okay? Go to page 40.
we stopped at
Antitrust. We didn't do ethics.
On page 40.
Yes.
Under to avoid misrepresentation, the Consumer Fraud Act. So New Jersey has a law too called the Consumer Fraud Act, and so they could fine you in event you lie or misrepresent the truth to people and such. And those fines are up to how much?
10,000.
Up to $10,000. Okay, so just make notation of that. Antitrust laws, we already know those. We just went over that, the Sherman Antitrust Act, and we already went over the penalties. And that's when you talk to another agent from a competing firm attempting to set an industry standard for pricing, or enter into a conversation with them about how you price clients, or in any way try to collude with them to fix pricing or allocate markets. This slide will show you that the penalties are severe. We just went over them, up to $1 million fine and up to 10 years in prison for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ethics, liability. You know what? We're going to talk about ethics a little bit more. Over here, there's just a bulleted point list of some of the items that we haven't even gone over yet. But on the next page, in the coming page, we're going to discuss ethics a little more. So just turn the page here, okay? Page 42. What is some of the defense claims against liability? Staying alert to situations. Mute that, whoever's crazy. So staying alert to situations that might pose problems is a first offense. Disclaimers that information furnished by you is believed correct but not warranted is not enough to protect you from against claims of liability. Okay, you can't just supply information, never check it, and then just put a disclaimer in there and be like, oh, see, I can't get sued because I put a disclaimer. That's not going to protect you against from any kind of liability or false claims, or that the information you supplied is believed to be correct but not warranted. They're of little value, and they cannot cover the spoken repetition of the material. So if you keep telling somebody, you know, oh, this is a 2,000 square foot house. Oh, this is a 2,000 square foot house. In the meantime, it's a 1,000 square foot house. Okay. On the materials, you put it's a you know, 1,000 or 2,000 square foot, doesn't matter. And you keep on the material, on your printed materials, you put 1,000 square foot, and the information is deemed correct but not guaranteed. But you keep telling the person, oh, no, this is a 2,000 square foot house. It's 2,000 square foot house. See, putting a disclaimer on a piece of paper is not going to protect you against your spoken word that's you keep hammering into people as well. They cannot cover spoken repetition of the material, and they cannot acquit the broker of liability. The fact that the misleading information has been furnished by the seller is also a little value of defense, because do sellers ever lie?
No.
No, that never happens, right? So I'm, being a little facetious there. So don't just pass along any information that the seller's given you. Trust but verify is the best policy, right? I mean, you don't know the seller, go take the information that they've given you, but then ask for some sort of a verification. Don't run with it unless you have verified it. If they told you that the roof is 1 year old, make sure that you confirm that. And how can you confirm that? Ask them for a copy of the permit, or at least the builder's, the contractor's bill, something that could verify that the roof was replaced a year ago. Otherwise, in your advertisements, you should put newer roof. If it looks new, anyway, you would write newer, because that's a little subjective. But 1 year old roof, absolute. So anytime you talk in those absolutes, you better verify that information first. All right? All right. How do we ask the owner to disclose? Because we're required to investigate and disclose all material information. How do we get the owner to disclose that information? Well, we have them fill out a piece of paper, some sort of a
Seller's disclosure.
Seller's disclosure, correct. So the seller has to give us some kind of a seller property condition disclosure report. We have a standard one that was created by the Realtors Association, but there is no standard universal one that everybody's required to use. You could just get a piece of paper and just have them write it down, okay? But for convenience purposes, on the second paragraph, just highlight written disclosure of property conditions for defensive claims of liability. On the second line at the end of the line, highlight written disclosure of property condition. And in the margin to the left of that, just write page 123. And let's just go take a peek at it really quick. We'll mark our page. We're coming right back. Let's just take a look at it really quick on page 123. All right, now on page 123, here's the seller property condition disclosure report. I just have them fill this out. It's also not a bad idea. Just have them fill that out while you're going over all your paperwork. Like the owner fills this out at the time that you're getting the listing. And it's also a great way to get them out of your hair and not to be hanging over your shoulder and asking, what's that, as you're filling out all the paperwork for the listing. All right, so it's kind of like giving a kid a toy to play in the corner with. You're keeping them occupied for a little while, right? So you're having to just tell the owner to fill this out, be honest, fill it out as completely as you can. You can do it even if you've never been to that, even if the owner, it's an estate sale and they've never been to the house before, they can still fill this out, because the answer options are yes, no, unknown. You think you could hack that? So let's see, on page 123 is the first page of this. They ask some questions about the occupancy, age of the home, if you know, yes, then you check off yes, and then you put the age of the home. So they ask a bunch of different questions in each category, but they got categories about occupancy. about the roof, attics, basements, and crawl spaces. They got questions about termites, wood destroying insects, dry rot, and pests. Structural questions about additions and remodels to the house. Was there any work done to the house? Did you have the permits? Who were the contractors? Questions about plumbing and sewage, heating and air conditioning questions about wood burning fireplaces and heating systems and wood burning fireplaces. Questions about electrical systems, about the land itself, the boundaries, the soil, drainage questions about environmental hazards, questions about deed restrictions or any special designations of a homeowners association like a condo or a co-op may have. And then they got a bunch of miscellaneous questions, which I could add a bunch more there. So you can make your own custom version of this form if you would want them to fill out some additional info. They got questions about radon gas. Okay, radon gas is it's a odorless, tasteless, invisible gas that'll kill you. It does cause cancer. Now, we asked the owner to disclose if they have any knowledge or reports for any testing or work that's been done with radon in their home. Now, we're required, if we're going to talk to any potential buyers about that, we're required to get the owner's permission to allow us to. But on here, this is the only thing that I coach them to answer on. I have them check off no all the time because I don't want them to give me permission to talk about it. Because any buyer, not that I want to hold something from somebody, I just want to tell every buyer that comes in there for your protection, I want you to get a home inspection. Because who knows when the last time the seller got inspection for radon. That could have been when they bought the house, which was so many years ago, you know, and at that time there may have been no radon gas in the house, but now there is. Now, let me open up a whiteboard real quick here for you. Well, real quick, we'll see how quick that it'll open up. How about that?
While it's opening up, could you just repeat prior to us turning to page 123, what did you say?
Hold on. You got to either lower your speaker or back up from the mic a little bit. That was a lot of static here.
It doesn't sound like that on my end. What did you say to highlight before we went over to page 1?
Okay, so on page 128, yeah, either your speakers are too close or too loud, but I still understood you. I just had you on page 128 where radon gas is. I just had to check off, well, I usually have people check off no, that not to give me permission to any info pertaining to radon gas. On page, if you were talking about on page 42, I had to just check off written disclosure of property condition and write page 123 next to that. Okay.
What was the written disclosure?
No, your speaker is not good.
Yeah, your microphone is really static.
Alex, if you want, why don't you just type the question in and then Victor can.
Yeah. Okay. So in the Q&A window, you could click on, you could ask me some questions there. Or, all right. But okay, so we got a whiteboard up here.
Can't see it, still on the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna open up a different whiteboard window anyway. 1 second.
Hey, Victor.
Yes.
So she's asking on page 42 what you asked to highlight. I didn't see it either.
Okay, on page 42, under defensive claims against liability, on the second paragraph, second line, at the end of the line, I just had you highlight written disclosure of property condition. You know, they're referring to the property condition disclosure report. And then I just had you write page 123 next to that, just giving you a cross-reference. Okay, that's all that was. I was just telling you where this form is, you know, what the name of the form is, or what they were referring to it as in the book, written disclosure of property condition. We refer to it as the seller property condition disclosure report. But either way, it's on page 123. And that's all I was telling you to highlight there.
Copy. Thank you.
You're welcome. Can everybody see the whiteboard now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. All right, let me move my controller out of the way here. My meeting controller so that I could write on the whiteboard. Okay. So I just wanted to explain to you guys really quick, since we have here, we're talking about radon gas, what exactly it is. Okay. So radon gas is an invisible, odorless, tasteless gas that does cause cancer. All right. It comes from decomposing radioactive rock deep within the earth. So you're only really, so when you buy a house, you should only really get that radon test if there is a if there's a basement or crawl space in that house. Okay, so we got ground level here. I hate when it does that. Okay, so. All right, so here's ground level. If you got a basement or crawl space there under the house, you got some rock deep within the earth. Then you got gas seeks the path of least resistance upwards. And it'll enter your house and your basement through the concrete floor. Concrete is porous, so the gas can seek its way into the house slowly through the concrete floor, just like water does. If you live in an area with a high water table, a flood zone, you see the floor can get wet spots and water can seep in through the concrete as well. Concrete's not necessarily waterproof or gas proof, so those gases can come in, especially if you got a sump pump in your house. You know, way for the water to come in, and then this pump would then pump it outside of the house. Okay, but these sump pumps are another way for they got holes in them and there's water in there, so the gas will come in through here and it'll come out into the house, especially if you don't have that tightly formed fitting plastic cover that goes over it. Some people who have these sump pumps, they may or may not even have a cover over that hole in the floor in the basement. Sometimes they just throw a piece of wood over it, but that's not gonna prevent the gas from coming into the house if you just throw a piece of wood or you don't have it covered at all. So they have these tightly fitting plastic covers for that. But either way, then the gas can still come in through if you have a French drain, which is a kind of like a hole drilled on the side of the whole perimeter of the basement, or you have just the concrete itself. It can come in slowly through there. And then it gathers in the basement, the gas. And what do people do? What do a lot of people do with basements when they finish them off? What do they turn them into?
Rooms.
Apartment for the
Turn them into
family.
like man caves or playrooms for the kids, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So there you go, ladies. You're killing your men and your kids by sending them to the basement to play when they could be filled with contamination from radon gas. If you never tested it, you won't know because it's invisible, odorless, and tasteless. But look, if you have a house that has central air conditioning and heating, you got these vents that go throughout the house on the different floors. And if that's the case, this radon gas gets sucked up through them and it gets put throughout the house as well. It gets spread throughout the house that way too. So it's not just necessarily in the basement. If you've got those, if you've got central air conditioning or heating in your house too, that would spread that gas around. All right, now, how do you cure high levels of radon gas that are considered dangerous? Well, you would put in a radon remediation system. Basically, it's a company that comes in and they basically put in this pipe, this thick PVC pipe that comes in, they drill it into the floor and they put like a PVC pipe in the floor, comes above ground level and out the side of the house here. And then they have maybe a little piezo motor outside to just create a little bit of negative pressure so that the gas will then flow outside. All right, so gas seeks the path of least resistance. So instead of going into the house, instead of going into the house now, the gas will just simply, the gas will go to this pipe. And when it goes to the pipe, it gets blown outside. It doesn't collect in the house. So that's how we cure the problem of radon gas. Now, radon is more prevalent in some areas, but it's wherever the rock is decomposing in the ground. The entire eastern seaboard of the United States is rich in this radon gas. Radon gas, okay? So the entire eastern seaboard of the United States is rich in this stuff. So you could have some areas, mountainous areas, for instance, that, but it could be anywhere. It could be anywhere, this radon gas, where this rock is decomposing, letting out this radioactive rock that causes cancer. The only way to know it is to test the air. You have to take air samples. And what they do is they take what looks like a can of shoe polish, and they put that in the basement, and they have a 3-day test kit and a 10-day test kit. The common one is a 3-day test kit. The home inspector will put it there in the basement, about in an open space, about waist level. They'll put it up on a shelf or something. And they leave it exposed where the air can flow over it. And it's a carbon canister where there's a carbon filter in there that will attract anything that's in the air. 3 days later, it's our jobs. You do not touch this. Do not break the chain of custody of these things. We're not home inspectors. Our job is to make sure that the home inspector can get back into that house to collect that carbon canister. And also, to make sure that we notify that homeowner does not open any of the windows there in the basement, and they aren't excessively opening and closing the doors. Okay, we want to make sure that this test is not going to be played with. All right. So I mean, if you come by, the home inspector puts that in the basement, that carbon canister, and you say you drive by the next day and you see they got all the basement windows open. That test is invalid. It's no good. So snap a picture of that, send it off to the attorneys. That homeowner needs to pay for another test because they're intentionally trying to, well, it seems like anyway, they're intentionally trying to get misleading results in that test. And this could be very dangerous for people too, so make sure, I mean, I've come across this before where that's happened. I've taken pictures, I sent it out to the attorney, and I said, they had all the windows and doors open in the house. That test is invalid. The homeowner needs to pay for a new test. And then they did it, and then this time had the windows and doors closed. And it turned out that there were high radon levels in the house, and they were aware of that. It was a house that they were fixing and flipping, and they should have known better too, because it was an attorney who owned the house who was the investor. It's pretty messed up. As I was selling this house to a newly married couple with a newborn baby, and they got this little infant there, and this person's trying to basically forge test results here by messing with the test, knowing that there's radon there, because you didn't want to install a radon testing system. And these radon test systems, they can range anywhere from $1,200 to $5,000, depending on the level of the problem, to get them installed. Now, let's see, on page, if you go to page 109 for a second, you'll see there's a radon map in New Jersey on page 109. This is a map of the state of New Jersey. Anytime somebody gets a radon test done, they're required to report, those laboratories are required to report the results to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, not the EPA, but the NJDEP. The DEP is New Jersey's own environmental agency, which we have called the Department of Environmental Protection, New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. And so they send those test results, and then this map is a representation of the areas that, based on test results, where it's more prevalent to find radon gas, that decomposing radioactive rock. Now, keep in mind, if you have a house that's in this area, it doesn't mean that you have any radon in your home. Okay, you could have zero when they're testing. You have zero radon in your house, but your next door neighbor has high levels because maybe these decomposing radioactive rock deep within the ground, you don't have it under your house, or it's not decomposing yet. It takes millions of years for this rock to decompose to the point that it breaks and the gases start releasing, okay? So it may not be at that point yet under your house, or it may not be under your house, but yet it's under your neighbor's house, okay? So this is why they don't want us to cause any false panic or public scares, because this is why we shouldn't disclose to any potential buyer if we are aware of any radon gas in the home, because you may have it in one house and it may not be next door. And if we just start disclosing it to the public, people coming to open a house, oh yeah, there's high radon levels here. Would you want to buy the house that's next door?
No.
Most people wouldn't, because they think, oh, that whole area is contaminated with radon gas. I mean, it may, but it may not, So they want to make sure that these buyers are being educated. So we do not disclose unless you have the seller's written permission. Where would you get that? You just have them check off and put their initials there, giving you the permission to discuss any knowledge pertaining to radon on that seller property condition disclosure report. But I always say, don't give it to me. I'd rather have the buyer get a recent home inspection and opt for that radon test to find out what the current levels, if any, are there in that house, okay? Because 10 years ago when the homeowner bought the house, it may have not been any, but there may be now. When should we recommend that people get it? It's not required, but when should we recommend that people get this test? If they have a basement or a crawl space, correct. If they have a basement in that house or they got a crawl space underneath the house, it's recommended that they check. How come if the house is just sitting on a concrete slab, we don't really recommend that they need to get it? Because every time that you open the front door or window, you're airing it out. And that's the way to cure the problem of radon, is to air out the house. Then the house does not get, the radon gas does not gather in the house. Let me ask you guys a question, okay? We could go back to page 42, but, and you could just where you don't have to hold your book open. Let me just discuss a little bit. Anybody here have granite countertops or anything like that in your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Where does granite come from?
Rocks.
It comes from rocks. And where do they get that? Granite is a rock. Where do they get that rock from? They get it from quarries. So they get it from within the earth, deep within the earth, right? And the thing is, a lot of those granites can have this decomposing radioactive rock in granite. So, I mean, if you go to any reputable granite dealer, they should have these boxes. They look like a little shoe box, or they could be smaller these days with a handle on it and some electronic devices. They put it on the countertop, the granite countertop, and they call it a sniffer. And it takes air samples, active readings of air samples there on the spot. And it'll tell you if that granite is releasing any gases and at what levels that they're, so it could actually measure radon right there on the spot. But those are some of the larger, more reputable granite dealers will have those sniffers handy because the granite countertops themselves can be releasing radon into your house. But where do we usually have granite countertops?
Kitchens, bathrooms.
Correct. We got them in the kitchens or the bathrooms of the house. That's usually where we have it. We just got a lot of windows here. Just want to minimize some of them. Okay, so we usually have them in the kitchen or the bathroom of the house. And in the bathroom, in the kitchen, that's downstairs, first floor, every time you open the door or open a window, it's aired out. So it's probably not going to gather. Plus, the countertops are probably not releasing radon at such a level that it's going to be dangerous. In the bathrooms, small enclosed area, when you go to bathroom, you take a shower. Hopefully you put on that fan. You know, it helps with other ways too. It'll pull that gas out. Or if you don't have a fan in your bathroom, you open the window when you take a shower. You know, first of all, it allows moisture not to accumulate as much, right? It sucks out the hot air so that you don't get the moisture and sweat on the ceiling, the water on the ceiling, so mold can accumulate and grow. So it serves a couple purposes. And same thing if you open a window when you take a shower, or radon gas so that it doesn't accumulate. You start airing that house out a little bit. All right. So there's some good practices there when you're going to the bathroom. You open up you put on that fan, or if you're taking a shower, you have that the window open over there to help prevent that radon gas from accumulating. All right. Now, what is considered dangerous levels of radon? Now, this is really stuff in I believe that's chapter 8 that we're going to be going in. But anything that is 4 PCI or more, okay? 4 PCI or greater than 4 PCI. That's PCI stands for a picocurie. Picocurie is a minuscule measurement of gas. Okay, so a picocurie is a very tiny measurement, but 4 picocuries is considered anything over 4 picocuries, 4 PCI, or sometimes I guess the way that you'll see it actually written will look like this: 4 PCI slash and a capital L per liter, I think. So 4 PCI, anything over 4 PCI or more, or picocurie, is considered dangerous levels of radon that requires remediation. I'm just trying to find it real quick in the book so I could also spell that out here for you. Picocurie. It's a P-I-C, picocurie.
There's this one house that had 43.01 on the radon thing. Like, that's insane.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
4 picocuries or more is considered dangerous and requires remediation. Meaning, how do you remediate? You put in one of these
Mitigators.
systems. Now, by the way, if you are in one of those tier 1 zones that was on that map, the darker areas, and you have new construction, the building code requires for every 1,500 square feet, you have 1 radon pipe from the basement that vents out through the roof for every 1,500 square feet, for every 1,500 square feet of space. You have to have one of those vents, okay? For every 1,500 square foot. But that's the new builder, the contractor, there's responsibility to make sure that gets done. It's if it's in one of those tier 1 areas. Where's my computer running so damn slow right now? Bear with me a second, guys. Trying to do stuff and the computer's not cooperating with me. Anyway, while we wait for the computer to respond, we're back on page 42. The last chapter under defense of claims of liability, have your highlighter out and highlight errors and omissions. E&O insurance is the real estate industry's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance, like a doctor would carry. Okay, this is the insurance that I told you guys about already that we're required to carry. Errors and omissions insurance. I got 2 notifications here. I'm not sure if you guys type me a message or what it is, but for some reason it's not responding for me right now. So somebody's asking me a question. If you can't do it verbally, just gotta hang tight there for a minute. All right. These slideshows, everything. You guys are hearing me still though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. None of the. You got a slideshow?
No,
Come on. Come on.
not yet.
Looks like the sharing is paused for some reason. Is somebody else messing with the controls? No? No, I hope. Zoom share. All right, so anyway, I'm waiting for that computer. So E&O insurance, this is the medical, this is our industry's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance, like a doctor would carry. So you have that highlighted.
Victor, we're covered under our broker through this, right?
Yeah, your broker will have a policy, but you're gonna have to pay your share of it when you start working at their brokerage. That's why I put that as one of the job interview questions for the brokers. So when you start working at a brokerage, you're going to need to find out how much they charge you for E&O. You know, it's important to know because quite often it's about $600 a year. You need to ask that broker, do I need to pay it up front? Can you take it out of my first transaction or pay it little by monthly? How does it work? Does it work per transaction? How do you charge it in your office? Because that's a pretty big nut to carry if they want you to pay that up front, right? To get started. So it's an important question to ask brokers is, you know, how much you charge for E&O and when do I got to pay it? All right. Let's see. So dual contracts are illegal. Dual contracts, it's basically this. It's when we start attorney review, basically we have a contract that's signed by both the seller and the buyer. We provided the duplicate original of that contract to them. We sent it off to the attorneys to start attorney review. And if that property was $300,000, we give them that contract for $300,000. But then we got a version of that contract for $325,000 that we sent to the mortgage company. That's fraud. That's dual contracts, okay? All right, that's illegal. I doubt you're gonna get anything about that on the exam though. Ethics, well, obviously it's a good segue here because obviously if you're dealing in dual contracts, you have no idea what this word means, right? You have no concept of ethics. What are ethics? Ethics are the moral principles that that address our industry on how we deal with consumers as well as how we deal with each other as professionals. Let's see, I've got a definition similar to that somewhere in a book here on the right-hand side of page 42. You see there's two numbered points here. I put a box around it with my pen. It says these moral principles address two sides of a profession. They're talking about ethics here. What are ethics if you were to ask to be defined it? Well, they are moral principles that address two sides of the profession. They establish standards for integrity and competence in dealing with the consumers of an industry services, and they define a code of conduct for relations within the industry among its professionals. Okay? So basically, it's a written guidelines for us how to work with each other. When you guys get your licenses and you become members of the Realtors Association, you become members of NAR, National Association of Realtors, we need to complete every 2 years a Realtors Code of Ethics training class. All right. So that Code of Ethics, we've had, and we've been self-regulating our industry since before the state required licensure. When did the state of New Jersey require licensing? Since? You guys recall?
1930?
1921. It was the first page of the book, I believe, since 1921. However, we have had, the Realtors Association has had a code of ethics since 1913. So we've been regulating our own industry, seeing that there was a need for that since well before the state even required any licensing. So our own industry, we realized we got bad salespeople out there, you know, people that do underhanded things. So we basically regulate ourselves through the Realtors Association as well. Not to say that the Real Estate Commission doesn't, but we also self-regulate as well. You as a real estate agent can report other agents for doing things that violate the code of ethics either against their clients or against another agent. And this is how we deal with problems when there's a problem between agents, like with buyer's agents. When two buyer's agents are in dispute as to who's owed the commission, the procuring clause, right? Well, if we have an argument with another agent about that, we could file a procuring clause complaint against them. Who would we file that procuring clause complaint with?
Realtor Association.
The local Realtors Association has a procuring clause panel that would, of people who would listen to the complaint, listen to the evidence from both sides and hear both sides of the story to determine who's owed that commission, okay? But they deal with a lot of issues, the Realtors Association, pertaining to ethics and especially Realtors Code of Ethics violations, which I will post a link to in our, I'll post a link up here later. I just can't get there right now. Right now, the slideshows, everything seems to be a little hosed up. I may have to, this stuff doesn't start working soon. I'm just going to reboot this meeting because I think the meeting is actually, meeting software is hosing us up here. But let's see. Okay, so the Realtors Code of Ethics, the 2017 version anyway, is printed in this book on page 342, if you wanted to make a notation of that anywhere here. I'd say to write it above where it says professional organizations on page 42. At the end of the paragraph above that, I wrote 2017 COE, Code of Ethics, page 342.
Well,
Huh. Okay.
What page again?
Page 342, just above
Okay.
professional
Yeah,
organizations, okay? Now, NAR, National Association of Realtors, has a lot of different kinds of professional trainings that are available for us. They have continuing education classes as well as designation courses. When you complete a designation course, you can put a couple of letters behind your name on your business cards, okay? There are hundreds of different professional designation courses that we could take to have specializations in everything from new construction, dealing with builders, negotiations, listing specialists. There's all kinds of accreditations that you could have added. A lot of these are just a couple of hour classes. Some of them are a couple days or what have you. Some require testing, some do not after you complete the designation course. All right, so here's a list of some of the designation classes. New Jersey, on the left side of page 43, New Jersey Association of Realtors, now called just simply New Jersey Realtors. A lot of these come rebranded. They have approximately 46,000 members as of the printing of this book in 2017. All right, well, remember how many licensees there were in the state of New Jersey?
93,000.
Yeah, 90-something thousand, right? But only 46,000 are members of the Realtors Association. So what does that tell you? Now that breaks it down a lot. So I guess between referral agents and people who are hanging their licenses and people who are maybe in commercial real estate but don't have aren't involved in the Realtors Association, that breaks it down. So usually people in the Realtors Association are working in residential. So it breaks it down. You only have about 46,000 agents there. So greatly reduce that number for people who are just hanging their licenses in referral. Now, are you guys seeing any kind of a screen share at all right now?
Just the whiteboard.
See the white.
Just the whiteboard.
No, we just have that rate and guess diagram, and that's it.
Okay.
Nothing else.
Yeah, it says my screen share on my control panel here says that it's paused, and I'm clicking on all these controls, and they are doing absolutely nothing right now. Let me hit stop share.
Victor, why don't you try to leave the meeting and then have all of us rejoin and see if that works?
Yeah.
Rejoin.
Well, I'm hitting stop share right now for the screen share. And it is doing nothing. None of these controls. I don't know what the hell's hosed up here. It's causing this. E-haul.
Oh, there goes your mouse. Not even
What happened?
moving. I was just speaking to myself loud. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Okay, all my controls just minimized.
No. It's in the pan. It's in there.
All right. Designations. You see that there's a list of designations here on page 43. You got the ABR, that's the accredited buyer's representative. You can learn some good stuff in that class. However, I'd say take it with a grain of salt if you do take this class, because their whole niche is to teach you about only working with buyers, because there's no conflict of interest involved if you only represent your buyers. And that's their whole shtick, is to try to sell to the public that we only work with buyers, so there's never a conflict of interest, okay? Well, if you only work with buyers, you're probably an idiot, because you'll never get both ends of the deal of a transaction and get twice the commission on it. And you can never get sick, and you can never go on vacation, because you're never gonna get paid unless you're always running around like a chicken with their head cut off, showing buyers properties, because that's the only way buyers agents who only work with buyers get paid. If you're a listing agent, on the other hand, you could have a listing, and you could stay at home and be sick. You could be out on vacation, be on the beach sipping drinks. Other agents will be setting up appointments with your office to show your listing, putting in an offer on it, and then you still get paid on that transaction from the seller side of the transaction, right? So, and you get the added bonus that you could also get your own buyer for it, and if that happens, then you get both ends of the transaction. You know, so I think it's idiotic if you don't work both ends of the transaction there, or at least have the opportunity to, or at least work as a listing agent. You know, because listing agent gives you more flexibility. You know, of being sick and being on vacation and still being able to get paid. All right. And with the added bonus of getting twice the amount of the money in the same transaction. CCIM is an excellent designation if you want to get involved in commercial real estate, but this one has about 5 to 7 modules of classes that you need to complete. Each one's at least $1,000, I think $1,000 to $1,200 each class, and you need to finish about 5 to 7 of them. And then when you're done, you got to take an exam. And then you still can't call yourself a CCIM agent because CCIM agent has a performance requirement as well. You have to have so many listings of so many kinds of commercial properties for sale, for lease, etc., before you could actually earn this designation. So needless to say, there's not a whole lot of commercial agents out there that have this designation, but when you do, you're in demand. You're going to be the lead agent on these hundreds, millions of dollar transactions when General Motors wants to sell their plant or shut it down or divide up that property, or Ford does, or what have you. These huge transactions of hundreds of millions of dollars, usually the CCIM agents or ones with a SIOR. On the right-hand side of the page, there's one SIOR, Society of Industrial and Office Realtors as well. Either one of these designations will be the lead agent on that type of a transaction.
Victor, do you need to have a CCIM license to do like a
It's not a license, it's a designation that you just put onto your business cards. Basically says that I've completed this course. Okay, I've met the requirements to earn this designation. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you need to take that course? Like, for example, if you're doing like local plazas and lots?
No, you don't need to take anything. I mean, but it's not bad to take it because then you can learn more about it. You know, otherwise you're trying to learn through trial and error, working over the years, shadowing other agents, or you could take a class and learn how to do some of these things. You know, it's up to you. You know, probably the more proactive way to do it is start taking classes. You know, it's not bad to work and learn to experience, but it's a good idea to take classes too and learn, especially if you're earning a designation that's highly coveted. You know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but we got disconnected. I apologize. I got the CCC agent part halfway.
We're just talking about the different kinds of designations here. Yeah. Is anybody else experiencing issues right now with the Zoom thing?
We can only see what you see. So if you're not showing us something else, we won't see anything else.
Yeah. You guys could only see what I'm sharing with you. Okay. And right now, my controls, I think the last thing I was sharing with you was that radon image that I put on the screen. And right now, mine's all frozen up here. Let me try to Control-Alt-Delete here, pull up my task manager, and try to bless you.
Oh, thank you.
Let me see what's going on. Something that's trying to take up a lot of my processing power, maybe. Well, Zoom appears to be taking up the most processing power right now, so it's probably the Zoom application itself that's screwing us up. Probably better off just shutting it down and rebooting the Zoom application. Because it's getting a little bit difficult to have no, oh, there we go. I guess you hit Control-Alt-Delete and it knows that you're about to shut it down, so then it gives you control. All right. There we go. I got control over my meeting again. Look at that. Boom. Now you guys are on the slideshow. Right?
Yes.
All right. I don't know. All of a sudden, it relinquished control back over to me when I hit Control-Alt-Delete. And now everything's moving nice and smoothly. Haha. Tricky, tricky, tricky. All right. That's good. It's working now. Okay, so there's a lot of different designation classes that you could take on realtor.org, realtor.org. That's NAR's National Real Estate website. They actually have lists of all the realtors designation courses, but NAR is not the only one that offers designation classes. There are other companies out there that offer them as well for us to take. Okay, so you could. But they offer probably the most. I mean, there's designation courses. Let me see. I got some books here on the side. from a certification booklet for residential certified. You know, here's one that I took when I used to be part of GMAC Real Estate. But here's one designation you could take. It's with a separate company. RCC, become residential construction certified. I have another one here. Become a certified new home specialist. Okay, and these are by a third-party company that created this designation course. But there's a lot of other designation classes out there as well. So NAR is not the only one that offers them, but they offer the most. And you could see a list of them on the on realtor.org or nar.realtor is another. Realtor is a domain, kind of like .com. So nar.realtor will take you to the same website as realtor.org. Okay. So here's a bunch of certification classes. Here's one. I want you to add another one to the bulleted list here called SFR. The SFR. Okay. SFR is another designation class. You know, there's tons of designations here. Let's see. Professional designations. You've got SFR, which is short sale foreclosure resources or resource. And their website for that is realtorsfr.org. All right. Shrink this down a little bit so they fit. All right, here's another one. So that one teaches you all about, at Realtor SFR teaches you all about short sales, bank-owned properties, etc. There used to be another one out there called CDPE, Certified Distressed Property Expert. But from my understanding is that they're no longer offering those courses. But that one used to be cdpe.com. I'm not sure. Take a look really quick and see what's going on with their website. I don't think they're up anymore, but they used to be one of the leading short sale foreclosure resources for education. And that's where then NAR took suit and they copied, made their own version of the course. Okay, no, they still have it. Okay. I guess the last time I looked, they were just temporarily down. But this one, I think, is better than the Realtor. Well, actually, I shouldn't say because I never took their SFR. Let's see. CDPE course is no longer available, and we are no longer able to accept renewals. We use CDPE logo till December 31st, 2020 without paying renewal fee. Okay, so I guess CDPE, they are, Sharper Institute is discontinuing that. Wonder why. All right, well, there's a designation I paid a lot of money for that I can't use. Only till the end of the year. Anyway, NAR came out with their own version of this called the SFR, where you guys can still learn about different short sales, foreclosures, how to deal with bank-owned properties, etc. All right. And let's see. So let's add another one here called ePro. ePro is another Realtor or NAR class that you could take, and ePro teaches you all about using technology. It's all about integrating technology in real estate. It's not a bad class to take. I think it's under $100. It's a couple-hour class. Let me see if I can get you the website link real quick for that. Yeah, it's $74 or $75 from what I see on the website here. So they have a link kind of long. So I'll add it into this slideshow, which I'm going to be sharing with you guys. And let me see. So there's a lot of different designation classes. Another one that is really good, I think, is the CRS designation course, Certified Residential Specialist. CRS agents, also, when you become a CRS agent, you become a member of the CRS referral network. They require you to continually take education classes to keep up this designation now. And when you stay CRS designated, you're a member of that referral network. So other agents from other states, if they got clients who refer business this direction, you know, they'll look up agents in their own private referral directory who also have the CRS designation, because they know CRS designated agents are more likely to convert that business, those clients, into actual closings and commissions for them. So, I mean, instead of just going to Google and searching for a real estate agent in different areas of the country to send a referral to, you're also sending them to agents who are serious about the business, who are actively involved in the business and who have their CRS designations. So CRS agent is another really good designation to get and to keep up on. I'm going to try to post a list here of all the educational resources from the NAR page and the CRS designation as well. Try to get you those links right now so we can post up here. Okay, CRS is easy enough. It's CRS.com. Yeah, it's pretty simple. So CRS.com is their designation website. Okay, then there's also let's see, and then there's just the NAR website for all the different designations. Which for that would just be, let me post this up. Okay, so you can see all the different here's the link for that. All right, so I got all that information up there for you guys. Okay, let's move along. We're done with this chapter. We're going to, there's also another good designation that they have here on the list is the last one is SRES, Senior Real Estate Specialist. It teaches you all about the, how to deal with the unique needs of a real estate agent, the seniors that are looking to relocate. Maybe they're empty nesters now. The kids all grew up and they moved out and they no longer need that big house. So it's time for them to downsize. This is a potential business resource for you. But seniors have unique needs. You know, they may not be able to pack up all that stuff. What about getting financing when they're no longer employed? They're living off of their retirement plans and such. The SRES course, the Senior Real Estate Specialist, will teach you about the unique issues that you come across when dealing with seniors. It's a good source of business. Once again, this is another cheap class. It's probably under $100. And you can add the SRES logo or just the letters SRES after your license, after your name on your business cards. It's just an additional course that you could take, and why not? You know, it's professional development. Hopefully you get more business out of it. You know, it's teaching you more resources to get business. All of these are ePro, how how to integrate technology of all kinds of software, websites, tools into your business. You know, if technology isn't making your business easier to use but more difficult, then don't use it. There's so much crap out there for us to use that if it's difficult and it's making it harder for you to get things done, taking longer to get the same job done, don't use it. It's failing on its face of what its intended purpose was. So don't get lost in all the technology that's out there for the real estate. All right, so let's do the key terms to review. There's 3 of them for this chapter. It was a big chapter, okay? So you all with me here? We're going to do the key terms to review. We're going to start off with key terms to review 1. We just save this slideshow really quick and close this window. All right. So, let's do key terms 1. Remember how this works? I'll read out the answer on the right-hand side of the page. You guys are going to say the corresponding answer to this on the left-hand side of the page. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out as you get them, all right? Regulations prohibiting price fixing.
Antitrust laws.
So 2 is A, antitrust laws. Agent who takes a buyer as the principal.
Buyer's broker.
5 is B. Broker's usual compensation.
Commission.
Negotiable.
Commission. 7 is C. Third party in a transaction, not the principal.
Customer.
9 is D. Revealing to another any pertinent information.
Disclosure.
11 is E, disclosure. Brokers taking both parties as their principal.
Dual agency.
12 is F, dual agency. 1 authorized to act for another.
Agent.
1 is G, an agent. A person authorized to act under a power.
Attorney in fact.
Attorney in fact. 3 is H. A salesperson whose broker pays Social Security, regulates their hours, etc.
Employee.
They are an employee. 13 is I. If they're regulating their hours, you're an employee. You're not an independent contractor. So 13 is I. Trust and confidence between parties.
Fiduciary relationship.
15 is J, fiduciary relationship. Principal who engages an agent.
Client.
6 is K, client. 1 empowered for a wide range of actions.
General agent.
General agent. 17 is L. 1 who owes special duties to another.
Fiduciary.
M. Intentional or unintentional misleading of another
Fraud.
who's harmed thereby.
Fraud.
Fraud. 16 is N. 1 authorized to act for another in real estate transactions.
Broker.
Broker. 4 is O. Written explanation of business relationships.
Consumer information statement.
The CIS, Consumer Information Statement. 8 is P. And 1 who works for both the seller and the buyer.
Disclosure.
N is Q, disclosed dual agent. All right.
I think Alexandra Hall's connection is like,
Yeah, I couldn't hear nothing.
it's really bad.
It
Like
sounds
every
like-
answer was like screeching in my ear. So,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not
sorry.
sure. I'm not sure. You guys have actually, when you guys enter the meeting in the settings, or even down the bottom where it's the where you got the microphone button and the video buttons. If you go to the audio settings, I believe there is a there's a little arrow up button there. Audio settings, or you could go to test speaker or microphone, and you could test your speaker or microphone levels and regulate them and set them there. Okay.
yeah, because I think Alexandra Hall, I think that's
Well,
what
yeah, because
she
it
said.
could be a thing with volume. I'm not sure who it
Yeah.
is. It could be a thing with the volume because there's a lot of feedback. It sounds like.
Yeah, because every time she speaks, it's a complete just static. It just
Okay.
drowns everybody out. No,
Yeah,
not
you just go there to go to the test speaker and microphone, and you could check that out. Okay. Try to regulate that. Yeah, that's my testing. Let me cancel that. Okay, key terms to review 2. All right, here we go. Agent of an agent is a
Subagent.
You guys could get that without even looking at all the answer options. And I suggest that that's how you do this. When I read these questions out, you guys should try to formulate an answer in your head without even looking at the answers. It's a great way to do it on exams too. When you read questions and try to think of the answer in your head and then look at the answer options. Okay, that's probably the best way to do it. But yeah. An agent of an agent is a subagent. So 15 is A. Agreement between a buyer and seller on major points.
Meeting of the minds.
6 is B, meeting of the minds. Contract by which the owner retains a broker to find a buyer.
Listing agreement.
5 is C. Harmless exaggeration at salesmanship.
Puffing.
Puffing. 11 is D. Illegal sharing of a commission with the seller.
Kickback.
It is a kickback. 2 is E. One authorized to act for another in a specific transaction.
A very special agent.
That's right. You're a special agent. That's right. 14 is F. All right. It sounds kind of stupid, doing the exaggerations like that, but you remember. One qualified and prepared to purchase.
Ready, willing, and able buyer.
12 is G.
Hold on, please. Did you say one authorized to act for another in a specific transaction?
Yep. 14 is F. A special agent is.
Oh, well, okay. Now, the reason why I was looking at it is I thought it was Anthony, in fact.
No. Attorney, in fact, can legally sign on somebody else's behalf, but we'll see what the definition for attorney in fact is coming up.
Okay.
Person licensed to assist for a real estate broker.
Salesperson.
13 is H, a salesperson. Salesperson who sets their own hours, pays their own estimated income taxes, etc.
Independent contractor.
1 is I, independent contractor. Problem not discoverable by normal prudent inspection.
Latent defect.
Yes, if it's not discoverable by a normal inspection, requires further investigation to uncover, that would be a latent defect. 3 is J. Rules governing conduct of agents.
Law of agency.
Law of agency.
4 is K, the law of agency. The one employing an agent, the
Principal.
Principal.
We also refer to them as the principal. 9 is L. The one who brings about the sale.
Procuring cause.
10 is M. They are the procuring cause. Written authorization of agencies referred to as
Power of attorney.
8 is N. Okay, so that's what they were looking for there. One who facilitates a transaction without functioning as an agent.
Transaction broker.
16 is O. And legislation requiring that communities be alerted to the presence of sex offenders.
Maggie's Law.
Megan's Law. 7 is P. All right, one more. Key terms 3. Ready? Competence normally expected.
Standard of care.
11 is A. Fraud committed by someone who should have known better.
Negligent misrepresentation.
8 is B. Negligent. Intentional fraud.
Fraudulent misrepresentation. 4.
4C. Yeah, they're not doing a very good job here. You don't use the word to define itself, Member of a private national organization.
10.
Realtor.
National Association of Realtors.
No, it's a realtor.
The realtor. The realtor is the member. Okay.
Keyword is member.
Yeah. 10 is D. Now, technically, who is the realtor? Who can be a realtor?
Salesperson.
Only the broker. Everybody else is a realtor associate. They're associated underneath the broker, right? You guys can't become a member of the Realtors Association unless you affiliate with the broker, right? And then you're going to become a member under the broker at whatever association you're a member of, at least for the primary one, right? So technically only a broker can be a realtor. Everybody else is a realtor associate. So designation awarded for advanced study.
Graduate Realtor.
Yes, this would be the GRI, or Graduate Realtor Institute, which is a course offered by New Jersey Association of Realtors and by NAR. But this is a class that could actually substitute taking the broker's course to get your broker's license too. So it's probably about $1,000 to $1,200. Private nationwide organization of brokers and salespersons.
NAR.
NAR, National Association of Realtors. 7 is F. Problem when serving the best interest of both the client and oneself.
Conflict of interest.
2 is G. Real estate equivalent of malpractice coverage.
Errors of omissions insurance.
3 is H, E, and O. Standard of conduct.
Hey, Nick.
The standard of conduct adopted by realtors.
Ethics.
1 is I. Statewide group of real estate licenses.
It's Maria. Maria and Matt. Mm-hmm.
John, mute yourself.
Statewide group of real estate licensees who choose to join.
New Jersey
Realtors.
9 is J. An unintentional deception committed in ignorance.
Innocent.
Innocent
Misrepresentation.
Ain't so innocent sounding when you put it that way though, right? 6 is K. In ignorance. All right.
Okay, no problem, Nick. All right, bye.
Mute yourself.
All right, so fair housing, chapter 4. Let me pull up the slideshow for chapter 4.
So when is the exam for this class?
Okay, when we're done with the class, when we're completed the course, you have to pass a school exam first. Right now, I'm working on a solution to be able to do that online. Okay. So I'm working, trying to get work done with 2 companies to offer a solution for that.
Is that like the camera thingy?
Yeah, they have to watch you taking the exam remotely. So
Okay.
this is I'm trying to work with PSI, the same company that that offers a state exam, but getting through to them and having their salespersons, I'm playing phone tag with them right now, trying to set this up.
Yeah.
But hopefully by the end of the class, we'll have it set up and I'll have all the questions in there that they could do, that we could offer it online.
You think we'll have it by the 8th, Victor? Like we will have the test on the 8th?
I'm desperately working to get through to them to do that. So I'm getting to them. I tried getting on the weekend. I tried after classes. I'm reaching out to these people. It's them and another company I'm trying to work with to arrange to have these online exams. So I am hoping to have it done and ready by then. Okay.
Even if it's available on the 8th, are we required to take it immediately, or can we?
No, you know what? If it's going to be, if it's online, then it doesn't really matter when the hell you take it, you know. But we give you 6 months to complete the course. Okay, so I'll make it available as soon as possible for you guys here, you know. And any delays on my part to have it available, I'm not going to hold that against you guys as far as that 6 month time, you know. But hopefully, it sounds like you guys are all eager to get it done right away anyhow, so that's not going to be an issue. It's just a matter of me getting it worked out with these companies to have it set up, and then for me to enter all the questions and answers in there so that you guys can take this exam. And then you just log on at any time. I believe that they have it 24/7. Somebody, a proctor, who basically you show your driver's license to, or your ID on the video camera. You set up the video camera and your cell phone on the side. You put the little app on so that they can take control of the camera on that, and they can watch you from the side and from front view. And but if you don't have a camera available, you can't take the exam online.
What if you just have one camera?
Okay, they have to be able to see you. Well, do you have a cell phone too?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you got a cell phone, you got a camera built into that as well. So I'm not sure if they only require one camera or 2.
Yeah, because that's a little like invasion of privacy, you know.
Well, it's you know, you want to take the exam at home. That's the option. You know, you want to make sure that you don't have your book with your notes sitting right here on the side, out of way of this camera. You know, they want to be able to see what's going on around you, especially if you're getting up or if you're looking around a lot. They may deem that as a suspicious activity that should be looked into further. So It's new. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit difficult to do when you're taking exams from home. You know.
How many questions
So-
is the test?
So do we have to pass the school test before we take the state one?
Yes, you have to pass a school exam before you can take the state.
And how many times are we allowed to retake the school exam?
I don't put a limit on it.
Okay.
How many questions does it have?
110, and it's 110 on the state exam as well. Passing is 70%. That means you could get 33 questions wrong and still pass with a score of 70.
Now, is the school test pretty much similar to the state exam, or is it its own independent?
No, yeah, it's written by the book manufacturer. They ask questions in a different way, especially since the state exam redid their exam recently. State exam is a little bit more scenario based now. It's
everything submitted?
It's the same content. You could figure it out. It's just that they ask the questions in a different way.
Jennifer?
And I did my Oh, sorry. I'm talking to my son. Sorry about that.
Thanks. I'm sorry, can you repeat that again, Victor?
Yeah, state exam is a little more scenario based. They redid the exam recently. But if you understand the content, it doesn't matter how they ask the question. You should be able to figure out and get it right.
Yeah, I kind of noticed. Yeah, because you kind of like studying for separate exams. But
Yep.
yeah.
Also, for those of you that are questioning the 2 cameras, when I used to take online exams for college, they usually just have you take your laptop and do a 360, like hold your laptop in your hand and just kind of do a 360 so they can make sure that there is nothing else around, but it doesn't usually require 2 cameras.
Yeah, that's like a little, bizarre.
Well, they have the option. I guess they're telling their technology. What I read up on their information there is that they could do it with 2 cameras, so you don't have to spin your laptop. Okay. All right. So let's pull up the next slideshow here. And let's get started in the next chapter, chapter 4. Fair housing. This is chapter about, geez, we got to start hustling here. Chapter 4, fair housing, is a chapter about discrimination. We have to be aware of discrimination and all the anti-discriminatory laws that are out there. We got to be aware of the different kinds of discrimination so that we don't find ourselves being found guilty of it, okay? Discrimination is more than a black and white thing, okay? There's a lot of different kinds of discrimination. There's a lot of protected classes out there. A lot of people just think, when you think of discrimination, you're thinking of maybe male, female, or sexual discrimination, or black and white, okay? There's a lot of kinds of discrimination out there. When you guys enter the real estate business, you're going to start learning about there's kinds of discrimination that you're going to be like, well, that was a thing? I didn't even know, People will always find ways to come up with their own ways to alienate each other, and they'll find new ways of discrimination, okay? Our job as real estate agents is hard enough. We don't need to start bringing other factors into it about discrimination. Look, just treat everybody fairly and equally, be colorblind. The only color I see is green, right? So in a real estate transaction, I don't care who you are, where you're from, what dialect you speak, what country, what race, what nationality, what your sexual orientation is, gender identity or expression, whether you're pregnant or breastfeeding, if you were in the military, if you have a disability or anything like that. I don't care. I'm going to show you the house is just the same. I don't care where you live, as long as you buy it through me so that I get paid a commission, right? If you look at it that way, you guys can't go wrong, okay? But still, you get people out there that may try to trap you and get you in situations because they got nothing better to do with their lives. And then you also have regulatory agencies that try to test you to make sure that you are treating everybody fairly and honestly. It could be the government or some of these agencies that they hire volunteers, okay? So they get volunteers that they call testers to act like they're buyers or sellers to see if you're treating everybody equally and fairly and the same. Now, as far as I'm concerned, they're wasting my time because I treat everybody equally. I treat everybody fairly. I don't care what's going on with anything. You know, I don't discriminate. I'll sell you a house. I don't care where it is. You know, I don't care who you are. I'll sell you a house as long as you qualify for it, right? If you could afford it, I'll sell it to you, right? So as long as you keep that frame of mind, you don't have to worry about too much about getting in trouble for anything else, being found guilty of discrimination. But let's start getting into these discriminatory laws, okay? We have to deal with fair housing because we want to make sure everybody has a fair chance at having a place to live, at having housing on an equal basis. So we're going to start off with the oldest law around, the one from the 1800s, okay? So we're going to start off with the Civil Rights Act of 1866 on the bottom of page 50 on the bottom right-hand side, all right? The efforts of the federal government to guarantee equal housing opportunities for all U.S. citizens began over 150 years ago already with the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Just highlight Civil Rights Act of 1866. All right. This is an outgrowth of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, which basically says that all people, let me read and tell you exactly what it says. All citizens of the United States, it prohibits any type of discrimination based on race and or color. It says all citizens of the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory as is enjoyed by white citizens thereof to inherit, purchase, lease, sell, hold, or convey real or personal property. I want you to highlight real or personal property. Now, because of the reference to white citizens, this law has been widely interpreted to prohibit discrimination based on race and or color. I just want you to highlight the word race for exam purposes, hint, hint. Okay. In 1987, in a court case involving the old Civil Rights Act of 1866, the Supreme Court broadened the definition of race, implying that it may also apply to ethnic or in some cases religious groups as well. All right, so a Federal Fair Housing Act of 1866. Let's make a little modification here to this slideshow of 1866. It deals with what kind of property?
Real and personal?
All property. Real and personal. Okay. When they say real, they're talking about real estate. Okay. So all property, real and personal. All right. Now, what are the protected classes? Race,
Religion.
color. Now, for exams, I just had you highlight race. Okay, but race, color, religion. Where are we at here? And ethnic groups. Oh, what did I write here? Religious and ethnic, or ethnicity. All right. And this is the federal law. Okay, so Civil Rights Act of 1866. I'm just going to add in there, this is a federal law. It deals with all property, real and personal, and the protected classes are race, color, religion, religion, and ethnicity, okay? Then the next one, the Federal Fair, and then highlights, no exceptions are allowed to this federal law, okay? Okay, no exceptions allowed. So there are no exceptions. As we start getting into these laws, we got a couple more laws that we're going to go over dealing with discrimination. As we start going over these laws, we got to realize that different laws were created for different purposes. Now, we have a lot of laws that cover the same topic, discrimination, but not all laws were written for the same reason. So some laws may have exceptions to them. Because they have exceptions to them does not mean that you could discriminate, okay? Different laws cover different purposes for the creation of the law. And one thing you got to realize, when you have multiple laws that cover the same topic, the most restrictive rule will always prevail, okay? So the more restrictive law you have to follow. So basically, if one law allows you, if one law has exceptions to the rule, the most and there's another law in place that does not, then you got to follow the more restrictive rule, okay? So the Civil Rights Act 1866, it's a federal law. It deals with all property, real and personal, and protected classes of race, color, religion, and ethnicity. There are no exceptions allowed to this law. Now the next one, the Federal Fair Housing of 1968. This is a part of Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. So we're going to highlight the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, which is contained in this Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. Okay, so Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 is part of Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. This is a different Civil Rights Act. We have the Civil Rights Act of 1866. What happened? Just think back. When you remember the oldest law back then, that's when Lincoln was president. What happened back then, those days? 1866.
Slavery.
Yes, so basically they freed the slaves and they wanted to make sure that they all had equal rights, okay? So 1866 back then dealt with race, right? So there's a way to try to remember it. Slavery dealt with race, mostly with race anyway. So we have to try to make that link so that we can remember it. The oldest law, 1866, what was the protected class? Even though we got a couple of them there, the main one of that one was race, okay? And it dealt with all kinds of property, real and personal property, okay? Now, the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 is part of Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. This law provides that it's unlawful to discriminate on the basis of race, color, religion, or national origin when selling or leasing residential property. So what does this law deal with? It deals with residential property. So this law was created for specifically for not commercial property, not for personal property, but residential property. So residential real property, right? And so the protected classes are race, color, religion, or national origin. Now there are more classes. There are more classes to this law that we're going to see where are added, not just the two amendments that we see here below, but we'll see a few more. Okay, so let's continue reading on. Let's go back to the book. You underlined residential property. Okay, so the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 is a part of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, deals with residential property. Protected classes are race, color, religion, and national origin. There are more that were coming up. And it deals with selling or leasing residential property, which also includes vacant land for the purpose of building residential property, okay? And the law says that it is illegal to discriminate based on any of these. So let's go over this bulleted list here. Refusing to sell, rent, or negotiate with any person or otherwise making a dwelling unavailable to a person as a means of discrimination. Changing terms, conditions, or services for different individuals as a means of discrimination. Practicing discrimination through any statement or advertisement that restricts the sale or rental of residential property. Representing to any person as a means of discrimination that a dwelling is not available for sale or rent when in fact it is. Making a profit by inducing owners of housing to sell or rent because of the prospective entry into the neighborhood of persons of a particular race, color, religion, national origin, disability, or familial status. I want you to write after that bullet point, that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet point down. I want you to write after that 5th bullet point down the word blockbusting. Okay. Where can I put that here? Not in this slideshow. I'll just move to the other slideshow real quick and just make some words appear about this. List. Text box here. And we'll start off with this terminology, blockbusting. Blockbusting is one word. Okay, blockbusting is what's a good definition for this? It's discrimination. It's using discrimination as the tool to play on a homeowner's fears of a protected class. Okay, so blockbusting is using discrimination as a tool to play on a homeowner's fears of a protected class in order to scare them into selling. Okay, this is sometimes called panic peddling. Okay. All right, so blockbusting, this is probably the best definition, the most direct definition you're going to get on this. Blockbusting is using discrimination as the tool to play on a homeowner's fears of a protected class in order to scare them into selling. Okay, the protected class, that would be the person's race, color, religion, et cetera, okay? So we're covering all of that just by calling them a protected class, okay? So using discrimination as a tool to play on a homeowner's fears of a protected class in order to scare them into selling. This is also referred to as panic peddling, so sometimes called panic peddling, all right?
Hey, Victor, what if you don't use discrimination? For example, you tell someone, I'm not saying that I would do this, but if you tell someone, hey, in the next 2 years, this community is not going to be as valuable as, you know.
That's part of panic peddling. Look, this is how blockbusting usually goes down. I mean, we're going to get into a little bit more on the next page, but if I mention it now, I guess I'll go over it now, and then we could just like skim through it a little bit quicker on the next page. Blockbusting is saying, hey, look out. These people are moving into the neighborhood. They're going to drive down your home values, you know. And, you know, that could be saying, you know, people of a certain color, people of it could be, hey, they're putting a halfway house in next door. These people are all recovering drug addicts. You know, you're going to have drug addicts all over the place. You're going to have needles on the ground. It's going to be bad for the community. They're going to drive down the home prices, you know, whether it's, you're talking about somebody's color, their religion, their recovering addicts. That's a disability, I guess. You know, people in recovery are considered, or, you know, maybe a home for, I don't know, anybody with a medical condition, people with AIDS or whatever it is, you know, any protected class that you say, these people are moving in, they're going to drive down the property values. That's blockbusting. You're playing on a person's fears. You're trying to drum up panic in them to scare them into selling. And then you're going to be the hero that's going to step in there willing to buy it at a cheaper price. And then you turn around and sell it at a marked up price, probably to the very protected class whose fears you were using as an example you were drumming up those fears in the seller to get induce them to sell to begin with. Okay. Now blockbusting. What?
Can I ask another question before you go further?
Sure.
So let's say there is a new mall opening, maybe within the frame of the community, and within this new mall, they are building cinemas, they are building, et cetera, and people are coming around and asking saying that, oh, this place is going to be full of a lot of traffic and all sort of people are going to come over and is going to drive the value of the property down because it's no longer going to be a quiet community.
For what reason?
They are using the word that they are building a new mall around the area where there's going to be cinema and bars.
That's not a protected class, so that's not discrimination.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because sometimes people carry a petition around to see.
You got to look at the reasoning behind it. If it's, hey, they're putting in an incinerator in town, and you're gonna have all these garbage trucks driving through, and that's gonna bring down the values. Is an incinerator or garbage trucks a protected class? Is an improvement to the area a protected class? No. But if I say these people are moving in, they're gonna drive down your values, that's a protected class, and therefore that is illegal, and that is covered by blockbusting. And what law makes blockbusting illegal? The Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, or it may be written as Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. All right?
Correct.
Okay. So the very next bullet point, let's get back to the next bullet point. Altering terms or conditions for a home loan to any person who wishes to purchase or repair a dwelling or otherwise deny such a loan as a means of discrimination. Okay. We refer to this one as redlining. Okay. Now, when dealing with finances, accounting, banks, if they're going to give you the loan or not, they use if the finances don't make sense or if the numbers don't make sense, don't they usually accountants or finance people, they use red ink, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just try to think of it that way. The one that's dealing with redlining is the one, the word red is in there, redlining, think of red ink. And they put red ink on the application when it's no good, right? So the one that deals with financing or insurance policies. So redlining is refusing to give financing or financing/mortgage loans or insurance policies, even though the person can afford it as a means of discrimination. Okay, now this is commonly where you see this in the past, but it could be anywhere. But in the past, a lot of times where you've seen this, this may be like maybe insurance company doesn't want to give insurance policy or to give financing to buy a house in a rundown neighborhood, and some of the urban areas, perhaps, they would say they're not going to do it. But if the person could afford the mortgage payments or if they could afford the insurance policy cost, now, sure, those costs may vary depending on factors, right? Insurance may be higher if it's in a high crime area. But that's okay. If the home buyer can afford it, then you give them the insurance policy. You don't simply not give it to them as a means of discrimination, right? So refusing to give financing, mortgage loans, or insurance policies, even though the person can afford it as a means of discrimination, is called redlining.
Huh?
Okay. All right. Let's see. Mute yourself there. Denying people membership or limiting their participation in any multiple listing service, real estate brokerage organization, or any facility related to the sale or rental of dwellings as a means of discrimination as well. All right. Now the right side of the page. This is this is not a continuation of this bulleted list. So either with your pen, put a box around the first line or highlight it just to break it up, the formatting a little bit so that you see that this is there's a title here. Exemptions to the Federal Fair Housing Act. So there are some exemptions to the Federal Fair Housing Act. All right. So this is a law that does have some exemptions to it. Let me just go back, switch the slideshows that you're seeing. Nope, this is not going to talk about those exemptions. Okay, but we can put next to the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 as some exemptions. Okay. All right. So the exemptions to the Federal Fair Housing Act are, just hold off your questions just for a few until we get through all the exemptions here, okay? Like I said before, because one law gives exemptions, it doesn't mean that you could, it's not a green light to discriminate. There are other laws that cover discrimination. Because one law has exemptions to it does not mean that you're allowed to discriminate now. But keep in mind, this Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 that has some exemptions to it, what kind of property does it deal with?
Residential?
Only residential property. Okay. So some of these you may be able to figure out yourself. Some of them may not, the reasonings why they have the exemptions you could figure out yourself. Others may not be so apparent at the beginning, but the politicians put in these exemptions for a reason. They specifically carved them out for reasons. Some of them we may not know, we may not have an idea of it right away, what the reasons are. Others will be pretty obvious. Okay, so the sale or rental of a single family home is exempt when the home is owned by an individual who does not own more than 3 such homes at one time, meaning that they don't engage in real estate as their main form of business. And when A, a broker or salesperson or agent is not used, and B, discriminatory advertising is not used. They put a broker or salesperson there, agent, because under no circumstances are we are never permitted to discriminate under no circumstances, okay? But these are under certain, we're going over certain instances where a homeowner, there are exceptions carved out to the law, okay? Discriminatory advertising is not used. Okay, so if the owner is not living in the dwelling at the time of the transaction or was not the most recent occupant, only one such sale by an individual is exempt by the law within any 24-month period. Now, the rental of rooms or units is exempt in an owner-occupied 1 to 4 family dwelling. Dwelling units owned by religious organizations may restrict people of the same religion if membership in the organization is not restricted on the basis of race, color, national origin, disability, or familial status, any of the protected classes. And a private club that's not open to the public may restrict the rental of its occupancy and lodgings that it owns to its members as long as the lodgings are not operated commercially. Now, in 1974, an amendment added sex as a protected class, and you can see that on the slideshow as well. And in 1988, 2 new classes were added. People with disabilities and familial status. Familial status means that they're people who have children under the age of 18, you have families, you have children, okay? You cannot discriminate against people because they have children, because they have families, you know. You don't want to hear the people screaming, the kids running around. Well, you know, it's a protected class, okay? Let's see. Now, in 1988, 2 new classes were added, those with mental or physical disabilities. All right. And this includes people who had AIDS and familial status, people under the age of 18. Alcoholics and persons in drug treatment programs are a protected class. You know what? We should add that in here to this slideshow. Alcoholics and persons in treatment programs are a protected class, okay? But current drug abusers are not a protected class, nor are those who pose a threat to the health or safety of others. Okay, so who are the prohibited prohibited
Protected class, alcoholics, people in the treatment programs.
Okay, so those are protected classes. But the prohibited, what is prohibited still are
Drug abusers.
Drug abusers.
And people who pose a threat to health or safety.
And people who pose dangers or threat to health and safety of others.
Any rhyme or reason to why that is? That doesn't make any sense to me.
How so?
Well, alcoholics and drug abusers.
Because they're trying, even though they're well, alcoholics, I really don't understand that one, because it doesn't matter. You don't have to be in treatment, but you're an alcoholic still. But the drug users, if you are in treatment programs, that means you're trying to get help. That means you're trying to quit. So hopefully you're not using right now. That's why they're considered a protected class. So if you're in recovery, you can't discriminate against people because they had a problem, but now they're trying to get straight, you know?
I see. Okay.
So basically here, let's look at it this way. You own a house, but next door, this house was just purchased by a group that's going to use it as a halfway house for recovering alcoholics or drug addicts. All right. You cannot discriminate against them. They are a protected class. Okay. But I mean,
is that even allowed?
But if you got it, look, it's different than if somebody is living in a house next door and they're using it as a crack house, where all the drug addicts can meet and shoot up or smoke or whatever, you know.
Or opioids, yeah, opioids. Yeah,
whatever the drug is, you know. So current drug abusers do pose a threat to the health or safety of others, especially if it's some of these meth and stuff like that. Some of these common ones that we're seeing these days, which are extremely dangerous. Right. But especially pertaining to real estate, we have issues sometimes selling a house if people were making meth in it. The chemicals that were involved in that are toxic. There are cases where the Justice Department or law enforcement agencies tore down a house because of that, because they don't want nobody living in there or going in there and occupying it, because the chemicals that were used are so toxic that they could cause real harm to people. So they just in manufacturing these drugs, okay, so they destroy it. They don't want it being reused because it may not even be able to be cleaned to the point that it's safe. All right. Now highlight with your highlighter. the next sentence. Housing intended for older persons is exempt from the familial status requirements if it's solely occupied by persons 62 or older. Okay. Now, right next to that, senior housing, because that's what senior housing is. That's the definition of senior housing. Here, let me just add another slide in here in this show here, because this is senior housing. Okay, so what is senior housing?
Housing occupied by people 55 and older.
Occupied solely, I don't know what I'm doing here. It's occupied solely by people 62 and older. This is senior housing. Okay. Then we have the rest of this paragraph. Next to the side of the remainder of this paragraph, you're going to write 55 plus community. All right. So what is a 55 plus community?
People of that age range.
If 80% of the units are occupied by at least one person, that is, by one person 55 years or older, and the housing facility or community hosts and adheres to policies that demonstrate its intent to be housing for 55 plus. I'm not going to say older persons. I'll say 55 plus persons. And complies with HUDs. That's the Department of Housing and Urban Development. That's the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Rules. Okay. So let's read this here. So if 80% of the units are occupied by at least one person 55 or older, and the housing facility or community publishes and adheres to policies and procedures that demonstrate its intent to be housing for any place here now that you see in a book where it says older, just write 55 plus. For 55 plus persons, and also complies with occupancy rules issued by the Secretary of HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. A licensee marketing such housing for 55 plus persons should make sure the facility states in writing that it complies with the requirements for this exemption. Okay, so these are the exemptions that they were speaking about on the previous slide. So senior housing and 55 plus communities are some of these exemptions. Okay.
Can we go back briefly to the federal fair housing laws regarding disabilities? I don't know if you remember at the beginning.
This one?
Yeah, I don't know if you remember at the beginning of the class, you mentioned something about that.
I'm sorry, what, you got to speak up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I don't know if you remember at the beginning of the class, I had mentioned that I had a question regarding that disability rental issue that I had, and you told me to go ahead and wait until we get here.
Okay, so what was the question?
I was trying to rent out one of my properties out to a client, and I had a realtor, and so I specifically told the realtor not to allow people with pets to apply.
Okay,
Because,
okay, let's stop right there.
right.
Your wording, you said pets. Okay, pets are not a protected class.
Mhm.
However, if they have a service animal,
Right. It was, yeah.
you cannot deny a person with a service animal. That is a protected class. Okay, so even if you got allergies, it don't matter. If they're a service animal, you cannot deny a person that has a service animal. They are a protected class. But I want you to hold off on this until we go over the New Jersey law against discrimination, because it may clarify things a little bit more to answer your question better.
Yeah, because there's like a fine line between discriminating and not allowing. I mean, you can't force someone.
Well, pets or service animals.
Service
In order to have a service animal, first of all, you need a prescription from a doctor that states that you have a need for the service animal.
Right.
And this prescription needs to be renewed every 2 years.
Mhm.
So it's not unreasonable for a landlord to say that if you are claiming that you have a service animal, we need a letter from your doctor. Now, the letter from your doctor does not have to say what your disability is or any of that. It just needs to be on the medical letterhead that states that, in fact, you have a need for a service animal. That's it. Okay. Now, this is federal law. This is federal law. And people who violate this law for the service animal, there are severe fines involved if you infringe on somebody's rights, you discriminate against them. But the thing is, there's very little you could do as far as asking to confirm. You know, you could ask for a letter from their doctor, you know. Even places of business, you know, you got somebody who goes in with their dog or whatever into a place of business. There's limited things that a business can do. They could ask, is this a service animal? Do you have a need for a service animal? They can't ask what the disability is.
Right. That I know.
And there's one more question. I forget what it is. I always forget what it is. But there's 3 questions that any business can ask, you know. Is it a service animal? Do you have a need for a service animal? And I forget what the 3rd question is, but either way, can somebody ever be kicked out that has a service animal?
No.
Well, let's look at a business from a business perspective, being at a business. In a business, place of business, yes, the answer is yes. The person with the service animal, even if it is a legitimate service animal, not somebody who's lying about it, they still can be kicked out if that person does not have control over that service animal. It can't just lift its leg and start peeing anywhere it wants, or, you know, defecating. You know, if it's barking or snipping at people, they could definitely be asked to leave. Okay, under those circumstances, even if it is a legitimate service animal. All right, you should. The person with the disability needs to have their service animal under control. All right, so by using that as an example, I would assume that if the person cannot control their animal in a house, that the landlord can take the same kinds of actions. However, I would ask you to consult with an attorney before you do anything pertaining to that. Okay.
Yeah, so you have a client and the client wants to see the apartment, right, or the home. And
they got a service animal, you got
right. And so you have to tell your client, you have to show them the place, and you cannot discriminate, basically, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
They could fire you for that.
Now, hold on a second. We're going to get into that a little bit more, because for you, I'm not sure what your situation is, what kind of house you had. Don't tell me now.
Yeah.
Let's go over the New Jersey stuff, because when we go over the New Jersey stuff, they get into, there are some exceptions, there's some exemptions to it under certain circumstances, and we're going to get into that a little bit, which may clarify whether you're allowed to or not. Okay, so hang tight just
No problem.
a moment.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. So let's see. So we know the difference between a senior housing and 55 plus community. Do you have to be 55 plus to live in a 55 plus community?
No.
Oh,
No, you don't. Can you own a unit in a 55 plus community if you're not 55 plus?
Should be able to.
Yes.
Can you buy a unit in a 55 plus community if you're not 55 plus?
yeah.
No.
What's the difference between buying and owning?
Let's just say you were living with a parent that's 55 plus. They died. They could leave you their unit that they owned, and you could live in it and not be 55 plus. But the community is meant to be strictly for those 55 and older. All right. So they, you can live there, but the community has to keep tabs on the people that are living there and their ages and such. Look, because at least 80% of the units has to have at least one person living in it that's 55 plus. If they don't meet that requirement, they no longer qualify as a 55 plus community under federal law. So they lose all kinds of tax, helping out with their property taxes, helping out with any additional money perhaps that the community gets. So they have to abide by this, and they also have to post somewhere on a public board that this is a 55 plus community, what the rules are, or if it's a senior housing, that it's senior housing, it complies with HUD's guidelines for such as well. They have to post that as well. If you are getting a listing for 55 plus community or senior housing community, you cannot just put in the MLS, 55 plus, senior housing only, 62 and older, no kids, because that would be a violation of federal laws, right? Under the familial status guidelines. However, there are some exemptions. These are the exemptions to familial. Am I spelling that right? Familial? Yes, I am. Familial exemptions to familial status rules or guidelines.
A quick question, Vic. So if they're saying you have to be above 55 and no kids, if you put it on a sign, but it's for the senior housing, is that still going against
Wait, what's the question? Can you reform that question?
Yeah, sure.
Or restate it?
On a regular sign, if you put no children, obviously that's
don't put any of that stuff on a sign anyway. And any of your advertisements, by the way, keep them positive. Don't use words no, restricted, or, in any advertisement that you have, think of it as a salesperson. Why would you put anything negative? Do not put anything negative. But if you're going to put like in the MLS or on an advertisement, if it is a 55 plus community or senior housing, write senior community or 55 plus community. But don't write no kids. First of all, no is a negative word, right? Don't put anything negative in ads. Always keep ads happy. Keep your ads happy, right? Think of Bob Ross, the guy, the painter, he was always that, let's paint a little happy tree here. Keep everything happy in your ads. Keep everybody's mood up, okay? Anything negative in an ad, okay? Number 101 in sales, okay? Keep things positive, okay? Don't be negative, okay? So there you go. Answer your question right there. Okay, so don't put it. Okay, now, we learned about some exemptions to the Federal Fair Housing Act in addition to the familial status. We learned about, religious organizations can restrict this sale to other people of the same religion, or occupancy of private clubs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, okay? We learned about some of those exemptions as well. So there's a case that popped up. Obviously, if you have one law that covers it, and then there's another law that allows an exemption, that somebody's going to try to go for the exemption, right? So let's read about this famous case here, okay, which basically makes things perfectly clear. I already told you what the answer was to this. I told you when two laws cover the same thing, the more restrictive rule will always prevail, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. So let's read this case down the bottom of Jones versus Mayer. Now, the second significant fair housing development of 1968 was a Supreme Court decision where Jones versus Alfred H. Mayer Company. Jones was an African-American who sued Mayer, alleging that he had refused to sell him a home in St. Louis County, Missouri, solely on the basis of race. In its ruling, the court upheld the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which prohibits all racial discrimination, private or public, in the sale or rental of property. Now, the importance in this decision rests in the fact that while the 1968 law has some exemptions to it, the 1866 law, when it comes to race, no exceptions are allowed. So, despite any exemption in the 68 law, an aggrieved person may seek remedy for racial discrimination under the 1866 law against any homeowner, regardless of whether the homeowner employed a real estate broker or they advertised in a discriminatory fashion. When it comes to race, there are no exceptions to the law. You can never discriminate based on race, okay? Even the laws that have exceptions carved out with them, when it pertains to race, no exceptions will apply. Now, sometimes there's exceptions for religion, sometimes there's exceptions for familial status and other things, but when it comes to race, you can never discriminate based on race. Good?
Yep.
All right. Now, you see this picture on page 52? This is a sample of the Equal Housing Opportunity poster. Okay, so this is a sample of the Equal Housing Opportunity poster. And this Equal Housing Opportunity poster, you see it's got the house at the top with the equal sign in it. It says Equal Housing Opportunity. Any place that offers housing for sale or for rent, any place that offers housing or housing services has to have this poster posted somewhere in the place of business. If somebody files a complaint against you as an agent, they would file it with HUD because HUD enforces the federal anti-discriminatory laws. So HUD has investigators within it. So HUD will send out an investigator to your office to investigate. And one of the first things they look for when they go to your office is to see if this poster is displayed somewhere. If they cannot locate this poster, if this poster is not displayed, they stop their investigation. You are automatically guilty of discrimination. If we look on the left side of page 53 at the top of the page, the second paragraph says, when HUD investigates a broker for discriminatory practices, it considers failure to display the poster evidence that you do discriminate. Because if you don't advertise that you offer equal housing for all, then that's just like saying, I do discriminate. We don't offer equal housing for all. Okay, so as you can see, it's fairly easy to prove discrimination, even though it was the furthest thing from your mind and you didn't have anything to do with it. Simply by not having this poster posted, you could find yourself guilty of discrimination. How messed up is that? You know, these things need to be displayed. All right, so block busting and steering. Okay, we went over block busting already. We added block busting to our other slideshow, which I'm going to go back to right now. Okay, block busting is there. Between redlining and block busting, I'm going to add steering. Okay. Steering, let's first read a little bit and then we'll finish this note. Blockbusting and steering are illegal housing practices frequently discussed in connection with fair housing. And it says here, while they're not mentioned by name in the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, both are prohibited by that law. Okay, so let's also go down to highlight the first sentence or the first 4 lines under blockbusting. I already gave you a better definition, but let's just highlight this one. It says blockbusting, also known as panicked peddling, means inducing homeowners to sell by making representations regarding the entry or prospective entry of minority persons into the neighborhood. So the definition I gave you is using discrimination as the tool to play on a homeowner's fears of a protected class, we'll say, is moving into the neighborhood. In order to scare them into selling, okay? Next paragraph, steering. Highlight steering, highlight the first sentence here. Steering is the channeling of home seekers either to or away from a particular area on the basis of being a protected class. The basis of their race, color, country of origin, or other protected class, okay? So steering is either, okay, so it's steering is either, you know what, it is limiting someone's options of where they can live by not showing them all the properties that meet their criteria in the areas they're looking, or by channeling those home seekers to or away from certain areas. Now, that could be done. Home seekers. Okay. Limiting someone's options of where they can live by not showing them all the properties that meet their criteria in the areas they're looking. I'm going to say not or, but I'm going to just put a slash there. By channeling those home seekers to or away from certain areas, or simply not making them aware homes are available in those areas. You know, by limiting their options, you know, you're not showing them, right? So if you come to me, you say you want to look in a certain area, and I say, well, there's nothing available in that area, and instead I keep showing you only properties that are in different areas on the other side of town. Am I still limiting your options? Am I still steering you in a different direction? Yeah, but I'm not showing you the homes that meet your criteria in an area that you're willing to live in, because I'm like, oh, there's nothing over there, but on this side of town. Or if I just have that conversation with you and I say, you know what, I think you'd like it better over here for whatever the reason. Now, steering, you guys got.
So can you define area?
It could be a section of town, this side of the street, that block instead of this block. You know, you're basically, you don't want them living over here. You rather have them live over there. Okay. Here's the bottom line when it comes to steering. When the agent is the one deciding where the buyer or renter should live, when you're the one that's making the decision.
What if they're not familiar with the area and
as a means of discrimination? Okay. I added that in. Hopefully that Okay, but still, you know, it's fairly easy to prove that you've been discriminated. Look, even if the person's new to the area, like you were about to say, they're new to the area, but so they don't know anything about it, right? And they don't know anything about this area. They want your guidance. They want your direction. You got to tread carefully, my friends, because this is dangerous waters here. When you are the agent and you're the one that's deciding where that person should live, that person could build up a case later on. If for some reason you get into an argument, they just don't like you no more. If they wanted to, they could file a complaint against you saying that you were discriminating against them. You know, even if you were following their directions. This is why it's also important to try to get everything in writing from people. But when searching for a house and the criteria, a lot of times we just have this by conversation. You know, unless you're doing it by email or they're sending you messages, you know, that you could keep this evidence, you know, it's kind of difficult because we just have conversations with people. They could tell you, oh, I'm not very familiar with the area. And steering is very, very easy for you to be found guilty of discrimination. You could be the same color as the other person, the same sex, the same religion, the same sexual orientation, or the opposite. You know, discrimination, it's not just for people that are the opposites, you know, black and white or straight or gay or whatever, you know, it's steering, it doesn't matter. You know, people can discriminate against each other that are the same, you know. It's very easy to be found guilty. Somebody can just make the accusation if they could paint the picture and build it up. Here, let me give you an example. I gave you this example early on, a couple days ago too, about why it's important to have a exclusive buyer's agency agreement in place. I told you guys that you could be searching for a home for somebody that meets all their criteria, but you're filtering it out based on the commission that's being offered to you as the buyer's agent. And now you're not showing them properties. Now, if you were able to paint on a map, if you were able to draw on the map this, here, let me just throw something up real quick here on one of these whiteboards. So let's just say you're showing people properties. Now, all the properties you're showing them tend to be concentrated over here. And then on that side of Main Street, here's where all the properties are you're showing them. But you're not really showing them any properties on this side, right? But yet there's properties over here that meet their criteria. You know, if the reason is only because of commission, well, the person can still paint the picture. If you never had that conversation and never had them sign that exclusive buyer's agency agreement that gave you permission not to show them the properties that were not offering the minimum amount of commission. And these properties that I just circled on this other side of Main Street are ones that are not paying that minimum commission. Now, it just so happens they're all in that one same area. But if it happens that all those properties are that one same area, is it easy to paint the picture that you're only showing them properties over here? You're showing properties only on this side, but not over here on this side. And it doesn't matter what the reason is. They could paint the picture to a jury that says, how come you weren't showing me any of the properties on this side of Main Street? I mean, they're in my price range. They're in an area I'm willing to consider. They meet my criteria. I mean, what's your answer going to be? Either way, it's going to be, well, I was steering you, which is discrimination, or it's, I was putting my own interest above yours because they weren't offering the minimum commission, and we never had that conversation. If we never had that conversation and I'm putting my interest above yours, you're in violation of real estate licensing law. So I'm either guilty of violating real estate licensing law or I'm guilty of discriminating against you. Either way, it ain't good. This is why it's good to have that conversation with them about having them, you know, what your commission is and what should you do. Should I show you properties that don't meet that minimum commission requirement, or are you willing to pay the difference? And if you're not, get them to put it in writing
that not to show you these properties that are not willing to pay the minimum amount of commission. Now, if they tried to put me up on saying I was steering them in this direction and not showing them any of these properties, I could say, well, it's because these properties weren't paying that minimum amount of commission that we discussed. So it's not, you told me not to show you these properties. It's not something I did on my own, right?
Right. Well, there's a question here about this.
Yes, you will
All right.
get questions on these things. Discrimination, just about everything in this chapter and discrimination, I guarantee you're going to get on questions of both school and state.
Okay, this particular thing about steering.
Yeah.
Now, you tell me that you can afford from $90,000 to $120,000 for a single family home, and based on your approval from the let's say how they call it, pre-approval, that's all you can afford. Now, but that area is in a blighted, how they call it, blighted area of town or bar area of town.
Okay, let's stop right there before you even finish that conversation. Let's try to rationalize what you're talking about. All right, so basically you're telling me that the only area that you could afford is basically a rundown area, right?
No, hold on. Yeah, there where you may be able to find it. It's possible you can go to the eastern side of town where there's a suburban that would be the suburb to that area that may have 2 or 3 houses within that range.
So show it to them.
But I mean,
yeah, it's in their
you
range.
know.
You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know, you show it to them the properties that meet their criteria. You know, unless that person specifically told you that they don't want to look in that area. That's a different story. Otherwise, I'll show you properties everywhere. I don't care. I don't give a crap where it is. I'll show you properties everywhere that meet your criteria. You know, but I'm not going to start pointing you saying, oh, you know what? This is the rundown area. You know what? You really shouldn't live there. You should probably really start looking in this area because it's a nicer area. Okay, well, hold on a second. What's nice? What's a nice area? My point is, you're going to give me descriptors, but still, it's subjective. I'm going to give you an example of this. I had a lady when I first opened up my office. I opened up my office in Edison, and when I first opened up my office, I had this one lady that came to me. She was working in Edison area, but she lived in Newark, and her lease was due, so she wanted to move out. She was looking for a new place, so she stopped in my office, and I sat her down next to me. And at the time, I actually did a lot of work in Newark back then. And so I was pretty familiar with the streets and such, you know, so she sat down at the computer right next to me, and we were going over the listings. You know, I wasn't trying to discriminate against nobody. We were going side by side with each other. I was showing her all the properties that were available in her price range, and we were looking throughout Newark. And she was like, no, I don't want to be in that area. No, that house looks too small. No, that house doesn't look good. No, the rooms are too small. No, So we were going over all the criteria. Now I hit on one property, and she's like, wait, back it up. So I backed up to the last property, and we're going over it, and we're looking at all the criteria, and we're like, oh yeah, this does look pretty good. The rooms look pretty large. Let me zoom in on the pictures. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. Everything looks good. Oh, the price is good. Wow, this looks like a pretty nice place. Hold on a second, let me pull up the map. And I pulled up the map, and I was just like, ooh, I was like, that's a pretty rough area. I was just there the other day. Now, I probably shouldn't have said that. Now, she knew I wasn't trying to discriminate against her. She was, you know, trying to help her out. She was side by side with me. I was having these conversations with her, you know. But, you know, if somebody who's got a chip on their shoulder wanted to, they could go file a complaint with me. I was trying to steer her away from an area, you know. And you never know with who you're dealing with. Sometimes people, you know, everything on their mind, the first thing on their mind is race, you know. So they like to, hate, you know. So, but, you know, this lady wasn't like that. You know, she understood I was trying to help her out there. And I was like, ooh, that place is that's a pretty rough area. I was like, I was there the other day. That's a pretty rough area. Well, what I considered rough, obviously this lady did not, because the words that came out of her mouth, I shit you not, were this. She said it just like this. She's like, nuh-uh, that area ain't bad. She's like, it's been at least a year since someone got shot there.
Damn.
At least.
You know, the crap that comes out of people's mouths sometimes will shock you. You know, when she said that, I was just like, it's a safe area because it's been at least a year since someone got shot there. I'm like, holy shit, somebody got shot there? I'm like,
Yeah,
there was a couple of years ago. I don't want to live there, you know?
But here's the question:
It's clearly subjective.
But as her fiduciary, right? What part of applying a level of care and based on your experience as an agent are you not kind of contributing to?
For safe area? What's the question? For safe area?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, what's a safe area? Obviously, what she considered safe, I didn't. You know,
yeah, I guess
that may be considered a safe area compared to what she's used to.
You know, I'm not talking about this instance. I guess what I'm wondering is the question in my mind is that when I think about both conceptually, I'm thinking that how to straddle, how to negotiate.
Here's the way to do it. Anytime something is subjective, you throw it back on them. Let them make the decision. All right. I want a safe area with good schools. Well, wait a minute. Wait, is good schools a subjective thing?
Absolutely not.
No.
Look at this. Hold on a second. Look at this. We already have two opinions right here in this class.
What if you
so
stay high school?
It could be because blue ribbon, some people.
What if
would
you
be
stay
blue
school
ribbon.
rating?
Absolutely. Blue ribbon is objective. That's a standard, right?
Okay, so
Yeah, but East Brunswick's blue ribbon and trash ass schools. So
here, let me give you a perfect example. I had a guy one time in a very affluent area. He was looking in very affluent areas. The guy had a lot of money, and he had very specific criteria for the homes that he was looking for. Had to be in had to be near the train to New York City because that's where he worked. He worked in Manhattan. But had to have had to be a safe town with good schools, had to have near the train, had to have certain extra curricular activities for the kids after school. I mean, it was really, really, really getting specific. So I actually started doing a lot of research just to build town profiles to see where I should look for homes before I even start looking for homes for this guy. And now, at the time, I was like, all right, now, how do I find a good good schools? Okay, so at the time I was married, and my wife was a public school teacher. So I asked her, and the reason why I asked her, I knew of resources previously. I just go to the Department of Education in New Jersey. Department of Education, and I could find all the school stats and all that stuff. But this was at the time when President Obama first got elected. And when he got elected, he ordered all Department of Educations throughout the country to pull down all school ranking criteria until they could go over them. His new department can go over them and decide what information there could be used by people as profiling or discriminatory or whatever. Anyway, throughout his whole 2 terms of presidency, he never released it again. They never did anything with it. They just took down all the school information. So for 8 years, there was no information available for me there as a real estate agent, so it kind of screwed me. I got clients wanting to know where the good schools are, and there's no information for 8 years published because they wanted to come up with some kind of new standard, which they never did. All right, so where does that leave me hanging? So now I'm looking for what are good schools for this guy. I can't even get any empirical data. So I start resorting to like greatschools.com and stuff like that. And what does greatschools.com show? It's I'm going through it, and it's like rankings based on a lot of subjective, whether the parents like the teacher because they baked cookies for the class or some kind of bullshit like that. You know, that does not.
Why couldn't you reference a state? Why couldn't you reference a state resource?
Because they were taken down. They were not available. The president ordered all states take down all their Department of Educations, and all states had to take down any information about the schools until they come up with a new standard telling them what information they can publish. Because, you know, a lot of that stuff, you know, they have testing scores, graduation rates, and then they have them by ethnicity and by backgrounds and all that stuff too, you know. So he said, take it all down. It could be discriminatory. We're going to come up with a new standard on how information can be put out there. But throughout 8 years of his presidency, he never put it back out there. Never. But that screwed us as real estate agents. Now we're scrambling. Where do we look? So we got to go based off of our own knowledge. But I don't want to do that because I don't want to be accused of steering. So I need some kind of data. So greatschools.com was a crap resource. And any school rankings that they had on their website was old data now. So where do I look? So I asked, at the time I was married, so I asked my wife and I said, so where do I look? And she's like, well, you can go to the Star Ledger website and they have a list of rankings of blue ribbon schools. And I said, well, what's a blue ribbon school? She's like, well, they are good. They're supposed to be the top ranked schools. Okay. Well, it's not school districts. They're by school. Okay. So I was like, okay. So now I started using that as a cross reference to create that list for the guy. So towns that met all of his other criteria and that had blue ribbon schools in them. And now I give this list of features to this guy. I did so much research, so much hard work, blood, sweat, and tears, wasting my time for this guy, putting together this list of all these criteria for him, of all these towns that meet his criteria. I did a lot of research. So, I mean, I really wanted this sale. I mean, this guy was buying some expensive homes, you know? So I'm looking and I make this list and I'm all proud and I give him this list and he's like, what's this? And I was like, well, it's a list of all the towns that meet all your criteria. They got the blue ribbon schools. And he's like, what's a blue ribbon school? And I was like, well, they're the good schools. He's like, I don't want to see any of this blue ribbon school bullshit. And he throws the paper back at me. I was like, whoa. He's like, do you even know? He said, do you even know what a blue ribbon school is? And I was like, good school. And he was like, apparently these people who play dumb, like they don't know anything about anything. They've already done their research. They already know. And this guy was like, well, actually, if you go to the Star Ledger website, now he's telling me, you know, he's like, if you go to the Star Ledger website, you go down to criteria. There's a little asterisk there. That asterisk is blue. If you click on, I'm sorry, criteria, it says data. If you click on the asterisk next to data, it's clickable. It brings up a menu of how much weight they put into the different topics of what, of the criteria that judge whether something is a blue ribbon school or not. What do you guys think makes up a blue ribbon school, a good school? Let's hear some feedback.
Smaller classes.
Test scores and graduation rates.
Test scores, graduation rates, what else?
How much funding?
Diversity.
Diversity, yeah, diversity is a big one actually. What else?
Taxes within the town.
Teachers ratio from
teacher student pupil ratio. Taxes, no, not taxes, but you're touching on something, how much money that school gets from state and federal government funding. Okay. But hold on a second. I don't have any kids, but if I had any kids,
teacher to student
when
ratio.
I'm thinking good schools, I'm thinking teacher student pupil ratio, how many kids to versus how many teachers in the classroom. Is that teacher teaching 10 kids or are they teaching 50 kids in the classroom? So I want to know teacher student pupil ratio. I want to know graduation rates. I want to know test scores, right? You know, the three R's, right? Reading, writing, arithmetic, right?
Oh my God, sounds like an ashtray.
That was a joke, by the way. Okay, so you know, I come from a good school system. But you get what I'm getting at. You know, if I was a parent, these are the factors I would be looking at. You know, sure, we want our kids to be culturally diverse and understand kids.
Look at my lungs for inhaling all that freaking.
Okay, please. So we want to understand kids coming from being with understanding other cultural diversity and all that stuff. That's all great. We want our kids to understand other cultures and be accepting and all that stuff. But you know what? When I'm thinking education, that's not what I'm thinking about. I'm not thinking about how much funding the school is getting. I'm thinking about test scores, graduation rates, teacher student pupil ratio, maybe extracurricular activities even for them. All right. But what they put them, and those things are, all those things that we mentioned are on that list of data. But the things at the top of the list that they put the most weight in to determine whether it is a blue ribbon school or not is how much funding they're getting and cultural diversity. Those are the two things that were at the top of the list that they put the most weight in. And so this guy threw that back in my face. He's like, I don't give a crap about that. He's like, I want to know what the how many kids go on to graduate from Ivy League colleges. And I was like, whoa.
What the hell?
I was like, now you're getting into information I don't think.
Why
even
is that not his
exists.
job? Why is that your job though? To
Exactly.
do all of
Like he
that?
should be looking for that, not you.
Well, exactly. But sometimes you're going to get people that want us to have knowledge of these things. But look, this guy was going.
That's
even
unrealistic.
This guy was going something that was real unrealistic because that data, that information does not exist. Now, some parents may say, yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Maybe if your kid is in a graduating class and that year's graduating class book had something that says, oh, this person's going to this college and this one's going to that college. But there's no database so you could research that stuff.
Correct.
All right. So this left me in a very precarious situation. I'm trying to do research for this guy. And then I did a lot of research and I did spend a lot of time in it and I was truly trying to help him. And that just goes to show you that no good deed goes unpunished, right? The guy threw it back in my face. He spat in my face, basically, and basically for this information, what you would assume was good school, this guy did not. So it is kind of subjective. Like even at the beginning when I asked this question, we had people had two things. One said that yes, it is subjective. The other said no, it's not subjective. And bottom line is it could be subjective if different things are important to different people. Then what a good school is to you could be different to someone else. Just like this one lady who a good area is that person that there was at least been a year since someone got shot there, then it's a good area, So some of these things that you don't think would be subjective actually are. And then if that's the case, you have to throw it back on the person, let them make the decision. They're the one that has to live there. What is a good school? I tried to be helpful and give the guy all the answers. But the thing is, what is the best way to avoid misrepresentation? It's not to have all the answers, but it's to refer them to the expert source. Unfortunately, I only had a blue ribbon school resource at the Star Ledger website because at the time the government took down all the school ranking report cards and graduation rates and test score stuff. So I truly did not have the information. Now all that information is available because there was at a point before the end of Obama's presidency that our governor at the time was Governor Christie, and he said, you know what, we've been waiting too long for this. He's going to release all the records and more information than was ever available in New Jersey before. He's releasing all the data that they collect. And he did that, and it's still to this day, all that information is available on the New Jersey Department of Education website, which is good. They got school rankings, school report cards, districts, and you could even compare them on the New Jersey Department of Education website. See, now today, if I got that guy, I would just send him the links to the Department of Education website, okay? So for the school ranking reports.
Yeah, I agree because listen, if you were to make a recommendation and God forbid later he says, it's not the good recommendation, then he'll come back at you and say you forced them to come move to this area and convince them that this school rating was this, that, and the third, so just better just recommend them to just go to the Department of Education.
Exactly. But what would you have done in my situation when there was no information available on the Department of Education website anymore?
I would probably just say, listen, as a real estate agent, we're not allowed to give that kind of information.
No.
Well, that's not entirely true, and they would know that, and they would just go to another real estate agent anyway.
I would have referred them to the State Department of Education.
You could have them call the Department of Education. I mean, he would have probably gotten the same answer of the message that was on the Department of Education website.
Well, the website was
ordered by the federal government not to release any of that.
Well, the website was down. That doesn't mean the data didn't exist.
Well, it doesn't. But the Department of Ed was ordered by the president not to release this information or make it public. So I don't know even if you called them. I mean, it's not a bad idea to ask them. Hey, maybe call them. Let them tell them that it's not available. or maybe have somebody that wasn't supposed to have a conversation with them, telling them what a good school is and where they are, and what have you. Sure, that could also be a possibility, but but the whole moral of this story is I tried to be helpful, and sometimes when you're trying to be helpful, it can be, some of that information can be subjective, and when it's subjective, once again, when you're the one that's making the decisions as well, and it's subjective, it could be considered steering too. Okay.
Quick question, Victor. Is there a way, this might be a silly question, but is there a way to eliminate driving all over the state trying to find potential, or trying to find properties for your clients?
So you want some tips? Is that what you're saying?
I just wasn't sure, like, if that
no,
way it doesn't
I'll
come
give
off
you
as steering.
Here, let me tell you what I do. If I've got somebody, they're not sure where they want to live, and they're like all over the place, you know?
Yeah, what if they're Atlantic City,
will-
then Newark? It's like, come on.
Well, if they're looking at Atlantic City, I'm going to tell them, well, I don't cover that area of the state. Even though I'm licensed to work everywhere in New Jersey, I'm not driving 2 hours, 2.5
Right.
hours down to AC so that to show properties, because it's not my main area. I really don't know the area well. I work in this north central Jersey portion. Okay, that's a large enough area of counties that I work in. I'm not going all the way North Jersey, but I'm not going all the way south either. I'm kind of
Unless it's a selling.
I'm north central Jersey. You know what? I don't care really, even if it's $1 million property, because I may not be a member of the MLS down there to begin with too. You know, so if I'm going to join you know, I'm not going to just join an MLS, even though I have in the past. I've joined the Southern Ocean County MLS before because I had an opportunity for several $1 million listings there before. You know, I had an opportunity to sell celebrity home. I'm not going to get into them here because I'm going to be posting this stuff online, so I don't want to start posting that stuff. But we had some opportunities, so I joined those MLSs. But seriously, does it make sense to, like, if I get an opportunity to list an expensive home down in Cape May, to just take the listing and then join the MLS down there and travel all the way down there? I may not be as familiar with the market, where to advertise those properties best, where buyers are going to be coming from to that area. I may be doing a disservice to my clients by just accepting those listings. I would probably be better off giving it as a referral to an agent down in that area that works that area. It's more familiar with that area, has all the resources at their disposal, giving that referral there. So I'm still earning a commission.
But what if you are a part of the MLS though?
Well, okay, well, what am I going to do? I'm going to travel 2.5 hours down to Cape May to put a 2.5 to 3 hours, depending where, to put a for sale sign on the front lawn, come back 2.5, 3 hours. Now we're 5, 6 hours of driving. And then I get a phone call. I'm almost home and my back's killing me. I'm so tired. My back's sweaty from all that driving, right? And then I get a phone call. Hey, I just seen a sign on the front lawn or sand over here. And could you show it to me? What am I gonna do? Sure, let me turn around and I'll be there in a couple hours. You know, it's not the most efficient use of my time, right? Either. So what are you gonna be doing? Running back and forth or scheduling appointments on certain days, but then you're gonna be running back and forth, all that driving. I mean, you do what you do. You do what you're gonna do what you want to do. You can do this. There's nothing wrong with it. I just don't suggest it unless you got all those resources at your fingertips and you have the knowledge of the area and the marketing places that you should be marketing in those areas, and that you're willing to drive down there to show, whether it's as people call you or if you schedule certain days and time slots where you can do those showings for those properties. But even then, if you're only scheduling limited showings there, you know, what about the homeowner? The homeowner may be like, what's up with that? How come somebody is calling, you're turning them away? They want to see it now, you know? So they may have a problem. So you may be satisfying your client's needs best if you just give it as a referral to another agent down there.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But we still didn't discuss everything. What about what about in this area to save me from running you out, showing you properties all over in the area that I do cover? How about this? How about we set up, I'll search for homes based on some criteria, some must-haves and must-not-haves. I'll ask you if it's okay to vary a little bit from those must-haves. And then I will send you those listings in your email. And then you could review those listings in your email. There's going to be an MLS number in there. You let me know the MLS number for the properties that you're interested in, and then I'll set up appointments for those, or I could get you more information on those. And then after I get you that additional information for those properties, if you still want to see them, then I could set up a showing for them, and we could set up a tour. We could see a bunch of houses on one of the days during the week, right? Or weekend. Okay. Now, what I like to do though is for those properties that before I even add them, I'm going to give them that additional info. I'm going to give them the address of the property if it's not listed or available for them. And I'm going to ask them to drive by it on their way home from work one of these days. If you could drive by it, see if you like the neighborhood, see if you like the way the house looks on the outside, so that we know if we should keep it on the list to set up an appointment for showing, or if we should just cross it off the list altogether. Because sometimes people know before you even get to the house, they're like, oh no, I don't like this neighborhood.
Yeah.
Or they get to the front of the house and they're like, ill, it looked better in the picture, you know? So you can save yourself a whole hell of a lot of time, because if you're now on the tour and you drive them and they're like, no, I don't like this neighborhood. Ill, I don't like the way the house looks on the outside. But since we're already here, and then they're wasting your time, let's go inside, look around, and it's like, oh, you know, let's just move on. You already said you're not interested, but this is human nature. This is what they're going to do anyway most of the time. You know, so you could probably knock so many homes off of that list for the showing tour by simply having them do a little homework and drive around to preview the home on the exterior and let you know if they should cross that home off the list, or if they want you to still make the appointment for the showing. That's probably a good solution there. Okay. And you guys, what? You're not hungry?
I was just about to ask that, but do you want to ask it?
All right, it's 12:45. Let's break for lunch. Be back 1:45.
And we finish at 4:30 or?
Yes.
45. Okay. All right. Perfect. See you guys then.
All right. 1:45.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Grandpa. Love you, Grandpa.
Anybody in yet? All right. Yeah, let me pull it up. Lala, can you make me a piece of lasagna? Get me water. Let me see. I'll show you.
All right. I guess we're still waiting for people to return from lunch.
2
teaspoons garlic powder, 2 teaspoons.
17 people on.
Okay. Okay. Hmm.
Alrighty. We got 19 people here, so we still got a couple. Still got quite a few that are out to lunch. But that's the problem. Everybody who's important is here, right?
That's right.
That's right. Okay, so we will we'll get
Everyone is
started.
I didn't know that.
So, continuing on, we left off on page where did we leave off? 53, right?
Yeah.
All right. So on page 53, you have we had highlighted block busting, we highlighted steering, and then the next thing you go down to is highlight redlining, and the first 3 lines under redlining, refusing to make mortgage loans or issue insurance policies in specific geographic areas without regard to the economic qualifications of the applicant. So just like the definition I gave you here, redlining is refusing to give financing or mortgage loans or insurance policies, even though the person can afford it, as a means of discrimination. Okay, so my definitions are just a little more straightforward that I've given. And then enforcement. So who enforces these anti-discriminatory laws? Who enforces the federal laws?
Auburn.
Well, yeah, HUD. HUD is in charge of enforcement of the federal anti-discriminatory laws. All right, and see if there's a place where we could put that enforcement, whether it's back on the slideshow. What are you guys seeing right now on the screen in front of you?
Blockbusting, steering, redlining. So I have a question. So, if you're the owner of a house and it's not a house that's cheap, like, you know, like 100, 200, like 2 million, and you require proof of funds to like show the property, and you as the owner, you like decline the showing because you feel like that person doesn't have like the full amount that they're asking, is that discrimination?
Changing the pricing?
No, like say you have a house, like you own a house for 2 million and you listed it for 2 million and you require proof funds to show, and your somebody wants to show and the proof funds say 1.5. Can you reject that showing, or would that be discrimination because they don't have like the full?
No, they can't afford it. You know, that's like asking for a pre-qualification letter from the mortgage lender. You're only pre-qualified for a loan for 200,000, and you want to look at a house that's 300,000. If you can't afford it, then why are you looking at it? So no, that's not a protected class. Look, the homeowner can put in as a restriction that they only want people to see the house that have provided a proof of funds letter or a mortgage pre-approval letter. That's not discrimination. That's you want to make sure the person can afford the house. Otherwise, you don't want to bother having them look at your home.
So if I'm the agent that owns the home,
yep,
how would that be?
So what? Still, you just say it doesn't matter who owns the home. If it's the agent that owns the home or somebody else owns the home, if the homeowner doesn't want the house showed to people who can't afford it, then don't show it to people who can't afford it. It's not. They're not.
Okay.
That's not a protected class. Being,
Okay, good.
you know, you're looking beyond your means. Okay.
Yeah.
And the homeowner can restrict people that they don't want people who are looking beyond their means. Okay. First of all, why are you looking at behind your means? What do you just want to walk through a house and see how a more expensive house looks like? This isn't a car lot showroom. You know, this is someone's house. They don't want you in their house if there's no serious intent to buy it.
Okay, good. Okay.
Okay. All right. So, okay, so enforcement of the federal anti-discriminatory laws. I'm just going to add a slide to one of these shows. At some point, they're going to merge all these slides. Playing game of catch up. Okay. Enforcement. So, enforcement of enforcement of the anti-discriminatory laws. Who enforces the federal laws?
Federal government?
Which would be
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the Fair Housing Act 1968. Who enforces these laws? Anybody? Anybody?
Justice Department.
HUD.
HUD. Okay. So HUD enforces the federal laws. The federal anti-discriminatory laws. All right. So HUD enforces the federal anti-discriminatory laws. And so you would file a complaint or file charges at any of the HUD offices located all over the place. All right. So if we go down to the bottom, page 53, we're going to highlight any person who believes illegal discrimination has occurred has up to 1 year after the alleged act to file a charge with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, or 2 years if they're going to make a federal suit out of it. So federal laws, the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the Fair Housing Act of 1968. So who enforces them? HUD enforces the federal anti-discriminatory laws. They have 1 year to file a complaint and bring charges. 2 years if
Hold on now.
Yep. Want to make a federal case out of it. Okay, so they have 1 year. 1 year to file a complaint and bring charges within HUD before an administrative judge. Within HUD, because HUD has their own administrative judges to hear cases. So 1 year to file a complaint and bring charges. 1 year to file a complaint. Slash charges, file charges before an administrative judge within HUD. 2 years if they want to make a federal case out of it to be heard in federal court. Okay. All right, so we'll get into this for the New Jersey laws in a minute. Okay, so on the right-hand side of page 53 at the top of the page, it says the administrative judge has an authority to issue an injunction. Highlight what an injunction is. An injunction would be an order for the offender to take some sort of an action, okay? So, in an injunction, would be when a judge orders someone to do something, take action. It could be ordering a landlord to rent to somebody who they previously denied, as an example, or refrain from taking some sort of an action against somebody. All right, we do not need to know what the fines are for the violation of the federal laws. These are obscure numbers. I don't know how you would memorize them. You guys are seeing the screen on the page where I have injunction written there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I mean, if you were to look in the book, the penalties for first can be imposed for a first violation of $19,787. For a second violation, $49,467, and for further violations, $98,935. We're not expected to memorize those fines or those numbers. I don't know how you would. I don't even know how they would come up with these obscure fines. But whatever. Okay, so let's take a look at the, just in case you didn't know, you can't use threats or acts of violence against somebody to try to get them to move somewhere or to try to prevent them from moving someplace. Okay, just in case you didn't know that. All right. Little common sense involved, but common sense isn't so common, so let's just leave it at that. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be talking about is the LAD, the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination.
I'm sorry, I didn't finish that last portion of your note. Right.
What the injunction? An injunction is when a judge orders, would be, okay, is when a judge orders someone to do something, to take action, or refrain from taking action. Okay. So in the book here, the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, I want you to write next to that LAD, L-A-D in all capital letters. So the LAD is the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination. So LAD is short for the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination. And if we turn to page, go to page 55. New Jersey has rules pertaining to blockbusting and record keeping. It basically says that if you're going to do advertisements, you get so many listings on a street, on the same street, they want to make sure that you're not engaging in any blockbusting practices. So they just want you to keep copies of at least one copy of your advertisements and a list of the people that you've sent it to or the streets that you sent it to, so that you have a record. If anybody in the future files a complaint, we have evidence of how did you get those listings on that street. Were you using discriminatory methods of blockbusting, or were you did you just send out a mailing and people just so happened to answer it? So just keep a copy of each one of your advertising pieces. If it's online, have a printout of it. So at least you have a record of your advertising keeping. You're supposed to keep those records for at least a year. Posters. Under where it says poster on page 55, I want you to highlight the last sentence there. Failure to display this poster is punishable by a fine of $100 and more. So New Jersey has a equal housing opportunity poster similar to the federal equal housing opportunity poster. It can be found on page 56. If you look on page 56, this is what the New Jersey law prohibits discrimination in housing. It's from the New Jersey Division of Civil Rights, Department of Civil Rights. So here's where you, this is what the New Jersey poster looks like. However, they don't stop investigations and you're automatically found guilty if this poster is not posted. It's just a $100 fine for not having it posted in places that offer housing or housing services. All right, so back to page 55. Enforcement. Who enforces the New Jersey laws against discrimination? I know we haven't gone over the New Jersey law against discrimination in full yet. We will shortly, okay? So complaints brought under the New Jersey law against discrimination must be filed with the State Attorney General's office within 100 days after the alleged offense. So, who enforces the New Jersey laws against discrimination?
HUD.
Yeah, no.
No.
Attorney General's office.
The attorney, the state attorney.
The Attorney General.
Attorney General.
You said 100 days?
180 days, 6 months. They have 6 months to file a complaint.
Yeah.
See, so for the federal law, how long do they have?
Yes.
1 year. 2 years if they're going to make a federal case out of it.
Oh, okay.
Under the New Jersey law against discrimination, if you violate the New Jersey law against discrimination, people have up to 2 years. People have up to 2 years to file a complaint. Going over, making sure everybody can speak here. All right, so under the New Jersey law against discrimination, we're going to be going over what the protected classes are in New Jersey, but who enforces that? Enforcement. Enforced by the State Attorney General's office. Anybody know who the State Attorney General is? I don't mean the person by name. I mean the position. Do you guys understand what that position is, the Attorney General?
Yes, that's the person in charge of all the
law enforcement.
County prosecutors.
Yeah, so the Attorney General is the highest law enforcement officer in the state. They're in charge of making sure all the state laws are enforced. We also have a federal Attorney General, which is the Attorney General for the entire United States. That they're the highest law enforcement officer in the country. Currently, that's Bill Barr. Gurwal, I believe, is the current Attorney General in New Jersey. So The LAD is enforced by the Attorney General's office, and they have many offices throughout the state. So to enforcement, how would that work? In New Jersey, you have 180 days to file a complaint. So that 180 days, that's 6 months. All right, and fines. Okay, so you have 180 days to file a complaint, and it's enforced by the NJ LAD is enforced by the State Attorney General's office. And fines. What are the fines?
10,000 for the first offense, 25,000 for the second, 50 for the third.
Okay, so we're going to need to know this. What the fines are. So I'm just going to make that here. I'm going to add that to the list. So fines for violating the LAD. And they would be $10,000. Okay, so the fines would be up to, actually, up to. It's important to know that because they may word a question to you on state exam, school or state exam that gives you a fine, and it could be right if they said $5,000. Would that be an okay fine for a first offense? Yeah, because the answer is up to $10,000 for a first offense, right? Up to $10,000 for a first offense. And then we have 25,000, which with this one as well, it's up to 25,000 for a second offense, and up to 50,000 for further violations. Okay, so we do need to know what these fines are. You do need to study this. So let's do a recap on this. So the LAD is the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination. It's called the LAD for short. And you have up to 180 days, which is 6 months, to file a complaint if you feel like you've been discriminated against under the New Jersey laws. Who do you file that complaint with?
The Attorney General office.
Correct. So complaints / enforced by the complaints made to / enforced by the State Attorney General's office. So you have 180 days to do that. You know, I'm gonna just switch these around real quick. Put them in. There you go. And fines for violating the LAD, the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, are up to 10,000 for first violation, 25 for second, and 50,000 for subsequent violations. Okay. Now in the book we would highlight the same thing, so we're going to highlight that in the book at the end of the first paragraph under enforcement. We're going to highlight the last 3 lines there that say fines of up to $10,000 for first offense, 25 for second, 50 for subsequent violations. Any person who willfully interferes with activities or violates an order of the Attorney General, the Division of Civil Rights, is guilty of a misdemeanor, subject by a fine of up to $500 or imprisonment for 1 year. Okay, so anybody who interferes with the investigation can be subject to a $500 fine or 1 year imprisonment. Okay. So those who interfere. Okay, will be subject to $500 fine and /1 year prison. Right. And so notice that listing on the right side of page 55 at the top. A copy of the Attorney General's memorandum on discrimination must be given to the homeowner at time that the property is listed. I want you guys to highlight that first sentence. So what's the document you have to give to property owners at the time of listing?
Attorney General's memorandum.
The Attorney General's memorandum, which is regarding the New Jersey law against discrimination. Okay. So, Attorney General's disclosure about the NJ LAD and federal laws must be given to the property owners residential and commercial at time of listing. Yeah. At time of listing. Oh, keep it simple, keep it at that. All right. So the Attorney General's memorandum has to be given to the owner at time of listing, right? And licensees must refuse listings when a property owner indicates they intend to discriminate. So what do you do when somebody tells you that they plan to discriminate, they intend to discriminate?
Refuse the listing.
Refuse the listing. Okay. There we go. Enough. Enough. All right. I like that sentence, the last sentence in that same paragraph. Under notice that listing, salespersons and brokers must refuse listings from owners who indicate that they intend to violate the law against discrimination. Now, the rest of this page, and we skipped over a bit, and some of the coming pages, I'm basically going to skip over them. Instead of actually reading them in the book, we're actually going to just read the Attorney General's memorandum about the New Jersey law against discrimination. I think that's the best way to go about this, is to actually look at the document that you're going to be giving to property owners. And on page 57 in the book, you could see the Attorney General's memorandum. But this is an older version, so I'm going to pull one up on screen I'm gonna put one up on screen, which I sent to you guys. It's in that shared folder, that shared documents folder. But let me open it on my computer and I'm gonna share it with you on screen. Bear with me 1 second, I can pull it up. Did I send it to you? May not have put it in there. How about that? Oh, yes, I did. Fair housing DCR letters. That's the Attorney General's memorandum. Let me open it, make sure that's right. Yep. Okay, so let me put this up on screen for you guys to see, okay? This is the latest version of the Attorney General's memorandum regarding the New Jersey laws against discrimination. See, this one is from 2018. The one in the book is 2013. It was updated August 2018. You see, it comes from the state of New Jersey, Department of Housing, Department of Law and Public Safety, Division of Civil Rights in Trenton, who's it addressed to? All the property owners from Gerwal, the Attorney General, and the person that's the division, the head of the Division of Civil Rights here. Okay, date, August 2018, the subject, fair housing discrimination laws. So let's just look, let's actually read this document so that we could see what all the protected classes are and what we actually have to give to homeowners. Now, once again, I suggest that there is no signature line on this document. There's no place for anybody to sign at the end of it, okay? You just got a blank space here at the end. I would suggest that you have them either on the first page or the last page of this document, have them initial and date or sign and date just somewhere in one of these blank spaces so that you can, and you keep one copy and then you just give them one so that at least you have evidence that you have supplied it to them, because I like to keep copies of everything in writing, right? So just give the owner one copy, and then the other copy you put in your listing folder with your documents that's initialed and dated by them. So as evidence that you had gone over it with the homeowner. So let's actually read this document. It says the New Jersey Real Estate Commission requires every licensed broker or salesperson whom you list your property with to give you a copy of this notice. The purpose is to help you comply with New Jersey law against discrimination, the LAD, and the federal laws prohibiting discrimination in the sale or rental of real property. So this is an updated version of the one that's in the book. So there are some new protected classes that they added to it. In New Jersey, it's illegal to discriminate against any prospective or current buyer or tenant because of, now we're going to go over all these protected classes in New Jersey. And you can see there's a lot more protected classes in New Jersey. We have more protected classes than I think just about any state in the United States here, because of race, creed, color, national origin, sex, gender identity or expression, marital status, civil union status, affectional or sexual orientation, familial status. Here's something new. Pregnancy or breastfeeding is added new. And let's see, actual or perceived physical or mental disability. That means if you're not sure if somebody has a disability, but you think they do, they just became a protected class. Ancestry, nationality, domestic partner status. Well, I don't know why they didn't just remove that one. Domestic partner status in New Jersey now, we have gay marriage is now legal in the state. Source of lawful income used for mortgage or rental payments, or liability for service in the armed forces of the United States. That one's new as well. So it's pretty sad, our society's crumbling so bad that we have to put people who have fought and laid their lives on the line for our country, we got to put them down as a protected class so they're not discriminated against. But what do you expect in a day when, just about every town now is experiencing rioting and looting, the stores, I just seen in my town, it happened last night. A couple stores were broken into and robbed in Aviation Plaza in Linden. All right, let me see. It's also illegal to place any advertisement or make any statements or utterances that express directly or indirectly any limitations to offer housing in real estate based on any of those characteristics. All right, so we have a lot of protected classes here, and the base, it boils down to this. Here's the protected classes, but if you think that somebody's a protected class, just guess what? They just became a protected class. That's basically the way that the rule works here in New Jersey. So we have a lot of protected classes here. It's all, let's see, state and federal housing laws apply to a wide range of activities such as advertising, selling, renting, leasing, subletting, assigning and showing property, including open land. And here's some of the issues that frequently come up when enforcing the LAD. Now, the LAD deals with what kind of property?
Residential.
All real property. So whether it's residential or commercial real estate, the LAD deals with all real property. So let me see, did I put that on the
You did.
on that slide?
I don't think you put real property. I mean, commercial.
Okay, so the LAD, what kind of property does this deal with? It pertains to
All real.
all real property, residential and commercial. Okay, so all real property, residential and commercial. Let's continue reading the Attorney General's memorandum. So state and federal housing laws apply to a wide range of activities such as advertising, selling, renting, leasing, subletting, assigning, and showing property, including open land. And here's some of the cases that frequently come up when enforcing the LAD. I like this version of the LAD because it actually points out some of the common issues we come across. I remember early on in my career, we had the LAD, but it did not have any bulleted list listing any of these things. We would have to actually interpret the law for people. And sometimes people would get into an argument with you and say, yeah, you'll say anything you want. You just want to earn a commission, you know, to close a deal. And I'll give you an instance when that happened as we get to it. So let's see the first bullet point. Discrimination based on source of lawful income is used, that's used for mortgage rental payments. Means, for example, the landlord cannot reject a prospective tenant because they intend to rely on Section 8 rental vouchers, FEMA vouchers issued to Superstorm Sandy victims, or any other types of rental subsidies. I mean, if you want, I mean, you could add in here by typing TRA. TRA is a common one in New Jersey. It's, you know, they say any other rental types of subsidy. TRA is a common one. It comes from Catholic Charities. It's TRA is short for temporary rental assistance. Okay, but that comes from Catholic charity groups. But Section 8, that comes from the county, from the government. This is supposed to be a temporary housing subsidy. Some people get it for life. Once they get on it, they got no incentive to get off of it. They stay on it. Others, they need the requirement because they just don't make a lot of money. So they need that Section 8 will, it's a housing subsidy. It'll subsidize the difference. If they don't make a lot of money, so that they can afford to live and get by, it pays the difference so that they can afford that. Now, there's a lot of people, they're good, hardworking people. They collect these Section 8 housing benefits. They need them in order to get by and to live and survive in a meaningful way. And then again, you get a lot of people that just play the system and they collect it. And those people, those minority few that are getting the Section 8 housing, that are basically the ones that ruin it for the bunch, because they cast the dark shadow on that Section 8 rental vouchers. You get a lot of people out there that you know, if a renter's using Section 8 rental subsidies, that it's got a stigma attached to it these days, because that minority few that are really bad ruin it for the bunch. Okay, so most people who are collecting these benefits, they truly need it to get by. They're hardworking people. They just don't make a lot of money. Okay, so this subsidy helps them out. But there are some people out there that are drug dealers and prostitutes, and they're collecting the subsidy to pay the difference. In the meantime, they're driving around Mercedes-Benz and stuff. Okay, those are the few, and they destroy the property that they're living in too. See, those are the few. Those are the minority I'm talking about, that are the dregs of society that are ruining it, putting that stigmatization on it, making it look like everybody who's collecting Section 8 benefits are bad, when in fact they're not. So we'll get into
Almost like
that.
they're using white lies to become eligible.
Well, to become eligible, if there's an eligibility issue there, you could report them to their housing officer if you're aware of it.
No. I was saying it's almost like they're using white lies in order to become eligible.
Yeah. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. The next.
Hey, are you going to push this out, Victor?
Excuse me.
With the notes, are you going to push this updated?
Well, we're not going to put all these details about all the coverages, because some of this stuff is New Jersey, some of it is federal. That's on the Attorney General's memorandum. So
okay,
there's a lot of things that aren't even covered on here. These are just some of the topics that are more commonly issues that we come across. So they've now put it on the Attorney General's memorandum because we have problems with it. Because we try explaining it to people when we're the ones now trying to interpret the law, but yet we're not the law enforcement experts. And then the homeowners, now we end up arguing with them, you know. It's like, listen, this is the law. I'm trying to help you out. I'm interpreting the law for you. Do whatever the hell you want. But if you violate the law, you will be found guilty of discrimination. And ignorance of the law is not an excuse.
right.
So, I mean, I've had to do this before. All right, the next one is a no pets rule. Cannot be enforced to prevent a person with a disability from using a service or guide dog. We had somebody that mentioned that earlier today. Well, obviously it's pretty common because they put that here as a common one now. So a landlord also may not charge a tenant with a disability an extra fee for keeping a service dog or guide dog, okay? So they got two different things, service dogs, guide dogs, okay? So you have different service animals that can perform, typically service animals will perform a function. Guide dog is for blind people. They need it to walk around, to guide their way. But you also have service animals that can detect if you've got low blood sugar and if you're about to go into a seizure or if you should take your medication. Generally, they're large dogs because they'll lean up against the person. The dog is trained to notify them by leaning up and pushing their weight against them. Dogs have very sensitive noses. They could sense your blood sugar, for crying out loud. They could sense if a seizure is coming on. They could be trained to do a lot of things medically. And then you get people who have service animals who maybe have, they need it to calm them down. Maybe maybe you have people with PTSD or something and they need that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Well, they may not qualify directly as service animals, but like maybe a cancer patient recovering, maybe it may be recommended I keep a little poodle.
Okay. Yep. All right. Now, if you need it for medical reasons, though, you need to have a prescription for that, though.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just a pet. Right? Unless you have a medical, deemed it medically necessary, then it's just a pet. But you do have some people who maybe have mental disorders, too. Like the PTSD, you know, post-traumatic stress disorder. They find that animals help calm the person's nerves, or when they start getting anxious, you know, it helps them from breaking down. Having that service animal is found to help them out. So they actually, even though it's generally a pet, it's a service animal to help them with a medical condition. Okay, but they would need they could get a prescription for that from their doctor, and then this way their landlord can't give them crap about having a pet. Okay, if it's deemed medically necessary. But you get a lot of people these days that they have these fake service animals. They get every little yappy mutt, you know, claiming that it's a service animal, but it's not. And because they go to some third-party website out there, some generic website, where they paid a fee and they're so that you could have your animal listed, and they give you a license number for a searchable database where anybody can check to make to confirm that it is true, in fact, service animal. Well, I'll be the first one to say that you got scammed, and that's bullshit. Because if it's medically necessary, there is no database that's publicly searchable. We have all these HIPAA laws in place to preserve the privacy of medical records of people. HIPAA laws would prevent somebody from having your information in a database that's publicly searchable. So right off the bat, that's garbage. That's false. So if you got a service animal because you paid a fee on some website and you're listed on a website, and then they sold you a certificate and a harness for the animal with the license that you could put in, you got scammed, my friend. Your animal is not a service animal. You need a doctor to write a prescription for this. You need to meet with a doctor, and this needs to be renewed every 2 years. These websites are often scams, all right? So sometimes people, just being ignorant, they think that they have a legitimate service animal because they went and they paid some fee on these websites. In fact, they don't, all right? Next one, discrimination based on familial status prohibits discrimination against families with a child or children under 18 years of age. And that includes pregnant women. This is one I had an issue with before. I had a problem one time. I was trying to, it was not my listing. I was dealing with the renters. They wanted to be future buyers, but they needed some place to rent in the meantime. And so the renters here, they were looking for a place. So I found them a place. It was a husband and a wife, and they had 2 children. And she clearly had one on the way. Now, I was showing this 2-bedroom condo, and the homeowner was there. And the homeowner pulls me to the side, and he said, "I'm not renting to them." He's like, "Did you see her belly? She's gonna pop any day now." That's exactly what this guy said. You know, he's not going to rent to them because did you see her belly? She's gonna pop any day now. That's how the guy talked to me. And I was like, I pulled him aside and I was like, shh. I was like, what are you talking about? And the guy's like, I'm not going to get in trouble for renting to too many people. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, this was in Roselle Park. And he said, Roselle Park has an ordinance, no more than 2 people per bedroom. And they already have 4. So she's going to have a baby any day now. I'm not going to get in trouble, fined because I'm renting to too many people. I was like, well, first of all, that child is not yet here, right? I mean, you can't count it. I mean, you can't count it as an infant. You know, you can't have it both ways. You know, you get some people that say, well, you could have abortion and you could do that because it's not a real person. It's not murder. It's not a real person because that person's not here yet. Well, if that's the case, well, then when it deals with renting, if that person's not here yet, then you can't count them for that either, can you? Right? So I tried to rationalize with people like that. And this guy, I tried to tell him that. Now, he's like, well, you're going to say anything you want because you just want to earn a commission. I was like, well, hold on. I was like, don't believe me. Don't take my word for it, but you better call your attorney first. I said, do not talk to my clients and say anything like that. I'm advising you. I'm highly advising you because you're going to get slapped with a lawsuit so fast it's going to make your head spin. I said, you better talk to your attorney before you tell them that you're not going to rent to them, especially because she's pregnant. Okay? I said, that's discrimination. You better talk to your attorney first. So the guy ended up talking to his attorney, and his attorney confirmed what I said, that you cannot actually count, even after that child is born. I found out that you can't count that infant as a child until it reaches 24 months of age or 2 years of age. Okay, so they're going to be able to rent there till that baby's born plus 2 years. All right, so that's basically the rule on that. Now, so that's what that guy's issue is, because some municipalities do have ordinances like that. You could only have so many occupants per bedroom. They don't want it turning into a rooming house or where there's mattresses all over the floor and there's people living everywhere. Okay, so sometimes we have to deal with that. As a matter of fact, in the past, there actually used to be ordinances where even if you have children, if you have 2 children that are opposite sex, they cannot be in the same bedroom. They cannot share a bedroom. All right. Now, those laws were overturned because that was found to be discriminatory against poor people who can't afford a larger place with more bedrooms simply because you've got dirty thoughts on your mind thinking inappropriate things are going on. All right. So, you know, there is no more ordinances or laws like that. If you have children, they're opposite sex, they can share a bedroom. Okay. Let's see. Landlords must permit a tenant with a disability at the tenant's own expense to make reasonable modifications to the premises if those modifications are needed to give the tenant full enjoyment of the premises. So a landlord cannot say to a tenant that they cannot put in a wider door to accommodate a wheelchair, or they can't put in a ramp or install some kind of a device that's needed so that they could fully enjoy the premises. But at whose expense?
Their expense.
At the tenant's expense. Now, can the landlord require that the tenant remove that stuff when they leave?
Yeah.
Only if it would cause a future tenant to not be able to fully enjoy the premises. And having a wider door, you know, having them required to put the narrower door back in, well, you know what, most future tenants would appreciate a wider door. They can move their furniture in and out a lot easier, right? But what about the ramp? You know, if it's like one of these real obscure twisting ramps or whatever, that they could require them to remove. All right. And at whose expense? The tenants. Okay, so you gotta understand that. You will get questions on this stuff on exam. Penalties. Okay, so let's go over to penalties again. A recap for the lad. What are the penalties?
10,000, 25,000, 50,000.
Up to $10,000 for a first offense, up to $25,000 for subsequent violations, and up to $50,000 for further violations of 2 or more violations within 7 years. Okay. So other remedies: victims of discrimination may recover economic damages related to the discrimination, like if they had to pay a higher rent elsewhere because you wouldn't rent to them. If they sue you, the landlord would be liable to pay the difference in higher rent that they have to pay, as well as damages for emotional distress, pain, and humiliation even. In more egregious cases, a victim may also recover punitive damages. And then here's a disclosure about us as real estate agents. I know they say brokers, they use the word brokers, but they're referring to us as well. Let's see, broker. The broker or salesperson with whom you list your property must transmit to you every written offer they receive on your property. Brokers and salespeople are licensed by the Real Estate Commission, and their activities are subject to the general real estate laws of the state and the Commission's own rules and regulations. Okay, what do we call the laws? The licensing laws. Title 45, Chapter 15. And what do we call the Commission's own rules and regulations? 11.5, which is the administrative code, right? That's what they're referring to here. So the brokers or salespersons must refuse your listing if you indicate an intent to discriminate based on any of the protected classes. So this is what you're telling, this is what you're going over with the homeowner at the time they're giving you a listing. All right. There are some exceptions to the LAD. Now, these pertain to the LAD and federal law if they're on here. So the state, the sale and rental of property, including open land, whether it is for business purposes or residential. So the LAD deals with what kind of property? Both commercial as well as residential. It's covered by the LAD. In most cases, the following sales or rentals are exempt from the LAD though. If you rent one apartment in a 2-family dwelling, if the owner lives in the other apartment. Renting a room or rooms in a 1-family dwelling if the owner lives in the same dwelling. A religious organization can give preference to persons of the same religion when selling or renting real property, and it's not considered discrimination. And that's under the federal law as well. And certain types of housing designated for older persons is not unlawful to discriminate based on familial status, having children under the age of 18. All right, and that's basically it. If you want to learn more about it, you see the link here. NJ.
Following miscellaneous provisions, rentals.
I'm sorry? Are you speaking to me?
Am I mumbling?
Maybe. Okay, so there we go. This is the latest version of the LAD, and it is in those notes that I had given to you guys. Okay. So let me close that out. So in that shared folder, that is there in that shared documents folder. Maybe I should rename it in that shared documents folder, but it is under one of those ones that say print me fair housing DCR letters. Okay. Maybe I should. I'm gonna rename it in my thing here anyway. That's the Attorney General's. 2018 update. Okay. All right. So we covered a lot of things instead of reading through a lot of the paragraphs. Now, on page 59, zoning discrimination, Mount Laurel 1 and 2. Okay, zoning discrimination, Mount Laurel 1 and 2. So in 1971, a lawsuit came about called the Mount Laurel 1 decisions because there was a lawsuit in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. This is one of the municipalities in New Jersey that was filed by the NAACP against Mount Laurel for illegal discrimination against low-income persons. I know it says and moderate income, but really a lot of times when these laws are passed, they always throw in the moderate income, the middle class, because they're the larger segment of people. So they want to tick off the largest segment of people when they're talking about these things. So it says that the lawsuit was filed against about low-income people being discriminated against through the use of something that came to be known as exclusionary zoning. Let me see if that's on the next slide at all. Nope. Okay, Mount Laurel 1 decision, exclusionary zoning. It says low-income individuals may not be excluded from residential areas, and municipalities have an obligation to provide a range of housing. Okay, so let's start off with the first one, that exclusionary zoning. Well, you guys know what zoning laws are? Zoning laws are laws that the state, that the government, the state, even municipalities have to put in place to dictate what purpose a property can be used for, or what can be built on properties depending on their location and size, what kind of materials can be used with construction. All this stuff falls under zoning powers of the government. Okay, so even though it's your property, you can do what you want with your property. The government does have some control over dictating what you can do with your property through their powers, and one of their police powers is something called zoning. Now, anytime you give government powers over the individuals, is there the possibility that those powers can be abused? Absolutely. Now, here's one of those instances. Exclusionary zoning. Although I don't think it was the intent of the municipality to discriminate against people, the end result is some people were discriminated against. Okay, basically what happened was Mount Laurel, New Jersey, it was a poor town, and they wanted to come up with a lot of ways. How can they come up with more money to improve their roads, their police and fire and school districts and all that? The way to do that is they raise money. How do municipalities raise money?
Bonds.
Taxes. They charge you taxes. That's how they get the money, right? So they charge you property taxes. What are property taxes based on? Property taxes
And
are
square
based on the
footage.
value of the property. So if there's a lot of inexpensive properties, see, there's huge areas within Mount Laurel that Mount Laurel is a very historic town. New Jersey is a very historic state. So in the formation of this country, we had, we had civil wars. We had a lot of different wars. Okay, we had. Anybody ever hear of the Underground Railroad? Remember that from school? Underground Railroad is where slaves escaped the South to the North, and they settled in the North where they did not believe in slavery. Okay, so now New Jersey is a place where a lot of people from the South, they escaped through the Underground Railroad and they settled, and you had a lot of residents, a lot of families that settled in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, and so it's you have a lot of homes there that are very old that people had been living in for ages, and some of these homes are very small. They were put in place before any zoning laws were put in place that say that you have to have so many feet between properties. So you got a lot of houses that are right on top of each other, and some of them are real small. I read one newspaper article that referred to them as converted chicken coops. That's how small, I mean, we're not talking about like little small cages. We're talking about buildings, but they're small by measure compared to normal houses, okay? So there's this whole row of them along one of their main drags. So Mount Laurel, New Jersey said, how can we prevent people from just coming in and putting small homes in there? Well, we got the power of zoning. We could dictate that people require to have a larger lot if they're gonna build a house on it, all right? So then that would raise the property values, they could generate more income, and they could have better schools, better roads, etc. Okay, now, good idea, but they failed in their execution. Now, this does not change the people that already live there. The people that already live there, they're grandfathered. Their houses can stay there. They don't need to get bigger lots or anything. It's just any new people that move into town that want to build a house has to have a larger lot in order to build that house on. But Mount Laurel went overboard. I'm not sure of the exact size, so I'm just going to make one up just as an example to give you guys right now. Let's just say that they said if you were going to build a house in Mount Laurel, you needed now to have at least 1 acre of land as the minimum, okay? I'm not sure what the size is. I just made that number up, okay? But so this lawsuit came about because that's saying, wait a minute. You're not giving a wide range throughout the town of different property sizes. You're saying throughout the whole town, it's this ridiculously large lot size you need to have. Basically, you're pricing poor people out of the community that can't afford to buy large pieces of land, right? So thus you're discriminating against lower income persons. And so we understand now both sides of the story, why the township did it to raise dollars, and they used their zoning powers to do it. Good idea. But they went about it a wrong way. They just made one large lot size and made that throughout the municipality. And so this lawsuit came about. Okay, so this was using the zoning powers, but more specifically, it's called exclusionary zoning. So who is being excluded with exclusionary zoning? The poor.
People with the land sizes.
Low income, poor people that can't afford to buy the larger lot sizes. So exclusionary zoning, let's think of a definition that's good to study for exams. Exclusionary zoning is a discriminatory zoning practice outlawed by the Mount Laurel decisions. Outlawed by the Mount Laurel decisions. Which discriminated against low-income persons / the poor or poor. Right? All right, so that's probably a good definition to study from. The term exclusionary zoning, you guaranteed you're going to get that on exams. Okay, who was excluded? Poor people. How did they do it? Through their zoning laws. Okay, so exclusionary zoning is a discriminatory zoning practice outlawed by the Mount Laurel decisions, which discriminated against low-income persons. All right. So basically, effectively priced them out of the communities by requiring them to have larger lots that they couldn't afford. All right. Now, go to the second paragraph. In 1983, there was another lawsuit came about known as the Mount Laurel II decision. All right. So let's shrink this down a little bit so it fits. Okay, so the Mount Laurel II, a second lawsuit filed by the NAACP against the municipality of Mount Laurel, resulted in courts providing specific guidelines for all developing communities. Well, actually, the courts did not provide specific guidelines. The guidelines that the courts put in place put that responsibility on municipalities. It said that all municipalities in New Jersey had an obligation to create their own guidelines. Guidelines on what? That said municipalities have an obligation to provide a range of housing. So municipalities have to dictate, put a written plan in place, how they're going to provide a range of housing through the municipality for everybody. This was accomplished by allowing for higher density developments. That means that you could build more homes closer together than normally allowed. And a 20% set aside. What's a set aside? Well, that's legalese speak. How come they didn't just, for me, I would assume that means for every 100 homes built, 20 of those homes, 20% of them need to be for low income persons, low and moderate income persons, right? Why didn't they just say that? Okay, and zoning for mobile homes and a requirement that communities must cooperate with efforts to obtain subsidies. What are subsidies? It's cash, it's money. So municipalities have a requirement to seek out money from the state and federal government to assist with their goals of accomplishing having this more low-income housing or housing for affordable or low-income housing. Now, in order to accomplish that, municipalities don't maintain housing. They're not landlords. So how do they do this? Well, they may give incentives to a developer to come in and build low income and affordable housing. In exchange, we'll give you tax breaks on the property. So they'll use that money to offset that. And a panel of 3 judges was appointed by the Chief Justice to handle hearing cases where people have been put off due to these laws. There's something that's called builder's remedy. You're not going to have that on exam, by the way. But this is something real life, which I'm going to give you a real life lesson that can help you guys actually in real estate biz a little bit, whether you're an investor or you're going to be working with investors. The Mount Laurel II law put in place. Mount Laurel 1, good decision, right? Because the town of Mount Laurel executed it wrong. It did, in effect, discriminate against low-income poor persons by effectively pricing them out of the town. Mount Laurel II decision, while it's well-meaning, they poorly executed. They said that municipalities now have an obligation to ensure they got to keep tabs on all the housing that's being built. They need to make sure that at least 20% of it is going to be for low-income and affordable housing. So don't get permits out to any construction unless there's something that accommodates that. So they got to keep numbers on that. But when does it need to be built? Well, they didn't go over that. They left that obligation to the municipality to put in their written guidelines. And because this law was so vaguely written, most municipalities are like, this is a gotcha moment waiting to happen. So most municipalities in New Jersey, a little bit more than half the municipalities in New Jersey did not put a written plan into place, how they're going to address this Mount Laurel issue. And if that's the case, if you live in a municipality and you want to buy a property and you want to build something, and the city says, no, you can't build it there. You can look, because their zoning laws don't allow it. You can look into that municipality to see if they have a written plan on how to deal with this Mount Laurel issue for providing a range of housing. And if your municipality did not put into place a written rule of how they're going to execute it, you could actually sue the municipality. You take them to court in front of this 3-panel judge of judges, and you could claim your hardship that there's zoning laws, that they don't have a written plan in place, and how these zoning laws have disenfranchised you somehow. And they will override your local municipality zoning laws and say you can build whatever the hell you want on your own property. Okay, so there's a way around getting around the zoning laws in your municipality, no matter what they say. They call this lawsuit builder's remedy. Okay, builder's remedy is what they call it. Now, I'm not putting it on the slide because you don't need it for exams. It's just a neat note to put down for real life. Because if you're an investor and you want to build an apartment complex, but it's all zoned for 1-family homes in the area or 2-family homes, if they don't have a written plan on how to address this issue, you could take them to court, file a lawsuit for builder's remedy, sue the municipality, and these panel of judges will give you permission to build whatever the hell you want. Yeah, and this happens everywhere. You guys know Clark or let's look at Cranford. You guys know Cranford, New Jersey?
Yeah.
Where the Cranford train station is?
Yep.
Okay, across the street from there, that was all 1-family houses. That's all zoned for 1-family houses over there. Somebody bought up all those 1-family houses, tore them down. They wanted to build a project. Okay, so the township of Cranford said no. That's all zoned for 1-family houses. You cannot build that there. They looked into it. Cranford did not have a written plan on how they're going to address these zoning issues for the Mount Laurel decisions. So they sued Cranford, New Jersey, under builder's remedy, and they got the permission. They got it granted by the court to build whatever the hell they want. So now they built all storefronts down on the bottom, with above it's all condos. I believe that those are for sale. I'm not sure if they're for rent or for sale that's up there, but that stuff is definitely not affordable housing. That stuff is expensive housing there. All right, so they use the loophole of a poorly crafted law that has loopholes built into it under the guise of not having rules written for affordable and low-income housing to get the permit to build whatever they wanted, which is not low or affordable housing. Okay, and this happens throughout New Jersey. Okay, now every state has their own version of this now, stemming from the New Jersey's Mount Laurel decisions. They may call it different things, but in New Jersey, it's called Mount Laurel 1 and 2. And this is how they get these permits to do this. You guys can just do a simple Google search New Jersey builder's remedy lawsuits and see all these lawsuits throughout the state of New Jersey that are based on towns that don't have a written plan in place. And the reason was because there's so many loopholes written into these laws itself. So why don't the politicians, the ones who make the laws, fix these loopholes? Well, maybe they're taking advantage of them themselves. I don't know. A couple of years back when Governor Christie was the governor, he actually tried to address this issue, but he's a Republican governor in a Democrat majority state, and this is just the way politics. I don't want to get into politics. I just want to get into how politics does affect real estate, though. I don't want to get into sides, but he tried bringing up this issue about how we should do away with the Mount Laurel decisions because the laws are broken, they're full of loopholes, and they're not accomplishing what they were set out to do because of all these loopholes. And do you guys recall what we started hearing in the news around that time? Do you guys recall Governor Christie saying this? And in the news, there was a lot of outrage that was actually on the national level even, because at the time, I think he was also putting in his name in the hat for running for president. They started chastising him in the media as being the doing away with protections for Black persons and minorities. He wants to do away with all these laws to protect the poor, Black persons and minorities. And that's all they turned it into a race issue. And it never came of anything. He saw it was going nowhere. He basically, this is what he did, because the governor does not make the laws. Politicians in the state do. And when they argue them out, they hash them out, they go through the process, they sign off on it, and then they put it on the governor's desk for final approval, and he signs it. So he went to all the politicians, Republicans, the Democrats, independents. He went in the state and he said, listen, guys, these laws are not working. You need to rewrite a new law, start from scratch. These laws are not working. They're full of loopholes. You need to rewrite it. It ended up being, you know, they don't want to do that. They just want to turn it into a political issue. This is why we can't get anything done in our government in the current climate state. People from the left and right don't know how to talk to each other anymore, don't know how to communicate to get things done. So instead, they just start calling each other racist and start slamming each other in the eyes of public opinion, and nothing gets done. So he dropped the issue. It didn't go nowhere. We're waiting for a Mount Laurel 3 decision, because I think one of the other politicians said, we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to come up with a Mount Laurel 3 decision. And that lawsuit never came about. Not until so many people get disenfranchised, I guess. But anyway, so there's the real life situation, and what do you need to know for exam? Mount Laurel decisions. Okay, an illegal zoning practice that discriminated against where the poor can live. What do we call that? Hello?
Exclusionary zoning.
Exclusionary zoning. And exclusionary zoning was outlawed by what?
Both the Mount Laurel decisions.
The Mount Laurel decisions. Boom. There you go. That's all you need to know for exam. Okay. I gave you more information than you needed to know for exam, because some of this stuff will actually be helpful if you actually understand what the laws do, how they were created, how they came about, and workarounds for zoning laws, which I gave you, which was the builder's remedy. All right. All right, so let's see. The rest of this page is just talking about how the Realtors Association, HUD, and NAR work together for building up communities, maybe getting people involved in their communities and such. We got such programs that we put into place. Now, on the right side of page 59, implications for brokers and salespersons. That's for that code of opportunity partnerships. Okay, implications for brokers and salespersons. Okay, how do we make sure that how do brokers make sure that the people in their offices aren't discriminating? Well, first of all, we have to display that poster that we offer equal housing to all, right? And then New Jersey has that civil rights poster, equal housing for all. So we have to prominently display that sign saying that we offer equal housing for all. We follow the laws, make proper responses when clients express discriminatory desires. If somebody tells us that they want to discriminate, what do we do?
Refuse.
Well, if it's a listing, you refuse it. What if a buyer comes in and says, I don't want to live by these people or those people?
Oh, then they're not living there.
Well, you know what? A buyer or a renter can live wherever they want. They could discriminate till their heart's content. They could choose who they want to live next to or where they want to live. But you can't help them search based on those criteria. You follow?
Oh, okay.
So do not enter a conversation with somebody when it deals with talking about a protected class, okay? When somebody says, I don't want to live by these people or those people, or, you know what, I tell them, well, then you're moving to the wrong state. We live in New Jersey. This is the melting pot here, man. You tell me where these people or those people don't live, you know? Good luck in that, right? We got a melting pot in New Jersey, you know? It's like, good luck with that. And I've had situations like that before. Now, surprisingly, I haven't come across that many people that are openly discuss discrimination with me. And that's good. But I have had a couple of instances. And I remember one of the more egregious ones. I had this one guy for his job was with some kind of a food franchise to training franchisees and whatever. And he was going to be the head trainer for opening new franchises between New York City and between New York and Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. And he needed to be centrally located somewhere, anywhere in between those areas. But he didn't. This guy was coming out from Colorado. He didn't want to live near. He didn't want. He's like, look, I don't want to live by black people or Hispanic people or these people or those people, you know. And I'm just like, dude, man. I was like, I'm not hearing you. We're not having this conversation. I was like, I could lose my license for this. I could be fined heavily for engaging in this conversation. It's not happening. Okay, I cannot help you searching for homes or areas to live in based on that criteria. You tell me your price range, what features you want in homes, what features you want in the community. I can search for homes based on that, but not based on who lives there. So I could search for homes in an area. There's plenty of websites you could go to and you could see the demographics of, or you could drive around the neighborhood and say hi to the neighbors and see if it's a place that you want to live or not. But I'm not getting involved in that. Okay. Now, would you get this guy? He next time he comes to the office, I have a list of properties for him in different areas. He was like, okay, hold on a second. He pulls out his laptop. He found some website that's got all kinds of real estate website. It's got all kinds of demographic data. And he's like, oh, no, too many of these people. I was like, well, we're not doing that with me present. You know, I was like, I don't want to know why you're choosing areas or not choosing areas. Here's a list of homes in different areas. You let me know which areas to look at. Okay, so you guys can help people search for homes based on criteria, but you cannot help them search for homes based on who lives in an area. Okay, so we got a question here. If they continue to insist upon that, can you just walk away from them? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Right? But I would suggest not losing the business on that. If they kept insisting, I would tell them, I'm not discussing this with you. You tell me what areas that you want to be in, but I'm not discussing this with you. Now, if they keep insisting, wanting to have this conversation with you, yeah, walk away. Don't work with those people. Walk away from them. All right. Now, you'll find all kinds of racism. This guy happened to be white, but look, I've seen black people discriminate against black people because they were darker than them, or this was with I had some people who were Haitian when I started working in West Orange. They had a lot of Haitian people up there, and you had Haitian people that were discriminating against other Haitians because they were too black. I've had Indian people discriminate against Hindus against Hindus because of the dialect that they speak or the region that they're from. You guys are going to find, look,
discriminate when you're helping.
Yeah, you guys know of all
house.
kinds of discrimination.
Like, oh, it's all black neighborhood, or you don't want to buy here.
Yeah, you have people that discriminate all the time for whether it's by their religion, whether it's by their color, their skin, their ethnicity, their whatever. I mean, people find so many new ways. Look, God forbid you call a Spanish person a Puerto Rican or vice versa. World War III breaks out, right? but that's just among your friends. Forget about now. We're in a business environment, and people get offended by things like this, and it's all inherently racist. But it just shows you it lives in a lot of people. We just need to ignore it, and we can't make that a part of our business. We have to ignore that stuff and just not get involved in it. Okay. I don't care what religion you are, what color, where you're from, if you're gay, straight, whatever, I don't care. That has nothing to do with the real estate. You came to me as a real estate salesperson. So let's focus on that. Okay. You guys need to have a way to have that conversation in case it gets brought up. That could be an awkward conversation, but you guys need a way to just bring it up, attack it straight on like I just did here to you in a classroom. I was all business about it, right? That's how you need to approach it with people. And then usually they'll drop it because usually it's awkward enough for them if they wanted to bring it up, okay? So on the right side of page 59, it says the complainant does not have to prove guilty knowledge or specific intent, only the fact that discrimination had occurred. Whoa. See that? That's the last sentence in the first paragraph under implications for brokers and salesperson. In order to be found guilty of discrimination, the person who's filing a complaint, does not have to prove guilty knowledge or that it was your intent to discriminate. They only need to prove that a discriminatory act occurred. That's why steering, it's very easy to be found guilty when it comes to steering, right? Or look, You don't have a poster, an equal housing poster in your office mounted on the wall. Boom, you're guilty of discrimination. So how do we got to get by? Well, try our best just to treat everybody fairly, equally. Don't get involved in these conversations, and only search for houses based on the criteria of the house. Tell people if it's an interest to them who lives there. Look, I had a listing. Let me give you an example of a listing I had that I got a lot of calls on. And I would get calls a lot of times from people. They would say, well, who lives there? And I'm like, well, the owner's still living there, but she'll be moved out by the time you close on the house. And they're like, no. Who lives in the area, the neighborhood? And I was like,
How are you
I
supposed to
cannot enter
know?
that conversation. I know what they're talking about. I mean, you could be a wise ass and just say people. Right. And after a while, sometimes I did mess with their heads a little bit and, tried to pull it out of them. And I said, well, who lives there? People. No. I mean, what kind of people, so then they go on with it, like, what do you mean? What kind of people? I'm sure they're nice. Right. If they start asking, well, are they mainly singles or couples, or their children, are they this ethnicity or that ethnicity, then I'll say, all right, hold up right there. I cannot engage in this conversation. I could lose my license for talking to you like this and get fined. I am not going to go there. I could search for homes for you based on certain criteria, but that's not one. I cannot talk about who lives in an area. So if you're seriously interested in a property, how about this? How about you come on down? I'll open the property. I'll show you the property, and you can walk around the neighborhood, talk to the neighbors, and see if it's a place that you like to live. Okay, introduce yourself to the neighbors. Okay, just do it that way. All matter of fact type way. And then hopefully you keep things positive like that, and it doesn't take the dark turn. All right, and then let's see. So basically, if we go to the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph down, this is where they give you the suggestion of how I just expressed it. What if the person asks you, that they want to search for homes in areas based on criteria of who lives there? Well, just like I said again, I'll say it one more time. I can't search for homes based on those criteria. You will have to walk around a neighborhood, decide who it is that you want to live next to, but I can't enter that conversation with you, okay? And then if you just say that on a regular basis, it'll get easier for you to say. Not that it's going to be asked a lot, okay? I've been into business since late 2003, early 2004, something like that. And I could count on one hand how many times people actually mentioned something that was racist to me when searching for homes or offering their homes for sale. Okay. I've had it happen a couple times, but I could really count it on one hand. And look, one of the instances, the person wasn't even, it was a home sellers. It was a couple, it was an elderly couple. And I took a listing from them, and they never mentioned anything about people's backgrounds, race, or anything like that. But then the next time that I seen them after I got the listing, they started saying that not to show to these people or those people and those people. So I was like, whoa, hold on a second, hold on. Where's this coming from? See, right off the bat, I mean, you're supposed to deny the listing, but I already had the listing. Now what I do, Now, if I seen that these people were gonna be racist throughout this, I would drop the listing. But I asked them because I don't think these people had a racist bone in their body. And it turns out that they didn't. It turns out that their neighbors saw that they were meeting with a realtor, before I put the sign up even, but I was taking pictures outside and talking to them, and their neighbors were nosy, knowing what's going on. And their neighbors came to them and told them, don't have them sell to these people or those people, And so they were relaying their neighbor's message. And I was like, let me ask you a question seriously as a homeowner. Do you really care what your neighbors think? I mean, look, if I get somebody, I don't care what their background is, if they offer me the price that I'm looking for on my house, do you really care what the neighbors think? If you love your neighbors so much, why are you moving? Right? So they were right. They were like, after I said that to them, they were like, oh, no, you're right. We shouldn't have even said it. That was stupid. You know what? Forget about it. And I did, because I could see with them, it was pressure from their neighbors. And so they told me just to forget about, like it never happened. And I was like, okay, fair enough. Okay. All right. So moving along. Turn to page 60. On page, do we have any more? Oh, that's the last slide. Okay. So on page 60, it says, in recent years, brokers sometimes been caught in the middle when local governments enact well-meaning quotas. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you're talking about a protected class or race in general, and you use the word quota in the same sentence, it don't sound good. But in this instance here, they're talking about well-meaning quotas that give rise to something that's called reverse discrimination regulations that are intended to preserve racial balance in given areas. Well, first of all, hold on a second. Do you got to look at somebody's race? If you got to look at somebody's race, then there's something wrong. There's a problem. Okay. Now, well-meaning. I don't care how well-meaning it is. What did I tell you? Is on the previous page, in order to be found guilty of discrimination, it says they don't have to prove guilty knowledge or specific intent, only the fact that discrimination occurred. I don't care what your intention was. Well-meaning quotas to try to integrate a community, perhaps. It don't matter. If you're looking at somebody's race, you're violating federal law. Okay, so sometimes you do have people in government, politicians, who only go by votes and public opinion. But we have to follow specific guidelines and treat everybody fairly and equally. But if you get politicians that now try to put in place some kind of a quota system, or, if there's too many of these people in an area, you need to start trying to get other people integrating into that area. Well, right off the bat, I would ignore this, because people have a right to choose where they want to live. If you want to live somewhere, that's that's up to you. And I'm not getting involved in that, because that would be what law would I be violating with that? What practice would I be violating? What do we call that when I'm making the decision of where somebody should live? Hearing. That's a violation of the Federal Fair Housing Act, right? So right off the bat, just using a little common sense, we could figure out that this is a violation of the law. So I'm going to ignore this. I don't care what the local politician puts in place, or even if it's a national politician, because we have had an instance before where our government had spent millions of dollars putting together something that I could only call a race map, which they were going to implement into the system, that if you have anybody who's offering housing, real estate agents, or anybody offering financing for housing for any loans that are insured or guaranteed by the federal government, or planning to be resold or insured, or to any institution that's insured or guaranteed or whatever to any of these loans from the federal government related in any way, shape, or form, that you would have to first look at this race map and zoom out. And if in that area it's not purple, showing a nice blend of people, then that means that there's too much of a concentration of a certain people of a certain background there, and you're not going to get any federal funding or any loans to get government-related loans to get the housing there. All right. Now, this was never put into place. Our government did spend millions of dollars, though, to put together these maps where they got the data from census information and the mapping data for the housing reports and such, and then they put that info together, and they were planning on it. Okay. I'm not going to get into the politics of it. If you got questions, you could ask me after class about that. But this actually started moving forward, and it actually stopped, thank God. Because how the heck would we do our job and not be found more in this situation? Okay, so I told you about testers. We have these undercover mystery shoppers, so to speak, which we call testers. And these testers basically check to make sure we're abiding by fair housing compliance. So on the left-hand side of page 61 at the bottom, highlight under testing. Testers are checkers, are undercover volunteers who want to see whether all customers and clients are being treated the same. Okay, and that's on this slide. I believe that's the testing / testers are undercover. I'm going to call them mystery shoppers Because that's kind of what they're doing, right? They're not real shoppers, but undercover mystery shoppers that test licensees acting like buyers, renters, etc., to ensure we are treating everyone equally the same and not engaging discriminatory practices. All right. Okay, so this one's going to be on, this one you could be sure will be on exams. Like a lot of this stuff from this chapter 4 is going to be on exams, and we're done with chapter 4 now pretty much. But if you want to know what to put in advertisements, let's just discuss this really quick before we move on. There's a chart here at the bottom of the page. HUD's advertising guidelines, what you can and cannot say in an ad. I just want to go over it really quick and then we'll be done with this chapter. Okay, so there's a category, the rule of what's allowed, the rule, what's permitted and what's not permitted to be put in advertisements. We're not talking about conversations you have with people. We're talking about what you can and cannot put in an advertisement. All right, now the category, the first one is race, color, or national origin. The basic rule is no discriminatory limitation or preference may be expressed. And that's going to be the situation for all of these categories. No, as long as you don't show any preference or limitation to anybody, you're okay. Okay, but once you start showing preferential treatment towards others or discriminatory limitations on people, that's when you're going to run into problems. What you are allowed.
There's been confusion in the past about what types of proper descriptions are and are not appropriate.
Okay, what you are allowed to place in ads is you're allowed to say master bedroom or good neighborhood. Okay, I mean, how racist do you need to be to consider the term master bedroom a racial term anyway, right? Good neighborhood. Not permitted, you're not allowed to say white neighborhood or no French, you know, that pertaining to race, color, or national origin. When dealing with religion, no preference or limitation again. You are allowed to say in ads, chapel on premises or kosher meals available. Why are you allowed to say that? Because we're describing what is actually on the property. We're not talking about things that are in the neighborhood. We're talking about, let's just say that you're selling a condo. That in that condo building, there's a chapel on the premises, on the property. You're just describing a feature that is there on the property. You are not talking about what's in the neighborhood, because that could be discriminatory. That could be like a dog whistle. If you say chapel on premises or kosher meals available, you could be indicating, hey, there's Jewish people in this neighborhood, you know? But if you're talking about, like, say that they have a kitchen there in the condo complex, they have a kitchen for food that's available to everybody, well, you know what? Then you're just describing a feature that's available on that property. You are allowed to say Merry Christmas in your ads. You're allowed to say Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, whatever. You know, you're allowed to give greetings in your ads, and it's not considered discriminatory. Okay, don't be so offended. All right. I don't know what point in time everybody in society became so offended by saying Merry Christmas or what have you. You know, growing up, I used to tell Jewish people Merry Christmas, and you know they would say Happy Hanukkah back. Neither one of us got offended. You know, we take it as a greeting. Okay, so don't get all crazy, people. Take a chill pill. All right. Sex when pertaining to with religion. Okay, what are you not allowed to say in ads? Well, remember I told you, first of all, keep your ads positive. So don't say no Muslims or nice Christian family or near great Catholic schools. Also, don't say, it is important for devout Jews to live within walking distance of their synagogue, okay, their house of worship. And a lot of times in the Jewish communities, they think that that's a selling point, that's an advertising point because it's important to them, and they know it's important to other devout Jews as well. Better not say that in an advertisement, because if you say it's within walking distance to a synagogue, we know what kind of religion we're talking about here, right? So that's like saying, hey, people, there's Jews in the neighborhood. Or it could be targeting Jewish people. You don't want to target a specific protected class or put a dog whistle out there. Hey, these people are here, you know? Instead, what I would suggest is saying, within walking distance of houses of worship. That's more secular. It's not targeting a particular religious group. All right, sex, no preference. You're allowed to say mother-in-law suite or master bedroom or female roommate sought. Okay, first of all, you guys know what a mother-in-law suite is? I think we already discussed this. Mother-in-law suite, sometimes referred to as a mother-daughter. It's a one-family house that's set up like a two, okay? And it is a desirable feature. So if you do come across a listing like that, I suggest you do put that in the MLS. You do check off that feature so that it's easier for other agents to find it. Maybe you get more money for that house. It's a desirable feature. Okay. Female roommate sought. How is that not discriminatory? Well, it's not discriminatory because you're looking for somebody to live in the same unit as you. They're going to be a roommate. They're sharing the apartment. It's different than if I had an apartment that was vacant and I was wanting to rent out. I can't just say only looking for females. That would be discriminatory based on sex. But if I'm looking for somebody to move in with me, and let's just say I'd be comfortable with somebody of the same sex living in the apartment with me, you're allowed to say that. You could have some young girl that's, she doesn't want this old guy creeper answering the ads. Oh yeah, I'd like to live with you, you know. She'd feel comfortable and only wants, you know, as a stranger, another woman living with her. So that's fine if she puts in an ad, you know, female roommate sought. It is not considered discriminatory, okay? Because of that reason. You're not allowed to put in ads, great house for a man, or a wife's dream kitchen, right? I usually say in classes as a little joke, why would you anyway? These days women don't know how to cook anyhow, right? And then I cover hoping that you don't throw things at me. All right, it's a joke, okay? But not really, at least in my family, guys can cook better. Anyhow, what about a, here's a couple that apparently in the book they ran out of space. I'm gonna have you write 2 more things in there that you should not put in an ad that would go against the sex part. Man cave or she shed, right? You are allowed to say in a conversation with somebody, yeah, this would make a great man cave down here. But in a written advertisement, you can't say man cave because that is targeting a particular sex. Or she shed, you know, we get that, what's it, that insurance commercial?
Who burned the she shed?
Burned down my she shack or my she shed, right?
But why are you basically saying women could have a shed, but men could have a cave, you know? That's why.
Well, that's the thing, you cannot. You cannot say that this is targeting, why is it a she shed? How come it can't be a man's shed? You know, how come it's a man cave? How come it can't be her cave, you know, or her domicile, you know? So you cannot target sex. You got in those things. You can have a conversation with people and be joking about it and everybody's laughing and good. But, you know, when you write it down on a piece of paper in an advertisement, somebody's always going to end up getting butthurt over it, you know? So, you know, people are overly sensitive these days and you need to just keep things, you know, neutral, okay? Disability. No exclusion or limitations based on disability. So you are allowed to say, because now you start worrying, what can I say and what can I say? You are allowed to say wheelchair ramp, walk to shopping, short walk to shed, walking to shopping, walking to bus station or to the bus stop, jogging path, walk-in closet. You're describing features and things that are reality. Okay, you are allowed to say these things, and it's not discriminatory against people who cannot walk by saying jogging path available, a short walk to the bus station, to the bus stop, or to shops, and it's not considered discriminatory.
Hey, Victor,
Yeah.
I thought you weren't supposed to say that. Like, for example, I
No,
thought you were supposed to word it at, say, 5 minutes distance from, I don't know, a coffee shop or something, as opposed to 5-minute walk.
No, you can say walking distance.
Okay.
You can say walking distance. I wouldn't put times at all. I wouldn't say 5 minutes to the coffee shop, because now if somebody gets stuck in traffic and on average it takes them 10 minutes, but you know what? They allotted 5 minutes for this because that's what you told them. Now they're always late for work, and they're going to now sue you because they're always late for work because they went by your time guideline, because people are just mental cases. Okay. Yeah, I would say it's close by, close to the coffee shops, within walking distance even, but I'm not going to give them timelines, because people just, when you talk specific like that, I like to talk in generalities. You talk specifics like that, 5 minutes, price ranges, you give a specific something, roof's a year old, people get crazy. You are not allowed to say in your ads, no wheelchairs or able-bodied tenants only, and I wouldn't, because it's negative and you're using the word no. So keep everything positive. And then familial status, 2-bedroom, family room, quiet neighborhood, you're allowed to say, even though I don't know what a quiet neighborhood has to do with families, because families are typically noisy. They're loud, right? Do not say in ads, married couple only, no more than 2 children, or a retiree's dream house. Why don't you just say dream house, no more than 2 children, or married couples only. So what? Couples that aren't married can't be here? No more than 2 children. So you're discriminating based on familial status. If I got kids that are under, if I have more kids, All right, we're done with this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review and move on. Federal law setting many protected classes with some exceptions.
Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968?
5 is A, Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. Federal law protected classes are race and color with no exception.
Civil Rights Act of 1866.
3 is B. Inducing panic selling based on prejudice.
Blockbuster?
2 is C. New Jersey law governing discrimination in real estate transactions.
Law against discrimination?
Yeah, the LAD. Yeah, correct. 6 is D. Refusal to lend in certain areas, usually inner city.
Redlining, because that's finance, right?
Correct. 9 is E. Yeah, remember that red line, right? Section of Federal Civil Rights Act that covers housing. There's a keyword in there. Section.
Or
Title 8. Yeah. Section
Title 8.
Yeah,
Title
yeah.
8. 13 is F. Specific group that cannot be discriminated against.
Us?
They are a protected class. 8 is G. Court cases covering, look, now they don't even mention low income. Where it says moderate income, write low. Okay, court cases covering low income housing.
HUD.
The court cases.
Mount Laurel?
Mount Laurel decisions, Mount Laurel 1 and 2. 7 is H. Channeling home seekers either to or away from certain areas.
Steering.
11 is I. Steering. Undercover checker who monitors fair housing compliance.
Testers.
They're called a tester. 12 is J. All right. Next to K in your book, I want you to cross out the word benign. Benign means there's nothing wrong about it, and all discrimination is wrong. So discrimination intended to correct past wrongs.
Reverse discrimination.
10 is K. Federal agency enforcing civil rights compliance.
That's HUD, right?
Yes, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. 4 is L. And statement about discrimination everyone listing property must receive.
The Attorney General's memorandum.
The Attorney General's memorandum regarding the law against discrimination. So one is M. All right. Here, I'm going to do something really quick. We're done with this slideshow. While I open up another slideshow for the next chapter, I'm going to throw up a poll there for you guys real quick. I didn't do it in the morning. I put them together. Hello. Can I launch this poll? Well, just do the one that's marked for the afternoon.
So just press the afternoon one, or
Yeah. Just press the afternoon one.
Okay.
Make sure everybody gets that afternoon one in.
What is that for?
Just want to take that attendance here. Even though I got the records, I just want to make sure that you guys are still here with me and paying attention.
Yeah. So not in the morning, right?
Yeah, you don't got to worry about the morning one right now. I'll go by the records for that. I didn't start it this morning, so.
Okay.
We should still be good for last week, though, right, Victor?
You'll be fine. I'm going by the records of who was logged on.
I apologize. I hit the app.
But I'm doing this. But I'm doing this to see who's actually here still and paying attention, because you could be logged on and then you could have gone somewhere, you know. So as you can see right now, we got 14 people out of 22 that answered. So I don't know where everybody is.
I closed mine by mistake.
That's right. You could open it back up.
How do I do that?
Hit the polls down the bottom. You get the poll button.
Hold on.
No?
No, it kind of came up like a pop-up, and then I closed it. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, yes.
There you go. I just hit the poll button again. I don't see anything different, but.
Yep, got it.
Okay. So make sure everybody votes for the present here in the afternoon, okay?
I actually voted for the morning. Is that all right?
Yeah, don't worry about the morning one. The second poll, the one for the afternoon, I want everybody to get that answered right now.
It's just present afternoon, right? Doesn't matter.
Press on the afternoon
morning.
one. Correct.
Okay.
No, I don't see poll. I don't see poll. Yes.
How about now?
Victor.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yep.
You have this review question, and then you have this objectives options here. Where can I find the answers for them if I put correct?
The answers for the review questions at the end of each chapter, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, yes.
Okay, they can be found on page, was it 506?
Like in the back of the book.
Yeah, page 506 in the back of the book.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
Yeah, it just says there's no other poll or other question.
How about now?
Was it more than one poll?
Well, there's one that says present here in the morning and one that says here in the afternoon. So you just
Yeah, I choose one or the other, so I choose afternoon,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, choose the afternoon and then and just click on I'm here, present.
Just let me know I wasn't here in the morning. Just
Yeah,
kidding.
don't worry about the morning one. I didn't give it to you guys this morning, but I'll go for the morning. I'll just go by the login records. Everybody that's logged in. But right now I'm going for by participation records. I want to make sure everybody's here. So right now we have, as an example, we got 21 people listed in here, but only 15 have answered so far. And we've been talking about it for 3.5 minutes now.
I like to be quiet.
Okay, well, you could be quiet and answer the poll, okay?
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
I'll do that. I'll answer the poll.
You're here in the bathroom.
Which one we press if we've been here all day?
What's that?
Which one should we press if we've been here all day?
The afternoon.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to mute.
You're in the bathroom, Victor.
Just do the afternoon one. Well, I'm going to leave this one up on screen for a couple minutes. Okay, I'm going to leave that up there for a couple minutes. We're in 4-minute territory now, and still I got a bunch of people who have not answered. So I don't know where the hell they are.
So then they're absent.
And that's it. If they're not answering, and I'm talking about it all this time, then you're not here. You're just running that poll. I'm sorry, you just got your session open, okay? We're required to take these attendance records here, okay? And we're pretty flexible, especially being online now. But all right, so chapter 5. Chapter 5. Let me open up the. I'm gonna open up the other. Okay, let me see. Let me open up another slideshow here real quick. PowerPoint presentation for chapter 5. Let me see what's in there, because I know I'm going to dictate a lot of notes to you guys now. You ready?
Yep.
Well, ready or not.
Sir.
Ready or not, here we go. Let's see. Chapter 5, what is real estate is what we're going to get started in here. And it'd be helpful if you guys can see what I see. So there we go. All right, so let me share the screen of the PowerPoint presentation. You guys still have the poll open above the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Where do we see that?
Is that the blue
I mean,
thing?
if you answered it, it goes away.
Oh, if you answered, it goes away?
Yeah, I know. I was looking for that. I was like, huh?
Well, there's a poll up on screen for those who have not answered the question yet. We're going on 6 minutes now, wondering where the hell you were.
Yeah, break.
All right. All right, so answer that poll for the afternoon if you're here. Okay, we got 18 out of 20 people, and now we got people dropping off too. 21 people, 20 people. Says only 20 are here for the poll. All right. So I got the slideshow open. Chapter 5, what is real estate? Okay. At the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to identify characters of real estate, distinguish between characteristics, fixtures, and trade fixtures. Included with real estate is the bundle of rights. Okay, so the bundle of rights include the possession, the right to use the property in any legal manner, enjoyment of that property, exclusion to keep others from your property, and disposition or alienation, which means to be able to sell or give away your property. That term, alienation, I want you to add to your notes. So I'm going to pull up the other slideshow here, and I'm going to put alienation now down. Let's see, chapter 5. We create a slide here just for the terminology that we're going to go through here. You're writing alienation. Okay, so this is chapter 5 stuff. The term alienation.
So can you give a house for as a gift to like a person or not?
Alienation, in its simplest terms, is a transfer of property. Because we're going to learn in other chapters, you could have voluntary or involuntary alienation. So alienation can be voluntary or involuntary, or it can be during your life or after death. Okay, so but in simplest forms, alienation, let's see, alienation while you're alive. Let me give you an example. You sell the property or you give it away. Alienation, that's voluntary alienation. I sold the property or gave it away. That's voluntary alienation while I'm alive. Involuntary alienation is I get foreclosed on, the property's taken away from me. Or I die without a will and somebody else, takes gets the property that I didn't intend to get. Well, the state will take my property if I can't find any natural heirs. That's involuntary alienation, okay?
What about eminent domain?
Eminent domain, if the state's taking away your property against your will, it has to be, first of all, with just compensation and for the greater public good, but still, that's a form of involuntary alienation. We're going to go over several more additional forms of involuntary alienation throughout this book, but we need just to understand that term, alienation. In simplest terms, it's a transfer of property. The reason why I'm giving it to you, the definition in simplest terms, is because once we get to the mortgage chapter, there's a form of, there's a clause in a mortgage called.
Yeah, there was a bullshitter. What's his name?
Maine Pharma.
Is it Maine Pharma?
It's either Maine or Metrics. It's the same company.
Okay.
You guys want to mute yourselves there?
Give me what is the deal with their
All right, so there's a form of alienation, there's an alienation clause in mortgages, which basically says that when the loan is paid off, when the house is sold, when you transfer ownership, whether you sell it or give it away, the loan needs to be paid off in full. But you could figure that out once you know that the word alienation is a transfer of property. What does that have to do with financing? Well, if the property is transferred, the loan needs to be paid off, okay? All right. Anybody else here who did not answer this poll? Once we reach that 11-minute mark, I'm going to close this poll or somewhere around there because it's taking up space on my screen. Or here, I'll minimize it on my screen. I'll leave it open for even longer. Okay.
So if you give a property as a gift, you have.
It's still, you're giving it. It's alienation. It's transfer of ownership.
From alienation.
That's voluntary, right? All right, so within these ownership rights also are the rights to improve or devise. Devise means to leave by will. To mortgage, encumber, cultivate, explore, mine, build, lease, license, dedicate, give away, abandon, share, trade, or exchange the property. These are all terms that we're going to go over, whether or not necessarily in this chapter, but in others. So we're doing chapter 5 now, but we're also going to be bouncing back between chapter 5 and 20 now. All right. Since we are going over some of the terminology here, I'm going to open up another blank slide. How do I copy this duplicate slide? Okay. And on this one, I'm going to give some terminology of, we'll call it death terms. Okay. So in the death terms here, we're going to start off with the one called devise. Or, I mean, these, we're going to have death terms, but I'm going to put next to like this first one, devise, a word that people commonly mix up with it too, because they sound similar. But devise is, it means to leave property by will. So to transfer property by will, or to leave by will. It basically means devise. You left your property to somebody by will. So to leave by will, to transfer or leave by will.
By will, you mean like a living will, right? Like a living
property by will, like a last will and testament.
Yeah.
Okay, last will and testament. All right. Now, not to be confused with devise is another word, demise. Now, demise is a transfer of property by lease. Every lease has in it a demising clause, so the landlord to let and the tenant to take possession of the premises, okay? But these are two commonly confused words because they look so alike, they sound so alike, and so a lot of times people mix them up. So this is the only reason why I'm putting this here. Demise is not a death term, but it sounds like one, right? You finally met your demise. But the thing is, it is not a death term. Demise is the one that sounds like death but isn't. Okay, devise is the death term. That's the one where you're transferring your property by will upon death. Okay, so let me give you some more death terminology. When you die with a will, what do we call that?
Last will and testament.
Testate. Testate. Okay, so if you die having made a will, so testate means basically having made a will or having prepared a will. having made / prepared a will. Okay? And intestate means that you did not have / prepare a will. Now, when you die, how do we make sure that all of your assets are distributed to the people who are intended, and to make sure that the appropriate taxes have been paid and any debts paid by the person who died?
Beneficiary.
It's got to go before a court, which we call probate.
Okay.
Okay. So probate is a court proceeding that determines who the natural heirs are or I should just say who the heirs are, forget about natural, who the heirs of an estate are, and what the assets are after all debts have been paid. Okay, so probate is a court proceeding that determines who the heirs of an estate are and what the assets are after the debts have been paid. No matter if you had a will or not. Okay? So, if you die intestate, what does that mean?
That you did not have like a will.
You did not prepare a will. You did not have a will. So if you die intestate, who gets your belongings, your property?
The family?
Well,
State.
The tide.
Well, it goes to your natural heirs, your natural heirs. Okay. Now, if no heirs can be located, what happens to the property?
Goes to
the state.
It goes to the state through a process we call escheat. The state escheats you out of your property. Okay. Now, they're not cheating you out of your property. There's actually a process, and we're actually going to go over that process in a few minutes. I just want to go over the word. So escheat. When someone dies, or I'm going to say when you die, intestate, and no heirs can be located, the property reverts to the state, meaning the state takes ownership. Okay? So the state gets the property. Now what in reality happens here? In reality, the property is sold at auction and held in a fund for 1 year, in which heirs can claim it. After that, the state takes it. All right, if you guys, here's a resource for you guys. If you guys want to find any property that's possibly owed to you, or money, it's not just real estate, it's either property or money. You may have money that's owed to you right now. Here's a website link, www.missingmoney.com. This is run by the federal government, and all states put their information. Some states will have their own individual websites, but they also are required to upload their information in missingmoney.com, which is maintained by the federal government. Do not put this in a Google search, missingmoney.com. You better make sure that in the address bar of the website you're in says www.missingmoney.com. Because I had a girl in one of my classes type missingmoney.com in the search bar in Google, and then clicked on one of the search results, and she was on some completely different website that required her to give credit card information to sign up. They will not ask you for any credit card information. This is a free site. You do not pay anything. You search to see if you or any of your relatives are owed money, and if they are, you can claim it here. Look, if you have there's money that's being held here, property that's being held here for all different kinds of things. We just went over, if somebody dies without a will, no heirs can be located, then the state will sell the property at auction, and they'll put the funds in a fund that they have to hold on to for 1 year, in which time that heirs can make a claim of those funds here. All right. If so that's for on missingmoney.com. If it's for bank things, like I remember when my dad was still alive, I searched his name and I found that he was owed money. He was owed a lot of money, and it turns out that he bought some savings bonds, and they matured, and he never cashed them in. And I guess the bank never reached out to him because that bank ended up changing ownership. They sold their name. They tore down the branch that was in the town where he used to go. So, and he still needed to wait a couple of years for it to mature anyway. So I guess out of sight, out of mind, he forgot all about it. But the bank couldn't keep that money. They had to turn it over to the state. And then I found it at missingmoney.com. We put in a claim of any additional information to get the forms. They gave us the forms online. We submitted them, and he claimed the money and got it. I had students in my classes before. I had one girl who used to work at Hot Topic in the mall. She never got her last check. Her employer wasn't allowed to keep it. So he actually, Hot Topic is one of the larger companies, I guess. They actually turned it over to the state. I don't know why. They should have just mailed it to the girl, or reached out to her. They had her info, but anyway, they held on to it and they turned it over to the state. We found it. She searched in the class, found her name, and she had something owed. Sometimes on the website it'll say it's not undisclosed for the amount of money or what it's for, and if that's the case, you just put in your social security number in there. It'll give you the forms that you need to make the claim, and it may tell you then what it's for. All right. And I usually have at least one person in every classroom that finds money. So I suggest that you guys go to this website. Okay?
I'm on it right now.
Just give you that little tip.
Right now.
What's the name of the website again?
It's right there on the in front of you, missingmoney.com. You see it?
No. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, it's just tiny.
Missingmoney.com.
Okay, so this is a resource. This is a website run by federal government. It's free. Check if anyone owes you money that is available to be claimed.
New Jersey is not a participating state at this time. Click here to visit their website.
In missingmoney.com, they are. They are.
I got the same message.
That New Jersey's not a participant?
Yeah, I got the same thing.
What the hell is our governor doing? Because we were.
It has their own website.
Yeah, New Jersey has their own website as well. Hold on, let me see what it is. It's unclaimed property. Here, let me put up the actual link. I have.
Maybe Obama changed it.
What's that?
Maybe Obama changed it.
Oh.
No. This website is for all the states that are out there.
Okay.
Let me see. So New Jersey does have their own website, but they also put the information into missingmoney.com. If it's showing missingmoney.com that New Jersey's not participating, then our current crappy governor that we have did something to screw that up.
No, it says New Jersey's not participating, but then the next sentence says, click here to visit their website. So I think they're linking to a different website for New Jersey.
We used to, New Jersey was in their own website, and they also uploaded their info into Missing Money. If they're not in there now, I don't know what the hell's going on. Actually, they were in there as of a couple months ago because I searched in missingmoney.com and found some stuff from my uncle from a couple months ago. So
it links you to unclaimedfunds.nj.gov.
Yeah, it's actually unclaimedproperty.nj.gov was the New Jersey website. Here, let me check really quick because I don't want you guys going to a wrong place either. Okay, so
do we have to share any of this money with you if we find?
Yeah, it's
Or-
only a 10% finder's fee.
Oh, okay. It's not too bad.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see, missingmoney.com. Okay, you could start your search. Well, you can see states. You can click on states too. Let me see. Wow, look at that. New Jersey is not listed anymore. What the hell is this guy doing? Yeah, unclaimedproperty.nj.gov. That's what it should be forwarding you to. Unclaimedproperty.nj.gov. And then you can do the search through here.
So the original website, it's blue, right? It's like blue, and it has like a little map for the eye.
But for the unclaimed property?
Yeah, for the missingmoney.com.
For the missingmoney.com? Yeah, missingmoney.com. Yeah, it's it has the word missing with kind of like a map, finding place there, and some dotted
Instead
lines.
of the eye, right?
Yeah.
Instead of the eye?
Yeah, and instead of the eye, yeah, for the missing, yeah.
Yeah, because Florida has a different website too. Like this, it sends you to Florida.
Well, New Jersey used to
Florida.
participate in here. Either way, if they're not now, then just go to the unclaimedproperty.nj.gov. I don't know what they're doing, but whatever. I'm not a politician. I'm just telling you where to find the money. Okay.
Okay.
So I hope you all find some money there. Okay.
$1 million?
Really? You found that much? That's awesome.
Well, I'm dropping the class.
Well, don't forget that finder's fee. All right.
Oh, okay, Director.
So I'll put in here, this is the NJ site. Okay, so let's move on with the class. Just wanted to give you guys a couple of neat resources that could help you possibly find something. Put your name in, put your family, your relatives. You may find your relatives have money due to them. You know, if anybody ever had an FHA loan and you paid off that FHA loan in full, and there was never a claim made for the insurance premium, and then insurance premiums have been paid off, you may be owed money from that as well. Okay, so let's go to, for a second now, we talked about demise, testate, intestate, probate, and escheat. All right, so these are some of those death terms and terms that sound alike. The demise is not a death term, okay? I'll put here, this is not a death term. It's kind of obvious though. And what I want you guys to do is go to page 276 in your book, page 276. This is half of chapter 20. The first half of chapter 20 though is just going to be a review. So we're actually in actuality, we're going to be learning we're going to be finishing all of chapter 20 right now in a couple of minutes, and this will probably be the last thing that we do for today. Transfer of deceased person's property. We're on page 276, chapter 20. You know what? Let me pull up that chapter 20 slideshow too. Okay, so now we're on, I got the chapter 20 slideshow up in your screen there. This is just half the chapter is just a
White House has next week.
Everybody else?
He goes over the notes that I already gave you guys, basically.
Don't do anything else. Just pull it and that's it. Don't do
Okay,
anything else. If you
so-
want to get it fixed, like something else extra done, just and make sure.
What I want to go over with you guys is, first of all, is everybody done with that poll?
I'm back to
Yeah, yes.
yeah.
Yes. Everybody's done with this poll right here? I had it
Yes.
open for 30 minutes now. If you did not answer the poll, then you're not here.
One poll, right? That's all you said.
Yep. I mean, okay, I got some of you guys that answered it now. More people came in and answered it that weren't here. So I gave plenty of opportunity. From the future, though, I'm going to open this poll up for 10 minutes. You guys will have to answer it. Okay. If you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. All right. So you should have answered for present here in the afternoon poll. All right. Did everybody here answer that? Because I'm going to close it.
Yeah, you got mine,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Can you confirm who you got?
Yeah, I just want to make sure you confirm that you got mine.
I can't see the results until I end the poll.
Okay.
Yeah, I accidentally put morning.
Yeah,
I put afternoon.
I did.
The poll to see who took the poll.
Either way, for morning or afternoon, I'll know it's for the afternoon because I didn't put the poll out there in the morning. Okay.
Okay.
All right, perfect.
Thank you.
Got one person that didn't, but 5, 4.
Call them out. Call them out.
Who's that?
No, I said call them out.
Oh, 5, 4, 3, 2. I just know the numbers. I can see what the totals are here. And I'm going to close it. Boom. There you go.
So from now on, we should be looking out for polls, right? This is the first time we do this. I'm just like,
Yeah,
I'm
yep, I'm doing it, and I've been announcing it for the last half hour.
Okay, no, but previous to this, I didn't walk away and then you had a poll and then, right?
Yeah, because, well, I just go by who's logged in, but I can't tell if you're here if you just
Right,
log in and walk away.
Right.
So I'm going to do a poll to make sure that you guys are still here. Okay?
Thanks.
Okay, don't worry, Carol, if you pressed the wrong one. I got it on here. I didn't launch it in the morning, so you're still good as long as you answered one of them. All right? And here, you guys can share these poll results with you guys. You can see. But if you're here, you're here.
There's a poll in the morning?
No. I created it in the afternoon, so this way I created these polls and then I could launch them from now on. So I'll be doing that. I'll be doing that later. Okay. So
You're sharing the poll results, and it says 19% present in the morning.
because some of the people answered it just now.
Oh, got it. Okay.
All right. So let's get back to the screen here. We're on page 276. I want to finish this chapter. These are the terms that I already gave you. So under transfer of property by deceased person, just highlight on the second line, intestate means not having left a will. And then a couple lines down from that, you're going to highlight testate has prepared a will. It's the same terms that I put on that PowerPoint slideshow that I made up for you guys on that's not it. That's it. Okay. Legally, when a person dies, title to their real estate is immediately passed to their heirs by descent or to the person named in the will. However, the will must be probated and all claims against the estate must be satisfied. To make sure, what they're talking about is making sure that all the debts have been paid. So basically, if you owe taxes still, you have any unpaid taxes, the government wants to make sure they're getting paid. But anybody else who's owed money can make a claim against your estate when you die, if you owe them money. So probate is that proceeding. Now, probate or administration is a legal process by which a court determines who inherits the property of a deceased person and what the assets of the estate are. Either an executor or an executrix if you're female. So a male would be an executor, a female would be an executrix. Named is a person who's named in the will to make sure that they carry out, that your wishes are carried out as you wrote in your will. Or if you didn't name anybody in a will, the court will name an administrator to locate your natural heirs or to make sure that the assets are distributed according to the terms of your will. All right, and they would oversee that administration. Now, transfer of title by will. So a last will and testament is the document that talks about how to distribute your assets after your death. Now, in the second paragraph under that, a party who makes a will is known as a testator, okay? So testate means that you prepared a will. Testator is the person who had prepared the will. If you're a female, you're a testatrix. The gift of real property by will is known as devise, and a person who receives real property by will is known as a devisee. Gift of money, highlight, a gift of money or other personal property is a legacy or bequest. So I'm going to add those terms to our definition sheet here, legacy or bequest. You guys ever watch any movies or dramas where there was a reading of a will and they say, I bequeath to thee my vast fortune, $4 in my bank accounts, okay? So that is the legacy. The legacy is any personal property, the gift of personal property that you leave behind. Hopefully you have a larger legacy than $4 in your bank account though. And a bequest is your wishes. You bequeath to thee, you're giving to this person your legacy, what you have left behind. So a gift of money or personal property is a legacy or bequest, okay? So legacy,
I have 401. Ladies, hit me up.
is a gift of personal property. And that person who left, okay, let's see, the person receiving the personal property is called a legatee, not that you need to study that or remember that at all for exams, okay? So legacy or bequest is a gift of personal property after death. It's what you left behind, okay? Now, in New Jersey, children can be disinherited, so be good to your parents, okay? But a surviving spouse is entitled to at least 1/3 of the estate. And the determination of the augmented estate is a complex calculation. In a case where a will does not provide the minimum statutory inheritance, the 1/3 of the estate, the surviving spouse has the option of informing the court that they will take the statutory share rather than the lesser share that is provided for in the will. They call this a right of election, and it's reserved only for a surviving spouse, okay? I'm not going to put that in the notes. I don't think that's going to be in the exams. It's called right of election, though. That is the right of the spouse saying, if you're married and you're leaving your spouse less than 1/3 of the estate, well, the law requires that you leave them a minimum of 1/3 of the estate. So your spouse, if they know the law, they could be like, nah, I don't think so. I'm going to take the minimum amount the law required you to leave me. Okay. So in a case where a will does not, so the practice is called the right of elections, reserved only for a surviving spouse. Now, on the right-hand side of the page, a will differs from a deed. A will takes effect only while you're alive. While you're dead, after you die. A will takes effect only after somebody dies. So a deed is used to transfer your property while you're alive. A will is used to transfer it after you die. So you could write a will and put somebody's name in there that you're leaving them your belongings, right? But it takes no effect until after you die. Can you sell those belongings while you're still alive?
Of course.
Of course you can. Now, if you never updated your will, then that person's not going to get those belongings if you sold them while you're alive, right? If you're leaving your house to somebody, but you sold that house before you died, they're not going to get the house, obviously, because you no longer are the owner of it. Okay. So make sure that when you have a will, that somebody can find it, because it serves no purpose if nobody can find it. Okay. And it's not a bad idea of having more than one duplicate original of it laying around. Perhaps file one with the in the public records. Perhaps if you don't want it that public, you could put it with your attorney, and then put another one like in your safe or in your briefcase. Like my dad, before when he died, we knew that he always had all of his documents in a briefcase that he kept. Any important documents pertaining to the deed of the house or bank accounts or his will or anything like that, he kept all that stuff in his briefcase. It's important that you guys should have something like that where your family members could at least find your stuff. Okay. Okay. Now, highlight, to be valid, a deed must be delivered during the lifetime of the grantor, the person who was selling you the property. So when does the transfer of property take place? Upon delivery and acceptance of the deed itself. So the deed not only has to be signed by the seller, but has to be delivered while they're still alive. If you die and you never delivered that will, well, they also have implied delivery and acceptance. But if you never delivered that will in some way, shape, or form, whether it's physical or implied, through implied actions or through emails or what have you, then transfer of ownership doesn't take place of the property. All right. Legal requirements of making a will. A person must be of legal age and sound mind when they make a will. All right. You have to be at least 18 years of age, basically legal age and sound mind, when making a will. New Jersey recognizes handwritten wills. You can entirely write your will out by pen. If you write out your whole will, they refer to this as a holographic will and requires no witnesses to acknowledge your signature there. Okay. However, if you get like a Quicken Will Maker or something like that, it's legal in all 50 states. If you go to Susie Orman or Quicken Will Maker, it's a software you put in. It's legal in all 50 states. It'll ask you questions. It'll walk you through the process of making a will for any property you own, bank accounts, life insurance policies, belongings. Who do you want to have? Who do you want to have them? Your car, all that stuff. Okay. It's important that you have a will, especially, well, it's important because especially if you have kids, because otherwise it goes through probate, and when it goes through probate, they have to assign attorneys to it. We don't know what your wishes are, so we got to find out who the natural heirs are. It can be a long and costly process. So if you got kids that you're leaving your property to, that you want to have all of your stuff, well, there's a process to it. If you die without a will, who gets your belongings? We're going to go over that in a moment, okay? And if you wanted your kids to have all of it, you may not be, all your belongings may not be going to the people who you're hoping that they go to. So anyway, in New Jersey, if you have a will, it has to have two witnesses, a minimum of two witnesses, and those witnesses' their signatures should be notarized, and all of that documentation should be together, okay, in order to prove that it's a valid will. Now, for real property, and it needs to be in writing. Video wills are not legal in New Jersey. It has to be in writing. Only written wills are valid. Voice wills, recorded, video wills, you can create a video will, but it's only for drama purposes, but it serves no legal purpose. It has to be in writing. I confirmed this with an attorney, okay, for these classes. All right, so in the last paragraph in this section, for real property acquired by a married deceased person before May 28, 1980, the surviving spouse is still entitled to a life estate of 1/2 interest in all real estate owned by the deceased, no matter what other provisions were made for in the will. Okay, so not part of death terms. Well, actually, I guess it could be added to death terms, but it is something from a later chapter too. We have something called, in New Jersey, we have laws of dower and courtesy. So dower and courtesy. Okay, that's the correct spelling of dower and courtesy rights. Okay, so what are dower and courtesy rights? So this is an ancient right where your spouse has half interest in all property that you own during your lifetime. So dower is the wife's right to half of all the property her husband had during his lifetime. And courtesy is the husband's right to half of all the property the wife had during her lifetime. Okay. New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower or courtesy rights on May 28th, 1980. That's a date you need to know for exams. So New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower or courtesy rights on May 28th, 1980. However, keep in mind, any rights that anybody that was married after May 28th, 1980. So if you're married before May 28th, 1980, you have dower and courtesy rights. You and your spouse have dower and courtesy rights. If you were married after May 28th, 1980, so marriages after this dates, your spouse only has the right to the primary marital residence. And of course, anything you left them in the will. All right. So your spouse has the rights to the primary marital residence. If you wanted to, you could leave the vacation property to your girlfriend. All right. So let's see how this works. If you die without a will, this is only if you die without a will, every state has something that's called the right of descent and distribution. Okay, so the right of descent and distribution determines who gets your assets if you die without a will. So descent and distribution is the law that determines who gets your assets only if you die without a will, or only if you die intestate. Oh, there you go. So descent and distribution. That is.
Will dower and courtesy rights be on the exam?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So we're gonna go over right now what the process is really quick. Even though we're near the end of the class here, I just want to go over this really quick because it's interesting too. Now keep in mind, this is only if you die without a will after all debts have been paid too. So after it goes through probate and all debts have been paid, go down to number 1 at the very bottom right-hand side of page 276. It says a surviving spouse or partner become the sole heir if the descendant leaves no parents or children.
Where are you? On 276?
On 276, well, now we're on 277, the bottom of 276 going on to 277. So
Okay.
a surviving spouse or partner become the sole heir if the descendant leaves no parents or children. Keep in mind, this is only if you die without a will, what happens to your estate. If there are children, if there is a child or children who are also the children of the surviving spouse, the spouse or partner receives the first 50,000 plus 1/2 of the remaining estate. The rest goes to the child or children. If the descendant leaves parents and a spouse but no children, the spouse or partner receives the first 50,000 plus 1/2 of the remaining estate. The rest goes to the parent or parents. If there are children who are not the children of the surviving spouse, the spouse or partner receives half the estate, the child or children the other half. Now keep in mind, this depends what state you're in too. I got a friend that I was just discussing this with. Her husband died, and they have property in Pennsylvania, and the property that's in Pennsylvania goes according to Pennsylvania law, and basically says that the spouse receives the first $50,000 plus half. So it's a little bit different in Pennsylvania.
So,
Okay.
I'm sorry, because you were getting cut off on and off. So if I sound like if I'm asking you to repeat yourself, I apologize.
Sure.
So the spouse gets 50%, and then the surviving children get the other 50.
Yeah, if there are children who are not the children, we're on number 4 right now on page 277. If
I'm
there
sorry.
are, sure, that's fine. If there are children who are not the children of the surviving spouse, the spouse or partner receives half the estate, the child or children the other half. It's a little bit different story if they are the children of both spouses. And
What was that page again? Because I don't think I
277.
following you.
And that's the same thing for being adopted?
No. Let's back up. Let's back up to page 276. Good thing that you brought that up.
Yeah.
The last paragraph on, it's actually the first paragraph, about 6 lines down under transfer of title by descent. It says, when children have been legally adopted, most states consider them to be heirs of the adopting parents, but not heirs of ancestors of the adopting parents.
Is that page 274 that you're reading?
That's on page 276 under transfer of title by descent.
Okay, there we go.
Now, in most states, illegitimate children inherit. Okay, hold on a second. Let me stop. What is an illegitimate child? An illegitimate child is one where your parents were not married when you were born. Okay, even if they got married afterwards, you're not considered a legitimate child if your parents were not married when you were born. This is like real old school type of thing here. You know, this is like Game of Thrones type stuff where you are the bastard child. Okay. So,
even if they gave him the last name, is still considered
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is the way that, look, until politicians redraft these laws, it goes by this ancient way of distribution of assets. In most states, illegitimate children inherit from their mother, but they do not inherit from the father unless he had admitted parentage in writing, or parentage has been established legally in some other form, maybe through blood test or something. But then if that's the case, even if he adopts his real child, that child would inherit as an adopted child would. Even though you're a legitimate, you are a blood child. That's your father and that's your mother. That is your blood father. But the parents were not married at the time. You would only inherit from the father if you could prove that he's the father. But you wouldn't inherit from his side of the family.
Just from your mom's?
Only from the moms.
Got it.
And that's here in Jersey?
That's right here in New Jersey.
Wow, that's so like primitive.
Yeah, this is very primitive. This is very old. They never rehashed these laws. These are old laws. Look, there's old laws throughout the whole United States on all kinds of obscure stuff that politicians don't go back rehashing. You know, well, this is one of those things. Okay. All right. So yeah, we're talking about inherited properties right now. This is what we're talking about. Okay. So let me just finish this up. We're almost done here. I know we're a little bit, I know we're 4:34 right now. Just let's just finish this up. Bear with me for a sec. Okay, so now we left off at number 4. Number 5, where no spouse or partner survives, children become the sole natural heirs. Where there's neither surviving spouse nor children or children's own heirs, the estate goes first to the parents, and failing that to brothers and sisters or their heirs. Now, in default of any other natural heir, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and first cousins may be considered heirs, but beyond that point, the entire estate goes to the state of New Jersey by escheat. So the state treasurer sells the property at a public sale, giving notice by publication in the newspaper in Trenton and the newspaper in the county where the property is located. The proceeds of the sale are held in a fund for 1 year, and if no claims are made within that year, the state, it belongs to the state. So where do you got to go? Either check missingmoney.com or unclaimedproperty.nj.gov to see if you have something that's due to you. All right. And by the way,
go back later?
If you have a will, you must make sure that somebody can locate it. If you update the will, is the same thing, and make sure that person's trustworthy that has access to it. I should be, me, my brother, my sister should be millionaires right now. My uncle died. Before my uncle died, he said that him and his wife, they made up new wills, leaving everything to just me, my brother, and my sister. They never had kids. And they owned a lot of stock. They bought, they had a lot of cash. You know, they had a couple $100,000 in their bank account. They owned a nice Victorian house in Dover, New Jersey. And they had, they bought a lot of stock over the years that they invested in like little startup companies when they were penny stock, like Yahoo. At penny stock, when Yahoo was penny stock. So that's worth millions now. They had stock in the original Bell Company, which since then branched off to Verizon, Bell North, Bell South, Sprint, all these other. So imagine the split off of all the stocks and when those companies were just created and then separated, and that's millions of dollars right there. But it said that, you know, if one of them is still alive, the other spouse gets it until they die, you know, but then everything is supposed to go to us. But my aunt got Alzheimer's. She became a vegetable pretty much. My uncle took care of her, didn't put her in a home. He was this big guy, 6'7". You know, she was a petite, portly woman, but he took care of her. You know, he's a strong guy. You know, so he was bathing her and feeding her at home. And one of the times he was carrying her to the tub, he had a massive stroke and died. So everything, according to his will, which we had a copy of, said he was leaving everything to us kids. But if she was still alive, she gets it. Now, she was still alive, even though she was a vegetable. We had to put her in a home to be taken care of. But we know that she made up a will that left everything at the same time. That left everything to me, my brother, and my sister. So it was on file with her attorney. So she was alive for a couple more months and then she died. But she was the last person alive. So everything goes according to her will. We went to her attorney's office. Now, her attorney was friends with some of her cousins, which she didn't get along with anymore, and she wrote out of her will. Her attorney must have ripped up the new will that left everything to me, my brother, and my sister. And so therefore everything goes according to the old will. The old will, the original will that the attorney was in possession of, left some things, some money to the cousins, and then the rest it didn't state, other than leaving it to seeing eye dogs of Dover, New Jersey. So right now, I'm in possession of a lot of stocks. The state on missingmoney.com is in possession of this tens and tens of thousands of dollars worth of other stocks that they still have that they found. The attorney took a lot of the money out of the bank account. She sold the house to her family members for pennies on the dollar, and then skipped out on town. So we never found the original will that left everything to us. So the moral of the story, make sure that you have a will where people can locate it. Make sure it's left with trustworthy people. Even though this attorney was a scumbag, have another duplicate original of that will in a briefcase in the house or in a safe or something.
It has to be like illegally drafted, or?
No. You could buy Quicken Will Maker for, I think it's $20 at Staples or online. It's software, and it's legal in all 50 states. Just make sure you have your attorneys review it when you're done. But it's legal in all 50 states. it asks you questions, walks you through the process, and you print out the will after you fill out your answers to the questions. You sign the will, but you need to have 2 witnesses to that, unless you rewrite the whole will by hand, which in that case it's called a holographic will, and then requires no witnesses if it's totally handwritten, because it's easy enough to prove that nobody forged it. You could forge a signature, but you can't forge a whole entire document. So you're going to catch on to that. Okay. So on that note, let's do the key terms to review here, and we're done for the day. Okay. I know we've gone over a little bit, but transfer of title by the grantor's consent on page 277.
Voluntary alienation.
Voluntary alienation, yes. 13 is A. Acquiring of property by natural heirs. The whole process that I just read over.
Dissent.
Dissent. 3 is B. Court proceeding to establish validity of a will.
Probate.
Probate. 10 is C. Document disposing of property after one's death.
Last will and testament.
9 is D. Last will and testament. Having made a will.
Testate.
11 is E. Testate. One who makes a will.
Testator.
Testator. 12 is F. One who can inherit.
Heir.
Heir. 6 is G. One who receives property through a will.
Devisee.
Devisee. 4 is H. Person named in a will to administer a descendant's estate.
Executor.
5 is I. Executor. Title acquired by usage.
Adverse possession.
Adverse possession. 2 is J. Transfer of title without the grantor's consent.
Involuntary alienation.
8 is K. Without a will.
Intestate.
Intestate. 7 is L. And person named by the state to administer descendant's will.
Administrator.
1 is M. All right, there we go.
11 is L.
Huh?
11 is L.
11 is E.
E.
What was 2?
2 was J.
And then 3, I'm sorry.
And 3 was B.
Okay.
Okay.
What is L?
1 is M.
No, L. Which one is L?
Oh, L is 7. All right.
What chapter is dower and courtesy rights?
It's either chapter 6 or 7. So we did chapter 20 today too. Chapter 20 is already done. So I don't think it's chapter 5. I think it's chapter 6 or 7 where dower and courtesy is in. Let's see, 5.
Once
It's
again, we'll
chapter
be able
6.
to pull these notes, right? Like always.
Yeah, I'm gonna save them and upload these raw files right now. I'm gonna put them in the share folder. But keep in mind, I'll be updating them, so they'll be constantly
Right.
replaced. Okay.
Now I need to go back to these video because there's a few times.
I'm gonna upload them today too.
Yeah, if you don't mind, because I have a lot of gaps.
Yep, I'm gonna upload them to YouTube today. All right.
I'm gonna get like a link or something.
Yeah, I'll send out a link to everybody tomorrow. Tomorrow during our presentation, I'll just post the link to the YouTube YouTube videos for our class.
We can.
So you could have, because it's not going to be publicly available unless you have a link.
Right. Yeah, because I wasn't here the first day in the morning and then the second.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'll so tomorrow when you're in the class, I'll give you the video. I'll give you the link. Okay.
Thanks.
And then later I'll also email it to you guys, but not right away. But tomorrow morning is the soonest that I'll have those links available to you. Or I will. You know what I could also do? I could also make up a Word document and post it, or Word or text document, and put it there, and I'll just entitle it links, and I will put the links in the shared folder so that you guys can just see them right away.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks again. See you tomorrow.
All right,
Victor,
guys.
quick question.
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with the class, so you guys could leave if you want to.
Sure.
So just just as an example, so my mother's my grandfather just passed away, right? Now he lived in Florida, but he had an executed lease here in Jersey. He was supposed to move out here within a week or two. He passed before he made it down, but he had a lease agreement, you know, for a place here in Jersey. Would any of this would this fall under? Would you follow the Florida guidelines or Jersey?
Well, for what? What are you trying to
For the
do?
will, for his will, and how he's going to disperse it, how he decided to disperse everything. Would we go by what we're learning here today in this book, or because he actually died in Florida, it would be Florida?
Yeah, he was living in Florida at the time that he died.
Yeah, but even though he had a lease here, like he already signed a lease to live here in Jersey, he just passed before he could move in.
Yeah, I mean, where's his license? Where's he filing?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's Florida then.
Probably Florida. You know,
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you could try to make an argument for it, but I don't know why you'd want to. New Jersey sucks when it comes to the state laws. You know, when it comes to estate laws, you know, we have a high tax. We have a death tax. Florida does not.
Really?
So New Jersey, yeah, we have a death.
What does that mean exactly? I mean,
you know, so we have the death tax here that would pertain to that. So in New Jersey, when you combine the federal estate tax and the which by the way, President Trump is trying to do away with any federal estate tax. He said you pay taxes on this stuff when you bought it, when you earned it. You know, why get taxed again to leave it to your kids? You know, or whoever.
well, isn't there like an exception in the current law?
No.
No?
The president's trying to do away with the federal death tax, the estate tax, but the other politicians there in the swamp, they don't want to get rid of they don't want to get their hands off of your money, your grubby hands off your money. So he's trying to get away with it though, get rid of it. But right now you have a federal estate tax and the New Jersey estate tax, and when you combine them, you are going to be paying more than 50% of whatever is inherited. You have to pay taxes on.
Wow. It could be like $100. And
No, it depends on what it is. It depends on what the total value of the estate is. You got to add up the life insurance policy. You have to add up the cost of the cars, the houses, all that stuff. You know, so it's less. I think it starts to get over 60% or something like that when everything adds up to $1 million or more. And below that amount, it's still high, but I'm not sure what the exact number is.
I believe if you it's only for a certain amount of money. I mean, poor people are not getting taxed.
They are.
Or they are
just getting taxed at a
I mean, you have $200,000 in the bank. Are they going to take 60%? I mean, I thought it was
no. Around 60%. That's when when all of your assets add up to $1 million or more. That includes any life insurance policy, values of the real estate, etc. So only when it adds up to $1 million, I think it's $1 million or more, then it goes to that point. But anything less than $1 million, it goes to a lower rate.
So if you have a life insurance of $300,000 you leave in your kids, that will get taxed at 60%?
Once again, if everything adds up to $1 million or more, yeah.
Even the life insurance?
Yep, including life insurance. You're over $1 million, you're at that higher tax rate.
Or if you're not, then you're still getting taxed anyway, right? Like there's no cap.
The thing is,
there's no minimum.
It's mostly because of New Jersey's high death tax.
That's insane. I just moved here, so I'm like.
We have a federal death tax, but it's also the federal death tax is something like 30%. But then you also have that high New Jersey death tax, which is insane.
I was under the impression you had to be like very rich, like have 2 million, 3 millions, or at least $600,000 in assets, which to a lot of people that's a lot of money.
If you live in Florida, there is no death tax.
Yeah, right.
Right, so probably better off sticking with the Florida one. But you should talk to the estate attorney to see what your best options, what it is that you're trying to do. See what I'm doing here? I'm trying to avoid misrepresentation. I'm not a lawyer, so talk to a lawyer. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Now back to real estate though. mortgage always has priority over any inheritors, right? I mean, anyone that wants to come in and go into
Well, the loan
The
would
government does.
well, the loan would have to be paid off.
right. So the loan will have to be paid off, right? So they'll force the children to pretty much sell the property, or can the children just take over the property with
Well, it
the
depends on the lender. The lender may allow you to take out your own loan, or they may allow you to take it over. Well, some people just take over and continue making the payments, and the lender
Right.
doesn't need to know. You know, but you're supposed to, because there's a transfer of ownership. If you're actually transferring those ownership in the legal documents, then that means that you should get another loan, basically refinance. You're doing it. You're getting another loan to pay off the current one. All right.
So I guess my question is, how do you have your kids keep your home if you pass away? I mean, without having them actually have to get a new loan, because a lot of
it's not paid off, then they could just continue making the payments and not notifying the lender. Or the best way though is to have it in their name, and then then they have to get a new loan. But if they don't qualify for getting a loan, you may have to sell.
right. So they'll probably be forced to, like, so a bank actually force children to sell the home to get their money back. Like that happens here.
Well,
in Jersey.
Well, they're going to give you a loan?
Well, let's say I die, my husband dies.
You
right?
already own the house.
Yeah, but we have a mortgage on it.
Well, hold on a second. It's different if your husband dies.
Well, let's say we both die. The corona's out there. We could all just get sick, and a lot of things can happen, right?
Yeah, when it goes for the kids.
Sponsoring.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you. Kept getting cut off. I do.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's talking. Hold on, let me mute a couple people here. Okay. So what happens is when you're, if you and your husband die and there's only the kids left and there's still a mortgage on the house,
right.
If you had life insurance, your life insurance should be able to pay off the mortgage, hopefully, right? And then they would have the house and they'd be able to keep the house. So that's why.
And if you don't have enough life insurance for whatever reason, then the bank will sell the property unless the kids could get a mortgage.
They may grant the loan to the kids if the risk is low. You already own the house, you're already living in it. If most of it's paid off, then it would be. Then they may give that loan because it's a little risk to the bank. They may give them a loan. And allow it to change over into their name, but
because a lot of mortgages have
but not always.
a clause in it where you're not allowed to sign off.
The alienation clause.
Right. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So have an attorney look at it and get advice from the attorney.
Yeah.
An estate attorney.
Okay.
So.
I believe in Florida they can't kick you out. I've been in Florida a long time. Yeah.
Well, they can't kick you out as long as the mortgage is being paid.
Well, but the person's dead, so.
Yeah, well, if somebody's paying it, then they don't care.
Yeah. They don't care as long as they're getting their money.
Yeah. Money makes the world go round.
So if they have like a sibling that's like a half sibling, but they were not married, they don't have access to life insurance or any of the assets or anything in the will.
Well,
if
they die without a will, it goes according to the descent and distribution of that state. Half sibling, it depends. Were they a kid of the person who died, a blood relative of the kid who died, or were they adopted?
No.
We went over all those factors.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to look for that page.
Yeah.
I completely got
chapter 20. Those last two pages in chapter 20 under descent and distribution go over the steps. They talk about adoption, illegitimate children, and then they go over all the different scenarios of who would inherit what and how.
Okay. So those questions are going to be in the school test, and
you're not going to get any questions about that section right there. The only thing you may get is when somebody dies without a will, what determines who gets what. If they have up there as an option, the distribution. Oh my God, I'm going blank. I'm repeating myself so many times. Descent and distribution, then that's what
right.
we had there.
I'll review it again. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It's like 5 o'clock already.
No,
Have a good day.
That's fine. I got some notes to do. I got some saving and some uploading. So,
Yeah, I got to go back to this video. It's a lot of missing.
and then I still got to charge you guys credit cards because I still haven't done that. I gotta make some money. All right.
All right.
All right, guys.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Have a good day. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.